Chapter 1401 Hidden Deep. Now that Xiao Feng said he would enter the beverage chain industry, the executives present were immediately excited, especially Xiao Lin. At this time, it was even more sensible. Hey, Mr. Xiao is a good job. Although the barriers to entry are low, in fact, when it comes to capital, he is confident. As long as you can make it to the end, then you will be the winner. Hearing what Xilin said, Xiao Feng was also taken aback, and then asked with a smile, "Oh, it sounds like you are familiar with this industry." Xilin smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Hi, Mr. Xiao, let me tell you, this is what our family does. From my mother to now, my wife has been a milk tea shop." "Yeah, I really didn't see it. Your family is a milk tea family." Xiao Feng smiled and joked, and the other executives present also laughed and laughed. However, Xiao Lin didn't care about these, so he told Xiao Feng about the milk tea industry he knew. It turned out that when Xilin was in junior high school, his mother was laid off. Later, thinking that staying at home is not a way, so I took the little savings I had at home and went out to start a business. The first thing I did was the milk tea shop. At that time, the milk tea industry had just emerged in China. His mother caught up with the first wave of the milk tea industry. At that time, the first generation powdered milk tea was popular. There is no franchise brand, anyway, it is emergent. You have to have a channel to purchase goods. For example, when I went to some southern provinces and cities to buy milk tea powder and returned, there were not a few decent brand milk tea powder manufacturers in China at that time. It wasn't until the Fragrance of Fragrance appeared later that it was the first manufacturer of milk tea powder with real quality assurance. However, at that time, Xiao Lin's family relied on his second aunt who had worked in Yangqing for a long time. He kept sending milk tea powder back to his mother, and then his mother set up a milk tea stall at the gate of their school. Soon this stall made money, and then his mother emptied a stall in the mall, and soon opened 4 or 5 milk tea stalls in Benching. It's a pity that the barriers to entry in this industry are extremely low, and the cost is also very low. Although his mother was the first wave of people who ate crabs, countless competitors soon flooded into the market, and the good and the bad competitors quickly tarnished the reputation of the industry. That was the milk tea stall, which was basically 5 yuan a cup. And the open-air stalls, dirty and messy things are normal. Even when some bosses make milk tea, they don't shy away from customers at all. They just operate in front of the customers. It can be said that the business is extremely irregular and not up to the standard at all. The only advantage is that the shipment is fast, but the quality is very poor. Then is this time, the second generation of barreled milk tea appeared. And what followed was the first generation of milk tea franchise stores. Xilin's mother joined the first batch of milk tea shops, which is actually a Magic City brand under the banner of Treasure Island Milk Tea. They choose the site, decorate the other party, and then are responsible for supplying them. The emergence of this clean and hygienic chain brand milk tea shop, it immediately swept the original milk tea stalls and creamer products. In this era, along with barreled milk tea appeared. However, this generation of milk tea has improved the quality of the milk tea industry a lot. But the quality improvement is accompanied by an increase in price. Originally, the price of the first generation milk tea was 3 or 5 yuan, but by this time, the price of milk tea had risen to 8 to 10 yuan. But in less than 2 years, because of the emergence of various brands, this kind of milk tea shop can no longer survive due to fierce competition. Then is the third generation of milk tea turned out. This generation of milk tea is also called hand-cranked milk tea. The characteristic of this milk tea is the use of a high concentration fruit pulp, plus domestic creamer, flavored syrup, special black tea and so on. It is the improvement of various raw materials that makes the taste of this generation of milk tea richer. The taste is more diverse. What follows is the same upgrade and iteration of franchise brands. This generation of franchise brands has completely got rid of the image of low-end milk tea shops on the street, and has begun to enter various large-scale supermarkets and shopping malls. And their brands have begun to spread widely in the society. variety, for example, one tea and one alley, a little bit and so on. However, with the widespread popularity of this kind of milk tea, some people continue to point out that this kind of milk tea drink is very unhealthy, because of the use of Dalian creamer and syrup. The milk tea contains a lot of trans fatty acids and super high calories. Therefore, many experts do not recommend people to drink more milk tea, just because people are paying more and more attention to the concept of health. This third-generation milk tea has begun to show signs of decline after 2 years of development. At this time, the fourth generation of milk tea appeared. And this generation of milk tea is now widely popular freshly brewed tea on the market. To put it bluntly, the tea is freshly brewed, but the creamer that was used in large quantities and was criticized by others has also been replaced with powdered milk. Therefore, this generation of milk tea has also shouted a healthier slogan. However, in order to have a better taste, they also introduced milk-covered tea and cheese milk tea, which are actually unfriendly to health. According to the traditional trend, the development of this kind of milk tea in 2 or 3 years will come to an end. Unexpectedly, this generation of milk tea has caught up with a short video. Therefore, a new generation of milk tea chains that can play marketing, relying on this outlet, jumped up and made countless internet celebrity brands. For example, the current certain Snow Milk Tea, and a certain Snow Ice City are not as good as it is. In addition, there has been a lot of health promotion in China in recent years. Let people understand more and more that the drinks in the shopping malls are not very healthy after all. For example, those so-called fruit drinks that cost 3 to 5 yuan don't even have half a dime in juice. They are all blended with flavors and pigments. There are also various carbonated drinks, which are also very unhealthy. Coupled with the formation and growth of the generation after the millennium, the main force of the new generation of consumer market, this kind of internet celebrity milk tea shops have begun to become popular. The milk tea business of the Xilin family can be said to have perfectly caught up with every step of the development of milk tea. By the time he got married 2 years ago, his mother still had 5 franchised milk tea shops in his hands. They belong to 2 different brands. In the past 2 years, Kobayashi was able to make a lot of money every year after spending a few days with a celebrity chef. He intends to let his mother retire, so he can cash out all the milk tea shops. After all, competition in this business is fierce now. Although the 5 milk tea shops are still making money, they also make a little hard money. Unexpectedly, he just married Mzhao Niang, who came into the house, but he didn't want to stay at home and wanted to go out and start a business. This is not to support his wife. Not long ago, he took out 2 months' salary and joined 5 brand milk tea shops for his wife, adding to the 5 of his mother's hands. There are now a total of 10 milk tea chains in their family. Therefore, he can really say that he is clear about this industry. Now that the boss says he wants to enter the chain beverage industry, he is immediately excited. There was nothing to worry about, so he told the big guy all about his understanding of the industry. And everyone, don't underestimate this cup of milk tea. You must know that a certain Snow Milk Tea passed the A round of financing last year, and its valuation alone exceeded 6 billion. This is the first unicorn in the milk tea industry in my country. Animal enterprise. Moreover, their business is no longer limited to the domestic market. They have even entered the Japanese market, and don't you say, they are still very popular in Japan? After listening to Xiao Lin's description, Xiao Feng was already a question mark face by this time. Nima, so exaggerated. He didn't like to drink milk tea before, but he also heard of certain Snow Milk Tea. This milk tea has been exported to the first-class supermarkets in major cities across the country. Because there is a big Japanese in the name, people who don't know think this shop is a Japanese company. In fact, it's just a gimmick for the sideball. At the beginning, Xiao Feng thought it was a Japanese milk tea shop. Later I found out that it turned out to be a pure-blooded Chinese company. I didn't expect them to actually land in Japan now, and they seem to be doing pretty well. This made Xiao Feng really feel a sense of chaos in time and space. Moreover, as of the end of last year, the number of domestic milk tea shops has soared to 410,000, an increase of 71% throughout the year. Also, don't everyone think that these milk tea shops are not profitable because of the large number of stores and fierce competition. In fact, the profit of this milk tea shop is still considerable. According to a previous report by a research organization, the current milk tea market capacity in my country is almost 100 billion yuan a year. The scale of this market is still growing at an annual rate of 20%. This is mainly related to my country's increasingly perfect urbanization process, and the post-90s and post-OOS generations who are becoming the main consumer. The group upgrade of consumers www.mtlnovel.com, as well as the change in consumer outlook, has also become the chain beverage market the main opportunity for the outbreak. Xiaolin talked freely, while Xiao Feng and the others looked at each other. In the past, they only knew that there were a few milk tea shops in Xiaolin's family, but they didn't expect this guy to study the industry so deeply. At this time, Xiaolin also noticed that everyone looked at him strangely. After talking about a set of data, he also scratched his head in embarrassment. This is not some time ago. My wife has to clamor about starting a business. It just so happens that my mother is making milk tea, so she said the two are together. At that time, I also felt that the competition in this industry was too fierce, and it seemed that it was already close to saturation. I didn't want them to do this business. So, I did some surveys on this industry in private, and the result of this survey surprised me. I don't know if I don't check it. It turns out that this industry still has such a deep potential to be tapped, so I voted for 5 more for my daughter-in-law. Chapter 1402 Against the Trend. Haha, I really didn't expect that President Lin actually did such a careful investigation of the beverage industry. Now it's all right, this will greatly facilitate our next work. After listening to Xiaolin, Xiao Feng concluded with a smile. All the middle and high-level managers present here also followed suit. Haha, Mr. Lin is really a madman who spoils his wife. Yes, I accidentally turned on the business elite mode. Xiaolin just smiled and scratched his head. By the way, Mr. Xiao, how are we going to operate this time? Xiaolin asked. In fact, Xiaolin can be regarded as asking the voice of the big guy. Even if Xiao Feng is younger than the middle and senior managers here, he is actually the backbone of everyone, because he created today's celebrity chef group. From scratch to today, it can be said that every step of the key strategic layout is inseparable from his guidance. Even the ideas of today's cyclamen and light food restaurants were proposed by Xiao Feng, and everyone feels that these two concepts are very good, and the chances of success are very high. As for the beverage chain, in fact, everyone is not opposed to entering the trade. However, if you want to gain a foothold in this field, everyone does not think it will be easy. But whether to run a chain of drinks, everyone does not regard this as too difficult. If it's a big deal, they will fight with bayonets, put advertisements, fight price wars, and subsidize wars. They are never afraid of it, because in their eyes, the so-called giants in the beverage industry are actually younger brothers. For example, the two current leaders in this industry, Muxu and Moucher, are valued at 6 billion yuan, and the other in Linhua stands behind the limelight such as leading capital. But so what? It's really not enough to see in front of the celebrity chef group. If there is to be a price war, the celebrity chef group can only use a fraction of their bank deposits to crush the two. Speaking of advertising channels, let alone, it is enough just for the famous chefs in their physical stores to make fast food chains to help drain the traffic. After a big deal, if you go to a famous chef to make and consume, you will get a discount coupon for drinks, and if you spend a certain amount in a beverage store, you will get a discount coupon for fast food made by the famous chef. It is enough to drain each other from the left hand to the right hand. In fact, this is the so-called matrix thinking that is very popular nowadays. When it comes to roots, it is a famous saying that a teacher often talks about. To make friends. Hey, do you divert your customers to me? I will divert my customers to you again. Anyway, Everyone's idea is very simple: use money to open the way. Plus there is a famous chef to help drain the flow. They don't believe it. The beverage chain of the famous chef group can't start. It's just that this is just everyone's superficial thoughts. As for what the boss, Xiao Feng, thinks, everyone is not sure. Ha ha, don't you worry too much. Actually, I want to enter the beverage industry this time. It's not a whim. I want to introduce a foreign brand. Xiao Feng's words quickly aroused discussion among the executives, and everyone became interested in the brand. Xiao Feng said, "Huh? What do you mean? Shall we be the domestic agent of this brand? Which international brand is it? Actually, I want this brand. Everyone should have heard of it. He is the Juice King coffee that is very popular abroad recently." Xiao Feng smiled and touched his chin and said, in fact, this time he returned to China. He still had another major task to do, and that was to introduce the Juice King to the country. Last year, Juice King was already hot in the United States. Relying on the unique taste of coffee, they created a swift whirlwind in the coffee industry. Coupled with the cooperation with Voglin chain pharmacies, it has put Juice King coffee on the fast track of rapid growth. In just 1 year, coffee shops were opened in more than 70 Voglin chain stores across the United States. And although this time, the pandemic is raging wildly in North America, other restaurant chains have suffered incredibly hard hits during this epidemic. Many catering and coffee brands have been unable to hold on and closed down one after another. But who could think of Juice King coffee? But taking this opportunity, there was a performance against the wind. While other families are closing down, the performance of their family is rising crazily, even tripled or more than the original. And the reason for this is entirely because of their strong alliance with Voglin. Due to illness, many shops in North America were required to close their doors to avoid crowds. But Voglin has a special status as a pharmacy, so they can open their doors during this time. And because Voglin is the exclusive agent of the 9th Laboratories products in North America, this makes their business extremely hot during this period. Although the health products of the 9th Laboratory cannot cure the virus, they can effectively improve human immunity and enhance the human body's ability to resist viruses, so it is highly sought after by the North American people. When other pharmacies were unable to buy medicines, people could only flock to Voglin to buy health products from the 9th Laboratory. And while you are queuing to shop, don't you buy something else? After all, many supermarkets and restaurants in the city are closed, and even coffee shops are closed. Voglin, which implements diversified operations, has everything in it. Even in order to meet the shopping needs of customers, many Voglin pharmacies have not only extended their business hours, but also greatly increased the area of the store and increased the product categories. And most of the chain stores, the Juice King chain coffee opened in the Voglin store, also took advantage of this opportunity to explode madly and made huge profits. Some time ago, Xiao Feng looked at the company's financial report from the US. Seeing that Juice King's net profit in the first 3 quarters of this year was as high as $8 billion, he was almost astonished that his chin did not fall to the ground. You know that Starbucks, the strongest competitor of Juice King, has a very difficult life, let alone profit this year. Even many stores have closed down. In this year's environment, Juice King can achieve such results, which is definitely a miracle against the sky. So he sent big red envelopes to the management and employees of Juice King. During this time, he did not arrange for the Juice King to blindly expand in North America. What he meant was to let the Juice King and Voglin work together to expand. Previously, because the situation of ZZ in North America was not clear, Xiao Feng did not dare to make Voglin too aggressive. And now the situation there is clear, and when the right wing has basically lost, he naturally arranged for Voglin to stock up a lot of land. We must know that because of the epidemic, commercial real estate in many major cities in the United States has suffered a fatal blow. Many shops are now on sale, and the prices are amazingly low. So this is the best time for Helen's Pennyvera Asset Management Company to make a move. During this period of time, This asset management company has acquired many core commercial properties that were previously unavailable in many large cities in North America. When the economy recovers in the future, the prices of these properties will definitely rise back, and there may even be a retaliatory price rebound. So if you shoot now, it's to pick up the bargain. Then the Pennyvera Asset Management Company backhanded the shops in good locations in these real estates and sublet them to Vogelin. In this way, the divestiture of assets was completed logically. In the future, even if someone from the right will take the stage again, Vogelin will not be afraid of the opponent's targeting. After all the real estate was divested, this company has become an outright asset-light operating company. And for brands like Juice King that have been verified by the market, Xiaofeng naturally does not intend to let him operate in North America. The domestic beverage market, which is becoming more and more popular, is a good opportunity for Juice King to expand its territory in China. It turned out to be the Juice King. This company is great. Their coffee is really delicious. When I went abroad for my honeymoon, I drank it once. The taste is still unforgettable. Yes, I think their coffee is the best coffee on the market. Well, I used to want to buy their coffee powder on the market, but unfortunately many of them are fake, and there is no way to buy authentic ones. Haha, if they are brought in, then Starbucks might really be going to lose the chain completely this time. The executives who were present were all excited when they heard that the one Xiaofeng was going to introduce was actually Starbucks. After all, this company is definitely famous now. In the US, there are new giants in the beverage industry closely watched by countless capital. So far, they have no plans to raise funds for listing www.untitled.com. But many foreign rating agencies have been eager to give them A-level qualifications. There are even many valuation companies that have quietly valued them. It is said that their valuation has now exceeded 50 billion. As a beverage company, the scale of assets actually exceeds that of the unicorns in Silicon Valley. This is definitely a commendable skill. At this time, everyone is eager to cooperate with Juice King. In the past, everyone thought that Mr. Xiao might be creating a new beverage brand. In this way, it might take some effort at the very beginning. It may cost money to travel, or it may cost a lot of money to go out. But now it does not seem to be so strenuous. After all, this Juice King is already a superstar enterprise abroad. Now that they have entered the country with their financial strength, coupled with the help of famous chefs to help matchmaking, presumably this beverage chain should be very easy to do. But what is the mode of this cooperation? Chapter 1403 Rebirth of Chaos. And what is the relationship between this Juice King and the boss? The executives here are not fools. They all know that the boss is supernatural. While there is a share of business in China, it seems that there is also such a small business territory overseas. It's just that the boss, he seems to have never talked to everyone about his own business overseas. But the more this happens, the more people feel that the boss is mysterious enough. Anyway, even if he doesn't say it, just looking at the many branches of famous chefs manufacturing overseas is enough to understand the boss' strengths. The other is the tonality of those overseas chain brands. Everyone knows very well, as the top fast food chain in China, celebrity chefs are the rivals of Golden Arches and Cafe Cuisine. Although the major shareholders of these two companies in the Greater China region are now our state-owned enterprises. However, the specific operation and management are the final say in the United States. And how difficult it is for those Americans to deal with, these executives here are not clear. There are even many executives in the company who jumped out of those two homes. The US guys screamed for equality, but in fact, their actual attitude towards us Chinese people. Naturally, they understand. Now Juice King Coffee is a hot brand in North America. Now the boss can actually get on the line with them, and wants to cooperate with them to introduce them into the country. This makes all the executives in this room even more curious. How did the boss do it? But they just think about it. If Xiaofeng himself does not make it public, they can only make up for it. But there are also smart people who quickly put their minds on the management of the enterprise. Juice King Coffee, this company, and many of the celebrity chef executives present have been in contact with it, especially some time ago. Some executives in the company had gone to North America for private purposes or on business trips. Everyone has naturally tasted such hot coffee, and people who have drunk it for the first time will definitely feel that the taste of this coffee is different from the taste of the coffee that has been drunk before. Anyone who knows coffee knows that it is best to drink the original flavor without milk or sugar. Drinking this kind of coffee is like drinking our domestic tea. After drinking this kind of black coffee, if it is of good quality, there will be a feeling of sweetness in the end. However, there are very few coffees of this kind on the market, because these high-end coffee beans are basically produced in several island countries in the Caribbean, for example, Jamaica, Costa Rica, or the northernmost countries of the South American continent. And these good coffees, the top ones, are monopolized by some big companies, for example, Nestle, and Starbucks. The world's best coffee beans, almost all, are monopolized by them, and the coffee beans produced in other parts of the earth are of very average quality. The coffee produced must be added with milk and sugar to conceal the poor taste. The recent rise of the Juice King is an outlier in the coffee chain industry. They used to make juicers, but they don't know how long their boss brain circuits are. The original juicer sold well, but suddenly it entered the chain coffee field with a carbine. Now their coffee is popular in North America, because of the unique taste of their coffee. How to say, is it taste different from traditional coffee anyway? And it will make you unforgettable once you drink it. The first time you drink their coffee, you may feel the smell of Chinese medicine, but after you take a few sips, you will become addicted to the taste. It is precisely because of this unique taste that the Juice King coffee chain has been quickly sought after by consumers as soon as it opened. But that is in the United States, which has hundreds of years of coffee habits. If this Juice King coffee is moved to China in its original flavor, can domestic consumers accept the taste of Juice King coffee smoothly? Many executives are lost in thought. In fact, the business model of chain coffee has been in the country for many years, but even now, it is as chaotic as the milk tea industry before. What kind of peninsula coffee came from Treasure Island in the first place? Said it was a chain coffee. Rather, it is a simple Western restaurant, where not many people drink coffee. There are many people who eat pasta and steak, and most of their steaks are synthetic steaks. But 20 years ago, for domestic consumers who did not know the Western food culture very well, this chain coffee was still quite high-end. But later, as the Chinese people got in touch with Western culture more and more, they also knew more about Western countries. This kind of medium and foreign chain coffee began to decline gradually. Then there is the rise of a new generation of chain coffee. Among them, the biggest one was the coffee wings. About 10 years ago, the coffee chains started to take off, and the business of the coffee chain reached its peak 5 years ago. It even stepped onto the new OTC market and became the first domestic chain coffee shop to be listed. Back then, this chain was once popular in China. However, the reason why this store became popular at the time was also because he had a beautiful female owner who was very topical. The boss has also participated in many variety shows, and has a close relationship with the big-name hosts of many shows. It is precisely because of this relationship that it is very conducive to the boss' self-hype, and this boss is also very good at taking advantage of this opportunity to make frequent appearances on TV and participate in various variety shows. This gives this brand a very good exposure. It was during that time that this coffee shop went through a stage of rapid growth. In just 1 year, thousands of franchise stores have been opened in China. During that time, the boss could be said to be making money and flying. It's a pity that after the company went public, a lot of outside capital was involved, plus the boss. At this time, I have already made a lot of money, and I am already a little frustrated. I don't have a good direction and concept for how to seriously operate the enterprise in the future. So within 2 years, this brand began to explode some negative news frequently. Many franchisees have chosen to withdraw after the contract expires. As a result, this store has gradually declined. It can be said that this shop is a pity, because they really rushed to make coffee seriously at first. At that time, They were very hopeful that they could become Starbucks in China. Unfortunately, on the one hand, it was because of the campaigners' own reasons, and on the other hand, it was also because of the domestic coffee market capacity at that time. At that time, the post-90s and post-Soros in China had not yet become the main consumer groups. Consumers born in the 70s and 80s in China are not particularly accepting of coffee consumption, which also leads to limited market capacity. Coupled with the fierce competition from big foreign brands and the squeezed market of competing products such as milk tea, the chain store has gradually fallen into decline. And after them, it was the entry of the Fudge King. I have to say that the Behind Thesn's team of Mr. Xing Coffee is really powerful. They come to make coffee, but they are completely different from other businessmen. They are just like the guys who build cars on the internet. They entered the chain coffee field with internet thinking. As soon as they came up, they burned money desperately and posted posts to consumers. It turned out that you can start at 30 yuan for a cup of coffee in a serious coffee shop. But at their home, after using all kinds of discount coupons, you can drink coffee for 7 or 8 yuan or more than a dozen yuan. It is their crazy money-burning behavior that has quickly established a foothold in the field of domestic coffee chain stores, and began a frenzied expansion. Those colleagues in the chain coffee industry before were dying by this fierce back wave, and there was no way to fight back. Even in the domestic coffee industry, Starbucks, which has always been carrying its worth and high-ranking value, was panicked by the fierce backwaves of Muko coffee. You know that in the past, Starbucks was holding a high shelf and scorned domestic consumers. Whenever it's a holiday, when other drinks are discounted, Starbucks proudly announces that, "I'm sorry, we are a high-end brand, come here to consume. The consumption is the temperament and environment, we do not discount. If you are too expensive, the gate is over there. You can go out and turn right and leave smoothly." People look down on you so blatantly, but there are such a bunch of humble people in China who just like this kind of arrogance. In those days, the court heard that Starbucks doubled the price of coffee for 33 yuan. It was an injustice for domestic consumers. You know this Starbucks? In the United States, it is a street food for 2 or 3 yuan a cup on the street. In Europe, it is a fast food chain cafe that cannot be sold. The prices that are bought in other countries are very common. But why has it become a high-end brand in my country? You know that Starbucks Big Frappuccino.untitled.com, when compared with the global price, it is the most expensive in our country. This is very incomprehensible. So the TV station made such a show and asked why Starbucks bought it so expensive in China. But what happened? Before Starbucks could respond, those kneeling people in China who licked their dogs took the lead in jumping out. "We are willing to drink 33 yuan of coffee, what's the matter? We don't think it's expensive, what's the matter? If you think it's expensive, go out and turn right. There is a 5 yuan milk tea over there." Before Starbucks came out to explain it, a group of kneeling people in the country licked the dog and helped them out. This makes many people feel very angry and helpless, but also helpless to those people. Since then, Starbucks has nostrils in China, and has never regarded domestic consumers as human beings. Chapter 1404. Children make choices. We all adults. The 5 Adilla mugs in the factory were branded with the Starbucks trademark, and they were sold at 105, a canvas bag that is too simple to be simple. Dare to ask for 300. Do you dare to think of such a thing? But the more they do this, the more guys with Stockholm Syndrome like to follow and lick them on their knees. In this way, a vicious circle is formed. When they saw it, oh, what kind of tendencies the feelings guys have. The more expensive the goods we buy here, the more they like to buy them. There are even some people who think that going to Starbucks for a cup of coffee is a quality of life. Nima, you must know that we are in North America, so we are treated like roadside stalls. When have you met such a group of consumers who are passionate? They are so considerate of the merchants, so instead of lowering the price, we should sell things at a higher price. So later there were more than 300 snowy mooncakes worth 6. Anyway, those people would buy it with their trademark. Not to mention, Starbucks relied on this method to cut leaks in China for many years. In this situation, until Mr. Xing Coffee, a spoiler with internet thinking, appeared, the situation took a turn for the worse. This company doesn't tell you what culture or quality of life. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether it is 3 or 720, it is just a smashing money. Their momentum of burning money really made Starbucks scared. The original 30-odd cup of coffee was sold at a price lower than milk tea. 9 yuan, 9 yuan, a dozen yuan. You can drink the same quality as Starbucks cups, and large cups of coffee. At this time, the post-Ninity generations and post-Zeros have become a new force in the consumer market. These young and energetic generations are not willing to be constrained by the traditional thinking of the older generation. They prefer to try new things. The older generation like to drink tea, but they don't like it. So many people prefer milk tea and coffee, and Xing caught the heart of this consumer group. Anyway, I was desperately trying to give you cheap and return new products as tall as Starbucks. Let your consumers not only get lazy, but also face. Anyway, you can squeeze the wool. The more you squeeze, the happier they will be. Anyway, what they value is not the 3 melons and dates that consumers pay when they buy coffee. What they value is the traffic brought by consumers and the customer stickiness to their brand. As long as consumers download their app, and they happen to have a high enough daily activity, then they can tell stories in the capital market. They can get a steady stream of money from those capitals. Take the money, they can go to the physical store to burn it. When the burn reaches a certain scale and app users accumulate to a certain scale, they can realize these traffic haven't even waited for the flow to be realized. They have been taken to the US stock market by crazy capital to ring the bell. So don't take care of this company. How could it be revealed that it was fraudulent? Anyway, Xiao Feng still admires this company, because they have really benefited domestic consumers. The other is that they are really hard steal Starbucks. They also stripped off the Starbucks panties. You know, before they enter the game, Starbucks has always been superior to domestic consumers. Never discounts, never yields, never engages in activities. This is their attitude towards domestic consumers. But when Xing entered this field, and after sweeping the younger generation of consumers, Starbucks panicked, because in just a few months, their turnover has decreased by more than 40% year on year. Of course they know that this is definitely due to the effect of the spoiler catfish. In fact, it is very simple to deal with such a situation, as long as they are willing to engage in activities, reduce prices, and make promotions. It is a pity that years of arrogance made them unable to let go of their figure and face. In addition, they firmly believe that the kneeling clan will come back sooner or later, so they have been holding on hard. After a few months, they couldn't hold on anymore. So they began to sneak up on discount coupons. But these discount coupons, they are embarrassed to say that they issued them themselves, so it can only be on the platform of a certain network. It is said that the outflow of internal staff discount card. Anyway, the lowest one can get 30% off. But even so, they still failed to restore their decline. During that time, this former domestic coffee elder brother was shocked by the shock of mooing coffee. In the end, it was a little too late to be guaranteed. If it weren't because of a capital company that they caught sight of a certain fortune and gave them a perfect sniper, it is estimated that once a certain fortune is achieved, in the future, in the domestic coffee industry market, who is the first brother, really say no quasi. This time I also had a hard time catching up with the boss of Juice King Coffee. It just so happened that he also had the idea to open a store in China. In fact, he has already sent a dedicated team to conduct market research in China for half a year. So this time he has some preliminary ideas for opening a store in China. This time they initially planned to open about 1,000 directly operated stores, while other stores were opened in the form of franchise stores. In the whole country, they plan to open 3,000 to 4,000 stores in total. As soon as Xiao Feng said this, there was an uproar at the scene. The executives present were all shocked by the grand vision of Juice King. Hiss, Mcow, great. This group of Americans, really, they start directly when they come up. This coffee shop is not like their fast food chain. You must know that their famous chefs are Chinese-style fast food chains. Because they are not divorced from the basics of Chinese food, their acceptance in China is very high. For example, they have more than 6,000 stores in China, but they are not only concentrated in the first and second tier cities, but also in the third and fourth tier, and even the fifth tier small cities. But the coffee shop is different. You say that a cup of coffee starts at more than 30 yuan. This kind of price means that consumers in first and second tier cities can afford it, and consumers in third and fourth tier cities have to consider this price. In this way, the price has already restricted you from entering the national market. But at this time, you actually want to say that there are 3,000 to 4,000 chain stores across the country. This step is too big, right? I'm not afraid that this step will be too big and it will directly involve the egg. Xiao Feng smiled secretly when he saw the surprised expressions of these executives. In fact, he and Evans once planned to enter the domestic market, and it has been quite a while. In fact, long before he knew Evans, the king of juice, he had already planned to enter the beverage industry. But at that time, he entered the juice industry because he got a lot of plantations in South America, where he can get a lot of good quality and cheap fruits. So a few fruit juice factories were built there to squeeze a large amount of thick fruit juice, and then shipped back to the domestic island of Maiman. Where is the beverage factory? These juices are blended into various juice drinks, and then sent to the fast food restaurants made by their famous chefs to sell. Don't tell me, those fruit drinks are really good. But at that time, he had already planned to enter the coffee and milk tea market, but he had never tried it. After knowing that he met Evans of Juice King, he used this guy as a carrier to create Juice King coffee. And relying on the unique taste, it has become popular all over North America. At the same time that Juice King became popular in North America, he had already asked Evans to send a special investigation team to conduct research in China, just to see how their Juice King should operate in China is the most suitable. After all, because of the hard work of previous generations of coffee companies, the domestic coffee market has basically entered a mature stage. At first, Chinese people did not approve of coffee, but in recent years, with the popularization of the internet, people have begun to learn more about Western culture and food. The benefits of coffee have also been understood and accepted by many consumers. As the younger generation grows up, coffee is becoming the favorite drink of the new generation of consumers. However, competition in this domestic market is also fierce. There are top companies Costa, and big-name chains like Starbucks dominate the market. Below are the coffee wings that the centipede is dead but not stiff, and domestic brands such as Xing are tearing. Therefore, it is not that simple to make a breakthrough in the domestic coffee market. And this time, Xiao Feng and Evans had been discussing for a long time. They didn't plan to just open a chain coffee shop in China. Coffee, milk tea, juice, ice cream, and various small refreshments. Which one do you like? Sorry, children only make choices, and we all adults. So the result after Xiao Feng and Evans discussed, that is, we will do it all. Anyway, as long as we make money. Untitled.novel.com we do what we do. What we want to open is the kind of beverage store that can meet everyone's needs. You want to drink coffee? We have it. The taste is not worse than that of Starbucks and Costa. Moreover, the decoration environment of our store is absolutely sufficient. You like milk tea? We also have it here, and different from other milk tea shops, we can also sit in the store and drink, and we can use the Wi-Fi in the store. Allows you to enjoy the same treatment as coffee consumers. If you don't like milk tea or coffee, we also have fruit tea and pure fruit juice drinks. Anyway, as long as you want to drink, in addition to carbonated drinks, we can provide you here. If you say you don't want to drink, you want to eat, we still have a lot of snacks here. From mousse Black Forest to French fries, there is everything. Chapter 1405 Stud up here. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao, I have talked with Mr. Evans, the CEO of Juice King, and also with his team. At present, our cooperation idea is to fully spread in the country. We don't just make coffee. Now the popular milk tea, which is popular with young people, and fruit tea, or juice, we all make. Xiao Feng shared his thoughts with the executives present here. At this time, the executives present were almost in silence across the board. Mcow, this American is too ambitious, right? It's a single product. It's not easy to do. They want to develop in multiple lines. Can this work? I haven't seen any such comprehensive beverage store so far. It is actually not impossible to do it, but the investment in materials and labor costs may be very large. I lost it. It really deserves to be the American style of doing things. What a firm stand. They are studs to kill as soon as they come up, and they raise the sand when they play. But after a while, the executives in the conference room started talking. It is indeed the first time for this kind of comprehensive beverage store to appear in China. There is a lot of discussion about what kind of problems such an attempt will encounter. The first thing to consider is cost. In fact, a long time ago, some people thought about opening such a comprehensive beverage store, but after the initial attempt, they gave up because the cost input was too high. Why are there so many domestic milk tea shops? Because milk tea shops are the cheapest among these drink shops. For example, we produce tea in our country, and it is also a big country producing tea, so the cost of tea is very low. There is also milk, which is not a rare thing, especially now that large packages of milk powder from abroad are imported into China in bulk. And the price to Hong Kong is actually not high. It is very suitable for milk tea shops, so in terms of cost, it can be completely controllable. But talking about coffee, that's another matter entirely. First of all, the world's major coffee producing areas, almost all are controlled by a few major foreign giants. For example, the most awesome Nestle, Starbucks in the US, and several other US companies, such as Heinz and so on. So if you want to open a coffee shop, you can't get around such a few international giants. Even if you say, our domestic Haiyang province and Nanhai province also produce coffee beans. That's right. But if you go where to buy coffee beans, you also can't buy decent good things, because the coffee beans there are also not cheap. The most important thing is that the high-quality coffee beans there are also monopolized by those companies. Even if you can get in some, that's almost all scraps that people don't want. Even if you get these, then come back to make coffee. The coffee produced tastes like cat urine. How can you expect consumers to pay? So if you want to open one or two small cafes, that's okay. Where can you get the goods from those big companies? They are also willing to sell to you at a higher price. Anyway, you will not threaten their status. But if you want to open a large-scale chain like Mooing, then I'm sorry. If you don't have enough funds to burn money, then you simply can't afford it. Those giants will kill you from the origin of the coffee beans. And even if you can get high-quality coffee beans from Choyuan and Nanhai, but their production capacity is so much. The high-quality coffee beans produced every year, it is enough for you to use for a few months. Once these few months have passed, your raw materials are out of stock. South America and the Caribbean, as well as the coffee beans produced in Africa, don't even think about it, they are all monopolized by them. And Thailand in Southeast Asia is the same with the coffee beans produced in Malaysia. Don't even think about it. That circle is basically monopolized by those international giants and some local tenants. So if you want to open a large-scale coffee chain in China, the first thing you have to solve is the source of coffee beans. But this is exactly what Xiao Feng can't help but because he owns a large number of plantations in Copper Country and Colombia. Wherever the unique geographical environment is, it is guaranteed that a large number of high-quality coffee beans can be produced every year. Even if the coffee beans produced in South America are not enough, he still has an entire continent for him to grow coffee beans, so he doesn't have to worry about the coffee beans being caught by those giants. And the same is true for fruit juices. In fact, There are many manufacturers of fruit juice puree in China, but the high-quality juice puree they produce is basically exported, because you can earn more when you buy it abroad, and the consumption capacity of domestic juices has not been high, so this area is not too much attention. For Xiao Feng, none of this is a problem. In his plantation in South America, there are a lot of fruits that cannot be sold every year. These fruits used to fend for themselves, and rot on the trees or in the ground when they mature. Now, it is squeezed into juice, shipped back to China, and sold in fast food restaurants made by famous chefs. If part of the profit is distributed from there, it is not a problem at all, and it can even be used directly in the Juice King cafe. Even Xiao Feng wondered. Anyway, Juice King originally sold juicers. Do you want to put two on the counter, their unique juicer, to squeeze juice in front of customers? Only in this way can we make gimmicks better. Anyway, the problems that plague other investors who want to build a comprehensive beverage store are not a problem for Xiao Feng and Evans. Then the material cost can basically be controlled. So the next thing is the cost of personnel. Now if you only open a milk tea shop, or a coffee shop, or a fruit tea shop, then the service staff only need to master a single skill. For example, you can make coffee, milk tea, or fruit tea. But if you open a comprehensive beverage store, the requirements for the service staff are much higher, not only making milk tea, but also making coffee, and also making fruit tea. Even sometimes, I have to make some desserts. In this way, ordinary waiters will definitely not work, and they will have to hire some more flexible minds. And hiring such a waiter, there is no doubt that the cost will be higher. But this is not a problem at all for Xiao Feng and Evans. You know, Juice King Coffee, in North America, is the handle of the money printing machine in the beverage industry. Because other beverage shops have been affected by the epidemic and closed their doors, only their homes are still open. And because it is open in a pharmacy and the environment is safe, it can be said that the business is very hot. And there are crowds of people at the door every day. It's really not an exaggeration to make money and get cramps. Compared with the labor cost in the United States, the labor cost in China is absolutely negligible. As for the biggest operating cost, it must be the cost of property. After all, the rent of shops now accounts for the bulk of the cost of doing business in China. However, Xiao Feng and the others are not worried, because their first choice now is those large supermarkets. And now those large domestic supermarkets have basically raised their hands and feet to welcome them to the attitude towards well-known chain brands like them. For example, everyone knows the Golden Arch and Cafe Cuisine. They are very proud. In the past, if they wanted to live in a certain mall, they had to negotiate with the mall and pay the rent to get a very good business location. But now is different. With the rise of e-commerce, life in major shopping malls is not easy, and it can even be said to be very sad. In order to survive, everyone is eager for this well-known chain brand that can attract traffic. Many shopping malls find it before they open, and they all take the initiative to find Golden Arches, or Cafe Cuisine, or a famous chain such as famous chefs to talk about. However, the content of the discussion is completely missing from the previous one. In the past, it was merchants who paid rent to the mall to enter, but now the mall is not subject to rent. It's easy to say what shop location and so on. They will even take the initiative to propose, and will decorate in accordance with the style requested by the shop. Anyway, as long as you can enter their mall, because the stay of such a well-known chain store can increase the popularity of the mall on the one hand, and on the other hand, it can bring huge traffic to the mall. For example, a small qualified company like Starbucks is definitely a company that welcomes you with your hands and feet in any shopping mall. So Juice King is also very confident in this regard. As long as they announce their entry into the country, I believe that countless large domestic supermarket groups will come to their door, request to cooperate with them, and invite them to move in. Just like Jin-Tae-ching. And even if these groups don't ask them to cooperate, Xiao Feng still has Yida to make a lot of it. He knew that as long as he and Lord Wan said hello, this Juice King wanted to stay in Yida, that would definitely not be a problem. Of course, because they plan to open more than 1,000 directly operated stores this time. Untitled.com. They do not plan to put all the stores in the mall. In fact, the university towns in major cities are their target areas. And they also plan to increase the density of stores near the university towns in various cities. Hey! Because students make the best money. It is true that many students cannot normally drink more than 30 cups of coffee, but they can still afford milk tea for more than 10 or 20 yuan. Can you afford to drink more than a dozen pieces of juice? Right? And the most important thing is that there are countless licking dogs in every university. As long as there are these licking dogs, then there is no need to worry about no market. These licking dogs, who would rather eat chaffy vegetables on their own but also buy cosmetics for the goddess, are willing to give away a few $100s of lipstick, and dozens of dollars of coffee, milk tea, etc. are even more important. When the time comes, we will deliver this piece, and we will communicate with the famous chef. Hey! Do you need to be afraid that no one will deliver the takeout? Chapter 1406 Lock-in Consumption Mode. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And kowtow. In fact, in recent years, the popularity of the domestic milk tea market has a lot to do with the changes in domestic young people's consumption habits. At the beginning of 2000, that was the era when the domestic beverage market was definitely carbonated beverages. Occasionally, there is iced tea, which can tear a small hole in the market monopolized by the two giants of Coca and Pepsi. 2 years later, all kinds of fruit juice drinks are in the world. It's just that the so-called fruit juice drinks at that time were actually all blended with flavors, and there was no juice at all. The first generation of milk tea began to enter the market in 2005, and it has been a full 10 years until about 2015. In fact, the milk tea industry has been cultivating the market until 2015. The post-90s and post-zeros began to become the new force in beverage market consumption. Milk tea has only become popular, especially around major campuses. As long as there is a place where licking dogs exist, countless milk tea shops can be supported. Because even if milk tea is more expensive, it is also the cheapest and most affordable gift for licking dogs. Coupled with the brainwashing of various feminist chicken soups in those years, this has cultivated countless dear girls and licking dogs. That's why the milk tea market is here today. And as people began to pay more and more attention to health, fruit juices and fruit teas began to gradually enter beverage shops. It's just that this kind of drink generally has very strong limitations. For example, it sells well in areas with hot southern climates. It can even be sold all year round, because the climate there is hot and the juice can be kept cold. In the north, this is not possible, because people prefer to drink hot drinks as soon as they enter the winter. The only cold drink I like is cold beer, so it's hard to sell juice in this season. At this time, Juice King wants to make a big effort to build a comprehensive beverage store, even covering not only drinks, but also small commodities such as snacks and afternoon tea. This is simply Wang Zun. It is completely different from when other chain brands entered the country. Others are all coming up. First open a few to test the market reaction. Take a look at the market consumers' acceptance of the product. If the acceptance is average, then you can increase investment, especially advertising operations, which can open up sales. But if the acceptance is high, just open it and it's over. But if the acceptance is very low, then just close the door and go bankrupt. It's over. But this shop is different, because they didn't plan to do any trials at all. As soon as it comes up, I have to open 1,000 direct operated stores, and even challenge the impossible. Try a comprehensive beverage store that no one dares to try easily. This Nima. The executives here can only listen at this moment. After all, it is their boss Xiao Feng's time. So even if everyone has some disagreements in their hearts, no one dares to raise them at this time. But what makes everyone more emotional? It is the wealth of the Americans. Xiao Feng looked at the attitude of these executives. He also guessed in his heart, although the smallpox he said was rotten. But these guys in front of him, but not a wall of grass. For such a business, they must have their own judgments. Look at them. They seem to have some worries. Then you might as well let them speak out openly, so as to boost everyone's confidence. Otherwise, if they cannot be persuaded in this meeting, they will definitely be compromised when they are asked to implement it. When the time comes, if the business is messed up, it will be yourself that suffers in the end. Okay, I have already said the plan. Let's take a look. Any questions or comments? You can bring them up. Let's discuss them together. As soon as Xiao Feng's voice fell, Xiao Lin next to him raised his hand. Originally, Xiaolin was very optimistic that the group wanted to enter the beverage industry, but at first he thought Xiao Feng just wanted to open a milk tea shop. How can I think of it? Xiao Feng is going to cooperate with the Juice King of the United States. If it was just a coffee shop, he would have no objection. After all, Juice King did this, and it seemed to be pretty good. But now listening to Xiao Feng's words, it seems that this is not the case at all. Xiao Feng and the Devon's ambitions seem to be more than just opening a coffee shop. They want to build a comprehensive beverage shop. Mr. Xiao, since I want to open a comprehensive beverage store, as far as I know, the source of coffee beans in the coffee shop, and the source of juice, how to solve these problems, it is all costs. As soon as Xiao Lin's words fell, the executives next to him nodded frequently. Obviously, everyone has their own concerns about the source and cost of the coffee beans and juice, especially coffee beans. This thing is too much monopolized by foreign giants. It is difficult for domestic coffee manufacturers to get started. Don't worry about this. As a US company, Juice King has many relationships in South America and can guarantee the source of high-quality coffee beans. As for the juice, you don't have to worry about it. Don't we also have channels here? When Xiao Feng said this, everyone was relieved. After all, this answer is what everyone most wants to confirm. In fact, smart people have guessed it before, but they still want to confirm it from Xiao Feng. Then the second question is to engage in a comprehensive beverage store, which seems to have never happened before in the industry. Opening this kind of beverage store can be said to be a pioneering work, but also a risky challenge. May I ask Mr. Xiao, what did you plan for in the initial stage? Because as far as we know, the matter of mixing coffee before is already smearing domestic coffee. There are even many consumers who have never drunk coffee. As a result, because of the incident of mooing coffee, it also had a negative impact on coffee, so this market is currently difficult to open. Another supervisor, who was slightly bald, said at this time. This guy's surname is Chen, a deputy Xia Hongtao recruited some time ago, and he is also a very capable guy. As for his question, it can be said that he also asked the key point. Previously, because of crazy money burning, mooing coffee was famous in the country. But it was only a few days after its popularity, because of financial fraud and other reasons, it was picked up and beaten. And this incident not only made mooing coffee embarrassed, it even touched the domestic coffee industry. When people think of coffee, they think of the fact that Xing Coffee faked it. In this way, when many people talk about drinking beverages, coffee is not their first choice. Even if you choose coffee, you won't choose domestic brands, and most of them go to Costa or Starbucks. Director Chen actually meant that, boss, you can still make coffee, but we can't follow the old road of Xing Coffee. As for burning money like mooing coffee, accumulating traffic resources, and then getting listed on US stocks, no one is worried about this kind of operation. What everyone is afraid of is that Xiao Feng will continue to burn money in the early stage for the opening of this comprehensive beverage store. Although the celebrity chef group can also afford it, in everyone's opinion it is completely unnecessary. Everyone wants to see how the boss plans to break the game. You should know that any company, even if you are a well-known brand that has become popular abroad, can be extremely difficult when you start in China. And this first step is especially important. You must not make mistakes. If the first step is not beautiful, then even if you are popular abroad, you may be a second-tier brand in China in the future. And Xiao Feng obviously knew this for a long time, because he and Evans had discussed this issue before. And Evans sent over that team after investigating the domestic market. I also used the experience of many domestic chain brands for reference and designed a very good plan. After Xiao Feng discussed this plan carefully with Evans, he decided to operate according to this in China. Of course, the core of the whole plan is to burn money, but the method of burning money is quite different from that of Muko Coffee. Our idea has really started, and we will launch a membership system. As long as customers register or follow, they can get our electronic membership card. With an electronic membership card, the first cup of coffee or drink is free. If you purchase an 88 yuan member, then you can enjoy a discount of 10 any drinks. At the same time, we will pay close attention to the number of customers and customer viscosity. When the number of customers reaches a certain level, we will develop our own small programs, and at the same time we will develop our own apps in the later stage. Xiao Feng said his thoughts, and everyone was shocked when they heard it. This boss, this special mother's ghost. This idea is really shrewd. It can be said to be 10,000 times higher than that of Muko Coffee. You must know that Xing did not ask for membership at the beginning. Anyway, it asked you to pay attention, or download the app, and then send out coupons. So many people downloaded their apps in order to squeeze their wool, but when they couldn't get the coupons, they would turn around and uninstall their software. But the boss's hand is different. Mentalnovel.com allows you to pay attention, and allows you to become a member, and you can get a free cup of coffee for just 88. Then, choose 10 of the drinks in the store. Which one can stand this temptation? For 88 yuan, you can drink 10 cups of coffee, milk tea, fruit juice, fruit tea and other beverages. This deal is simply not too cost-effective. With this preferential model, how many ordinary consumers can resist the temptation? Because at this time a mode of locking consumption, as long as you become a member anyway, then you will basically not run away. And Xiao Feng was even more certain that just like the fast food made by their famous chef, the Juice King's drinks were all added with ingredients. After most people try it, it is basically difficult to leave this drink. And they also have enough wool for consumers to gather. Anyway, as long as consumers develop the consumption habit of drinking beverages first in their homes, then this business will be completed. Chapter 1407 Steady Profit Without Losing. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. There are two reasons why Xiao Feng adopts this preferential method. One, I learned this way. In fact, it has been verified before and the effect is very good. And this merchant is the famous Costa Coffee. Speaking of coffee chains, no one can ignore this rising star. In fact, it is a rising star, but the rise of Costa Coffee is not short. This is a coffee chain that was born in the UK, first born in London in 1971. At that time, Europeans and Americans and coffee were mainly based on traditional models. It is black coffee, or the normal mode of coffee with milk and sugar. The emergence of Costa Coffee brought the Italian coffee taste to the world. The earliest coffee with flavors such as mocha and cappuccino were all born in this coffee shop. Later, this kind of coffee with flowers became popular all over the world. Later, this coffee also formed a chain store model and began to sell all over the world. But unlike Starbucks, this coffee chain, after all, originated in Europe. Not as wealthy as Starbucks, which originated in the United States. Therefore, the funds are naturally not as abundant as the Americans, so the speed of their global stores is naturally slower. The time to enter the Chinese market is 10 years later than Starbucks. It was around 2010 that I began to explore the Chinese market, and I started to increase investment in 2015. However, because of their precautions, they missed the expansion period of gold. In the later competition with Starbucks, it was directly at a disadvantage, both in terms of quantity and store location. Obviously the quality is not as good as Starbucks, so their source of customers will naturally be much less than Starbucks. But later, why was Costa able to go against the current, persisted in the confrontation with Starbucks, and became more and more popular? Up to now, in China, it has faintly become the trend of the second large coffee chain to compete with Starbucks. In fact, they rely on their brilliant marketing methods. That is, from a certain year, suddenly they launched an event. When a customer went to order coffee in their shop, he suddenly realized that there should be 34 cups of coffee. It was actually free. Instead, the waiter smiled and said to them, "Sir, we just launched an event recently. That's as long as you sign up for our membership, then this cup of coffee will be sent for free. And if you sign up for our membership, it only costs 88 yuan. And this 88 yuan membership card, you will enjoy a 50% discount on 10 purchases at our Costa Coffee in the future. After hearing this, for any customer, I'm afraid I can't help but apply for a membership card. After all, Costa Coffee, although not as famous as Starbucks, the price is not cheap. A cup of coffee at Starbucks is 40 yuan, and their family also costs more than 30. Can get a cup of coffee for free, and spend 88. You will be able to spend 10 times in Costa, enjoy a 50% discount. The most important thing is that this 88, you can also deduct consumption. Who doesn't participate in such an event? The price of this coffee is about the same as drinking milk tea. And how high does coffee look like? A cup of your milk tea costs more than 10 to 20 yuan, and a cup of Costa coffee, after the discount, it is only 10 yuan. The most important thing is to enjoy the environment of other people's coffee shops. And as long as you become a member of Costa Coffee in the future, people will often engage in various activities. For example, points are exchanged for coffee, or products are discounted. Anyway, it can always make your consumers feel anxious. Relying on this marketing strategy, Costa is in the competition with Starbucks. Directly reverse the disadvantages. From being crushed by Starbucks, it turned into a profit. Even later, it has gradually formed a rivalry with Starbucks. It was not until this time that Starbucks gradually reacted, so it sent someone to Costa to inspect it. Until this time, they did not know that Costa actually adopted such a marketing strategy. After that, Starbucks also began to adopt the same strategy and began to quietly play down prices. As a result, they gradually stabilized their position. However, the advantage of the head-to-head confrontation between the two large coffee chains is that domestic consumers have indeed received certain benefits. However, their preferential power is not too high, mainly because their costs are not too high. And for businesses, the wool actually comes from the sheep. Consumers feel that they are taking advantage, but in fact, it is the merchants who make the money in the end. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the case. Later, when Mr. Xing started to subsidize wildly, he would be able to beat all the industry leaders like Starbucks. The marketing strategy used by Costa Coffee chain this time is to lock in consumers' future consumption. This routine seems very simple, but in fact, it must be an old fox who understands consumer psychology to develop such a strategy. After all, coffee is an ordinary roadside drink in foreign countries, but if you get it in China, the B-box must be picked up, and the price cannot be lowered, because in this way, high profits can be guaranteed. In this way, you can't cut the price casually, and Costa adopted a very clever way to bypass the price cut and make his behavior look like it is not a self-depreciation, but just an active promotional activity. In this way, it has kept its reputation and won the consumers as much as possible. Therefore, Xiao Feng still recognized their routine very much, and Xiao Feng believes that the second reason for his success this time is that although he used the path that Costa took back then, his shots were much more generous than Costa. You spend 88 in Costa, open a membership card, just get a free cup of coffee, and the remaining 10 purchases are only half discount. And this time, Juice King launched an event for 88 yuan to send 11 cups directly. And it is juice, milk tea, coffee, all kinds of drinks are not limited. This is much more generous than Costa, and more direct. On average, it doesn't even cost 8 yuan per drink. You know, this is not the least famous. Starbucks and Costa's weaker internationally renowned chain beverage stores. The decoration environment in a store is definitely not weaker than that of Starbucks and Costa. And because it is a late wave, the interior decoration style is more closely in line with the interests of the current young people, and it is definitely more fashionable than Starbucks and Costa. For a store like this, if you spend 8 yuan for a drink and sit for an hour, you will definitely not lose money. Definitely can satisfy a lot of people. Pretending to be X's heart. You know, these days, in Beijing, in big cities like Himadu, but there are many urban female white-collar workers who drink a Starbucks and post to moments to show off their style. The Juice King can definitely provide them with a good spirit and atmosphere. In addition, the Juice King is not only for drinks, but also for snacks. And these snacks are mainly based on a variety of butter cakes. These butter cakes do not care about calories and health at all. These cakes, the most important thing is the shape and the sweet taste. Let consumers, whether they are men or women, at first glance, or smell the fragrance, they will be unable to control their desire to consume. As for whether consumers will gain weight after eating, haha, Juice King is not worried, because next to their store, there is a light food restaurant of the famous chef group. If you feel that what you just ate is too high in calories, it makes you feel guilty, then in the next few days, you can come to this light food restaurant to eat grass, which can help you consume all the calories you ate that day. This logic seems to be self-contradictory, but there is no way. People are such contradictions, especially women. They have no strong resistance to anything that looks good in appearance, whether it is clothing, shoes, or food. And when women have the desire to consume, the licking dog around them suffers. But that is also not in Xiao Feng's consideration, who wants these licking dogs to lick it. Precisely because of these two aspects of analysis, Xiao Feng believes that this time the Juice King enters the country, it must be a steady profit. As for the difficulty of everything at the beginning, it is for other companies. For Juice King, this is not a problem at all. The first is the membership system, which locks in the future consumption habits of consumers. The second is to burn money by changing the law. If this is another coffee chain, it may really have to be weighed. After all, considering the shop rent, decoration, and personnel expenses, the most important factor is the cost of materials and other reasons. Other homes may not really be able to burn it. But for Xiao Feng, this is nothing. Shop rent? Haha, with the reputation of Juice King, if they now announce their entry into the Chinese market, I'm afraid there will be countless big business superstores who will come to the door immediately, want to talk to them, and invite them to settle in. After all, it is not 10 years ago anymore, and merchants have to pay out of their own pockets when entering the mall. Now, because of the impact of e-commerce, www.mtlnovel.com, the flow of people in major shopping malls is bleak. And in order to attract popularity, they welcome the entry of such international big-name franchise stores with their hands and feet. For example, Starbucks and Costa both have to be sold by shopping malls. I also need to animate a piece of the best storefront for the owner, and even some shopping malls even cover the decoration costs in order to invite people to come. No way. Although there are too many shopping malls now, the competition is too fierce. Large-scale well-known chains such as Starbucks, Golden Arch, and Kaifeng Kai all have their own traffic. And traffic is what all large supermarkets are most eager for now, so they are naturally eager for such well-known chains with built-in traffic. Therefore, Xiao Feng knows that the rent and decoration costs that trouble other beverage shops are actually not a problem for Juice King. As for the cost of raw materials, it is not a big deal. Chapter 1408. Heaven. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants Kowtow. Huang Habin finished the morning meeting in the morning, and felt that his mind was dizzy. And even throughout the morning, he felt that he was not at work. Fortunately, His department is under the 9th Laboratory. The newly established Medical Device Research and Development Department is also equipped with AIO, but their department's requirements for the tasks of employees are not too deadly. So he was not very focused this morning, and he was not judged to be a paddling. Of course Huang Hebin knew that he had to adjust his state, otherwise he would continue like this. Sooner or later, Xiao Ai will discover that he is abnormal. Once at work for a long time, he will lose concentration and cannot complete the tasks assigned by his superiors. Then Xiao Ai will be judged as a stroke, although such a small loss does not necessarily affect the year-end rating. But if things go on like this for a long time, it will definitely affect his year-end rating. The year-end rating of the 9th Laboratory is very important for any employee. First of all, the 9th Laboratory now uses the Indo-Fire elimination system. If your year-end performance is rated as the lowest 15%, that would be troublesome. The last 5% of them will be eliminated and dismissed directly. Even if you want to go to the Labor Department for arbitration, sorry, according to other people's articles of incorporation and the contract signed at the time of entry, you have no chance of winning at all. The second is the last 10%. Those who have to be reduced in salary will stay in the job. The annual salary will be reduced by 30% and stay for 1 year for observation. If the performance score is still unqualified in the coming year, then the same will be dismissed. For the remaining performance ratings in the range below 60, the annual salary will remain unchanged. These can only be regarded as qualified employees. And for those with a performance rating of more than 60%, there will definitely be a certain salary increase. And the higher the rating, the higher the salary increase, and even a direct doubling of the annual salary is not a problem. The other is the opportunity for advancement in the future. Those with high performance ratings must come first. Regarding the company's latest set of rewards and punishments, in fact, Huang Hebin still quite agrees. He used to be a PhD student at MIT in the United States. He has also been in many laboratories. To be honest, life in the United States is very good, especially for researchers like him. But to be honest, although life is easy, but more time, he always feels a little confused in the United States. Is the work environment? To be honest, it's a bit too relaxed. A scientific research project in the US can cost hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of dollars. In fact, most of this money is spent on labor costs, because American researchers do not work overtime, and many of them like to paddle at work. So the time for them to produce results is naturally very slow, and the efficiency is naturally very low. Although their invention is great, but it is often 5 or 6 years, or even 7 or 8 years, and the investment is even more overwhelming. Huang Hebin has also assessed that if such a project gets domestically, if the same money and the same equipment are given, then the domestic scientific research workers basically only need an fifth of the Americans, even on a sixth of the time can get the results out. Later, just because he felt that the efficiency of MIT was a little too low, he went to Silicon Valley and directly joined Google. But after he has worked at Google for 5 years, I feel that Google is actually similar to MIT. If this goes on, he will probably be like that for the rest of his life. So while he was not yet 40 years old, he chose to return to China. In fact, just because he had received an invitation from the 9th Laboratory. And this company is also a leading scientific research company in China, and its financial strength is no worse than that of the US company. Speaking of equipment, let alone the best, top-level equipment, and every project owner, as long as the requirements are reasonable, the above will give them approval for the cost of purchasing equipment. Speaking of generosity, they are really no worse than American companies. The most important thing is that after he returns from the United States, he can directly be the leader of the project team. In this way, he doesn't have to be like he was in the United States, although he participated in a lot of project teams that sounded very high. But the manager is either white or Indian. For example, when he was at MIT, the leaders of several medical device research and development project teams were all white. Those white people, at most, use him as a tool man, often assigning him some of the most boring experiments and data collection tasks. It is tiresome to mess with him. Sometimes he has some ideas and they are finally adopted, but when the results are produced, his name is not on the list of contributions. Under the eaves, he can only grit his teeth and admit it. This is why he later moved to Silicon Valley. Originally thought that the environment in Silicon Valley could be better, but he could not have imagined that there were Indians everywhere. Those workers are best at bragging and doing projects with PPT. Every time there is a project, I will make a bunch of PPTs, and then bluff be at the meeting. What kind of foreigners? They also specialize in their set. I still believe very much about their curry lie. On the contrary, Hwang Habin's down-to-earth and diligent employees are not very welcome. Later, in the project teams he participated in, many managers were replaced by Courier-san, and this group of guys disgusted Hwang Habin. Insidious and cunning, also clinging to groups, often bullying the Chinese employees in the group. In the end, Hwang Habin resigned from Silicon Valley without too much hesitation and returned to China. A large part of the reason was that he could no longer stand the anger of Asan. After all, not everyone is willing to endure white eyes for a long time for the annual salary of $200,000. Not everyone is willing to endure Asan's oppression for the American passport. In the past, there was no supporting environment in China, and even if these researchers wanted to come back, they would not have a decent chance. So everyone can only bite the bullet and endure it. But now with the rise of a large number of high-tech companies in China and the country's increasing emphasis on scientific research, many scientific researchers have discovered their opportunities. For example, Hwang Habin, after receiving the invitation of the 9th laboratory, really didn't take much effort. That is to say, after weighing for 2 days, I chose to resign and return to China. After joining the 9th lab, he knew that his choice was right. This is definitely another company that best fits his ideology at the moment. The first is the working environment of the company, which is really nothing to say. The headquarters is located on Daxing Island in the south of Benching, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and the environment is beautiful and quiet. The company also gave every senior employee an apartment very intimately. Those who are single are given a small-sized single apartment, and those who are married will be allocated 2 or 3 bedroom houses according to the family situation and the level of the employees. Moreover, the island has set up a complete set of primary schools, junior high schools, and even high schools affiliated to the company. Even the teachers in many schools are experienced teachers hired from outside with high salaries. Moreover, the company often organizes senior researchers in the company to go to the school to interact with the students. Such a high-quality resource package immediately relieved countless scientific researchers. When the rear is stable, they can concentrate on their scientific research and development. It can be said that the company has considered everything for them in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. The most important thing is that the money the company gives is definitely the best treatment in China. Even when compared with large foreign companies, they can't help but give in. Even if Hwang Habin worked at MIT and Google, according to his judgment, the treatment given by the 9th laboratory is hard to fault. It's not less than what MIT gave, and even compared to Google, it's no less. The most important thing is that the various benefits they give are no less than Google. And the working environment and atmosphere here are also Hwang Habin's favorite. Unlike traditional domestic scientific research institutions, there will be no intrigue between several teams due to insufficient funding. In addition, the equipment and consumables here are absolutely sufficient, so you can use it widely. This greatly improves the efficiency of the results. In addition, there is no intrigue between colleagues here. This is entirely due to the existence of Xiao AI. This O system will carefully record each person's work contribution, and finally form a data summary. It will not affect your year-end performance rating and bonus payment just because your clumsy tongue will not please the leader. In addition, there is no suppression bias on, and colleagues are the simplest colleague relationship. Everyone only needs to do their own job best, And the colleagues here are much more efficient than the American researchers who take vacations at every turn and never work overtime. Because of this, www.untilnovel.com. From Huang Haibin's point of view, it is simply a paradise for researchers like him. I originally wanted to stay here, secretly and steadily for a lifetime, until retirement. If you can't keep up with your thinking in the future and are eliminated by the company, then go to the company's affiliated high school to teach. But today, when he attended the company's strategic management meeting, his heart moved. Because this meeting revealed a lot of unusual news. For example, the manager of their department said that the company will adopt the same working system as 3M in the future. For their research and development staff, the company will allow them to devote 1 day a week to research and develop what they like. If you can't figure it out by yourself, you can team up with like-minded people. Of course, if there are results, they must be shared with the company. In addition, the company also encourages employees to go out and start their own businesses. Chapter 1409. Stunned. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. Up to now, Huang Haibin's mind is still echoing the speech of President Li of his department at the previous meeting. If anyone has good ideas and creativity, they can definitely go out and stand on their own. Not only will the company not object, it will even support his project. If his ideas pass the review of the company's project approval team, then he can also get a supportive startup fund from the company. It is these words that have made Huang Haibin's mood uncomfortable for a long time, and it has been shocked to this day. Because from Huang Haibin's point of view, this company is definitely going to do things. Huang Haibin is 36 years old this year, but he is an out-and-out genius. He entered the juvenile genius class at a certain university at the age of 14 and graduated with a bachelor's degree before the age of 18. Unlike previous geniuses, going abroad directly after graduation. Full of patriotism, he first worked in a domestic research institute for 2 years. It is also the work experience of the past 2 years that made him have a bad impression of domestic scientific research institutions, and he also realized that in such an environment, there is absolutely no way to produce results. In desperation, he could only choose to go abroad, but because of his strength, he easily got a full scholarship from MIT. Then he only spent 4 years at MIT and got his PhD. However, after that, he did not leave MIT, but joined many research groups, and at the same time became a lecturer at MIT. However, while joining these research groups, he also had a very detailed understanding of the scientific research system in the United States. Why is the United States able to attract talents from all over the world to defect? Why can the US remain the world's #1 in scientific research? They rely on that mature system. It is the so-called American dream in the field of scientific research in the United States. If you have real materials, if you can seize the opportunity, then sooner or later you will be able to get ahead. Of course, the premise is that you have to be a white man. If you are a yellow person, or a person of color like Hassan, it is not impossible to get ahead, but the chance of you getting ahead is only 1% of that of a white person. Of course, unless you are good enough and your strength is much higher than that of other whites in the same discipline, it is not difficult to get ahead. This can be seen in the contribution list of biochemical materials science in the United States, as well as the contribution list of artificial intelligence, by looking at the top 10 scientists. Of the 10, 7 or 8 are all Chinese, and all of them have gone out here, and all of them have been in the genius class that year. Ordinary Chinese scientific researchers, even if they can join the scientific research project team of Americans through hard work, they are generally engaged in the work of tool people. What they do is the hardest, most tiring, and boring work that white researchers are unwilling to do. And the work of these people has become the team spirit that Americans often talk about. But when the results came out, they all belonged to the white star scientists. As for the Chinese researchers who do the most basic work at the grassroots level, they have become cannon fodder. Huang Haibin didn't understand this at first, and only after he had suffered losses in several project teams, did he gradually understand the hypocritical nature of the Americans. Especially as a talented person, in fact, many scientific research projects and breakthrough ideas at critical moments are all thought of and proposed by him. It was finally adopted, and it really made a significant contribution to the breakthrough of the project. But when it finally came to the rewards, the main credit went to the white people. Even colleagues from Badao and Xinjiang are ranked ahead of him in the contribution list, which makes him feel lost. Then came the story of his going to Silicon Valley, of course, because he was too good. Let him encounter the squeeze of a Sandman again, and finally he can only choose to return to China. Although his work experience in the United States is not pleasant, but during these working periods it also made Huang Heben truly aware of the talent selection system in the scientific research system of the country. Although there are sometimes various unspoken rules of this or that kind, in that system, it is also full of all kinds of opportunities. For example, if you are creative and bold, then you are very easy to succeed. Perhaps a year ago, you were just an ordinary researcher, but suddenly one day, there was a bright idea in your mind, and there was a very good idea. Then you can go out and invest. If you are eloquent, you can persuade those venture capitalists or capital players to get a sum of money. Realize your ideas step by step, then maybe a year later, you will become a billionaire. Don't even think that this is a fantasy. In fact, such stories are hard to say everywhere in Silicon Valley, but they can be heard every 3 to 5. And this is the most fascinating place in the United States. In China, we can say that it is really too weak in the field of the combination of production and investment in scientific research, and it can even be said to be weak. The company-wide regular meeting of the 9th laboratory today made Huang Heben suddenly realize that the golden time for domestic scientific research has finally come, and it can only be promoted by the 9th laboratory. Speaking of himself, he is now the team leader of the 9th Research Group under the Medical Device Department of the 9th Laboratory. His main direction of attack is a variety of new cutting-edge medical devices. You must know that the 9th Laboratory also attaches great importance to this field. For example, the self-service medical examination center they have launched before is a very impressive set of equipment. Especially the new Perspective 3D imaging equipment used in that set of equipment. This is what fascinates Huang Heben most. In fact, it was for this set of equipment that he didn't want to choose to return to China. Because when he was at Google before, the project team he participated in was not only for the future of surgical robots, and his team is in charge of the surgical navigation technology. In this field, what is most needed is this 3D perspective imaging technology. Many companies in the US were working on this technology before, but no one thought that it would be the first to be overcome by a Chinese company. Moreover, the fluoroscopy equipment and principle used by this Huago company are different from the previous X-ray and CT machines. What they use is a low-frequency radiation that no one has ever heard of before. And the most important thing is that this kind of radiation has almost zero damage and radiation. This NEMA, although this device has always been underestimated, as long as it is in the field of perspective, a few do not know how powerful this device is. As far as Huang Heben knows, there is now a military in the United States that is secretly disassembling this device in an attempt to imitate it. Helpless. The 9th laboratory is too much a chicken thief. They don't know what black box device is placed in that device. Anyway, as long as you dare to dismantle it, the device will dare to explode. And even if you want to use a fluoroscopy device, just look at the composition of this device, because the rays of the existing fluoroscopy device simply cannot penetrate the protective layer of other people's equipment. Regarding this, how did the 9th laboratory do it? Up to now, the Americans couldn't figure it out. Some even made the argument that they must have colluded with the military, but in the end it was nothing. The reason why Huang Heben was so excited this time was because he suddenly felt that his previous ideas had hope. In fact, when he was working in Google's research group before, He had been studying Google's surgical robots with great concentration. The surgical robots on Google are actually very mature. Only in some places, it is still slightly insufficient, so it has not yet been launched on the market. At that time, Huang Hebin secretly collected a lot of data by himself. At that time, he was always squeezed by Arsan in the project team, and was often sent to do some of the most boring and lowest-level work. It was precisely because of being bullied by Arsan in this way that he was so angry that he had the idea of secretly collecting data and planning to set up another company if he had the opportunity in the future. Later, after seeing that the ninth laboratory had such a powerful perspective technology, he felt that if this technology was used well, it would be of great benefit to the research and development and design of surgical robots. That's why he decided very happily to join the ninth laboratory. And in the period after joining the ninth experiment, he quickly adapted to the environment here. On the other hand, because the company's superiors constantly assign them some tasks, they can only temporarily put aside the idea of developing their own surgical robots. And now when he heard that the company's boss said that the company encourages employees with ideas and creativity to go out and start their own businesses, and if they have good ideas, they can still get the startup capital, Huang Hebin was shocked. Although he is a scientist, he is not a saint who cannibalize fireworks. He has an extraordinary desire for wealth and a good life. And don't think he is just a researcher, but he is not the kind of xiaobai who doesn't know anything about humanity and sophistication. It is precisely because of the few previous unpleasant work experiences www.mentalnovel.com that made him more aware of the importance of money. If he has money and enough money, he can invest in research and development of his favorite projects and things he is interested in unlimitedly. From then on, there is no need to succumb to others, and no longer need to apply for reports every day for experimental consumables. This is the simplest idea of a scientific researcher. Today, after listening to the head of the department, Huang Hebin was shocked. He felt that his opportunity had come. Previously, he worked in the company during the day and returned at night, relying on the memory in his mind to restore the knowledge about surgical robots he had memorized in Silicon Valley. Because the US side is now strict, he doesn't dare to copy the information directly like those people before, so he can only keep it in his mind. Fortunately, as a young genius, he has an extraordinary memory ability. However, when he was in the United States before, he dared not write down the information he saw, because once it was found, it would cause big trouble. Chapter 1410 Surgical Robot. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobei. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. But it was different when he returned to China. He wrote down those things that he remembered in his mind, so that no one could control it anymore. And for a while, he had been quietly sorting out and pondering these materials. And on the basis of these materials, he already has some ideas and creativity of his own. Like the arm of the surgical robot, he has several ideas, especially in the joints. If these ideas can be implemented, coupled with the 3D perspective imaging technology of the ninth laboratory, then he can guarantee that the robot he developed will definitely become the most advanced surgical robot in China and even in the world. Prior to this, he had been sorting out the information, preparing to put all the information on paper, and then went to the company to apply for approval of the project. At first, his idea was that only creative ideas could apply to the above to establish a project, and then the company's capital, technology and talent support, plus his own knowledge. It is estimated that a breakthrough will be made in the field of surgical robots soon. Once completed, then he will become a master in the field of domestic surgical robots. At that time, the company will definitely promote itself first, and wait until the future, before the age of 40, to become the head of an important department of the company. It will not be a problem. This ending looks good. But the only pity is that I can't become the big boss of a company. But thinking about being able to become a senior executive in the ninth laboratory, it seems not bad. Now Huang Hebin's annual salary is 1.2 million, which is slightly lower than his annual salary in the United States. However, considering the extremely high taxes in the United States, the income he finally got was actually not as good as the income he got now in the country. In addition, American companies also have various welfare systems, such as 1 month's paid vacation every year. There will also be a bonus at the end of each year. But when it comes to the treatment of the 9th laboratory in China, it is much better than that of the United States. Although there is no owner-month paid leave, the 9th laboratory can provide you with housing. The apartments on Darksing Island are for you to live in for nothing, but due to safety management considerations, the houses here are not allowed to be sold exclusively. However, the company is building a high-end residential complex in Binching district. It has been clearly stated with internal employees that company employees can buy it at a price lower than the market price at that time. And as long as you have served the company for more than 10 years, then those houses can be resold at will. Such treatment is simply against the sky. In addition, on various holidays, the company will give you various subsidies under various names. Although they are all rice noodle oil, fruits or shopping cards of various supermarkets, although not many, they also show enough human touch. And every year at the middle and end of the year, the company will have awards. So, if you put it all together, the treatment he can get in the 9th laboratory is no less than what he got in the United States. And if you can be promoted to a senior executive, you can get the company's stock award if you have the opportunity. It is said that there is a bonus pool on the company, which is the company's stock, and every employee who has made important contributions to the company will get a certain share of the stock. Although these dry shares cannot be monopolized, they can receive a profit dividend every year in proportion to the shares. You must know that the scale of profitability of the 9th lab is very scary. Even if you have a 0.1% equity in your hand, you may be allocated tens of millions by the end of the year. Even judging from the company's performance this year, if you have 0.1% of the shares in your hand, the dividend that can be distributed can definitely be hundreds of millions. It is said that the CEO of the company now earns several hundred million. Whenever I think of that number, even Huang Haibin, who doesn't pay much attention to money, can't help but swallow a few saliva. However, compared with being a boss, these things are far worse. Huang Haibin has been in Silicon Valley. And how serious is his pursuit of technology in the capital market? For example, he now has the knowledge of these surgical robots, if he can put all this knowledge into practice. So even if he only produced a semi-finished product, he took this surgical robot to find the domestic venture capitalists. There is no need for him to tell stories. Just put the semi-finished robot in front of those investments. That group of guys can drop 200 million for themselves in an instant. If you can make this surgical robot, then you can become a billionaire. That's definitely a good thing. For the entire time period, it doesn't even take more than a year to achieve the goal by yourself. It's a pity that he doesn't have that kind of strength at all now. Even if it is to take out the creativity in your mind and make a semi-finished surgical robot, it will at least require an investment of tens of millions. With his current net worth, he couldn't get the startup funds at all. Although he has been working for more than 10 years and he has not made less money, it is impossible for him to spend tens of millions at once. After all, he still has a wife and 2 children to raise, and there are 4 elderly people in the family who also need money. So he really didn't dare to spend money indiscriminately. But if there is no proof, go find someone to invest. Haha, this is not the United States. And there are not so many angel funds willing to vote for you. Even if someone voted for you, would you want to have a 100% equity stake in you? Conversely, if you can take out semi-finished equipment and talk about financing, it will be much easier. After all, the robot is there, it is convincing, and it can bluff people in plain terms. And with the semi-finished products here, subsequent investment does not require much. In this way, investors are more willing to invest money in you. and you are more confident in the equity negotiations with them. It's better than empty mouths and white wolves. Now the company encourages employees to go out and start their own businesses, and also says that there is a review committee within the company. If you are creative enough, then you can go to the judging. Once the review committee believes that your idea is likely to be implemented, and has a very significant economic prospects, then you can easily get the angel round of investment. And the most important thing is that the company's boss has said it. The company will not be too greedy and will not ask for too high equity. The main purpose of the company doing this is to support a group of peer industries and form an industry alliance. Huang Heben understands the meaning of the company. The idea is also very good, but now he is entangled in whether he wants to go out and do it like this. Although he has mastered a lot of theory and knowledge of surgical robots, he understands that it is one aspect, but doing it himself is another aspect. So there are risks. Now his life in the company can be said to have been smoothly. When he was in the US, although his salary was not low, his wife had to go out to work to earn some money to subsidize the family, because the child's education and medical insurance are very expensive. But now in China, these can save a lot of heart. He ate at the company in China and lived in a 3-bedroom and 2-living high-rise apartment provided by the company for free. The child attends a school for children under the company, and can go all the way from elementary school to college entrance examination, and the quality is very high. As for the tuition fee, it is just a little bit of a symbolic flower, and the company also provides very detailed medical insurance for all of them. This allowed him to save a lot of expenses, and now the biggest expenses of their family are some of the interest classes that the children go to every weekend. There is also some pocket money sent to the 2 elderly people every month, and the other is the annual travel expenses. It can be said that his life is very comfortable now, and as long as he performs well, he will be promoted and raise his salary in the future. That is definitely not a problem. Maybe he can't get the dividends of the dry shares in the company's reward pool, but the annual salary has risen to 2 million, or even 3 million, which is nothing in Huang Heben's eyes. Now they have applied to buy the welfare house built by the company in the urban area, just in the downtown area with the best facilities and benching. The surrounding schools, hospitals, and shopping malls are all available. But the problem is that if he chooses to go out and start a business at this time, all that he has now will be gone. In this way, can my wife agree? Huang Heben felt a little unsure when he thought of the man at home who originally opposed the tigress he had returned from the United States. The reason why his wife later agreed that he would come back from the United States was also because he told his wife the annual salary and benefits given by the 9th laboratory. After confirming that he can earn no less than the United States, and the quality of life is not lower than that of Rice, his wife agreed to come back. And now he has to leave everything in front of him and run out to start a business. So I don't know if his wife will support him this time. Thinking of this, www.untitled.com, Huang Heben feels headaches. He looked at his watch. There was just time left. He planned to go to the newly opened Juice King beverage shop next to the canteen to buy a refreshing drink. Speaking of this, Juice King is interesting. Huang Heben remembers that a few years ago, this company bought a juicer in Silicon Valley, and Huang Heben's only impression of them was that their juicer was expensive at that time. Who would have thought that a few years later, this shop actually moved in and started to sell coffee, and it is said that it still sells coffee in the United States. This business has just picked up, so I am thinking about entering the domestic market. It is said that this Juice King was the first one they opened in China, on the large island in the park where the 9th laboratory is located. And I found a very good stall in their number 3 high canteen with the best view. But their home seems to be different from those American cafes before, because they not only sell coffee, but also milk tea and juice. Chapter 1411. Too hard to advance and retreat. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. This Juice King beverage shop has just appeared in the canteen of the 9th laboratory in recent days. Speaking of the canteen of the 9th laboratory, This is the most favorite existence of the whole company. The supple inside can definitely be described as tall. Anyway, when it comes to eating, it is definitely not worse than any other restaurant in Silicon Valley. The decoration here is mainly based on white tone, and the restaurant is specially designed by a designer. At first glance, it has a sense of science fiction and high-level sense, which makes people feel that it is very in line with the positioning of the Ninth Laboratory High-Tech Company. This is also the favorite place of company employees. Here you can enjoy food from all over the world, and the most interesting thing is that there are also fast foods made by famous chefs. And besides this fast food, there are many other well-known catering brands. Of course, it is said that if you want to live here, you will have to spend money on bidding. Of course, the prices of food sold in these stores are much lower than those outside, because the Ninth Laboratory will subsidize these businesses. This method is a bit like H Company, which is also looking for an outside business to check in, but the employees must spend money to eat. However, the price of the painting is naturally extremely low compared to the outside world. The Juice King was opened in the last 2 days, and the store is located next to the famous chef making fast food. And the area is very large, but unlike those coffee chains in North America, the Juice King here sells everything. In addition to coffee, there are milk tea, fruit juice and other drinks, fruit tea, and snacks such as small cakes, ice cream and desserts. So since it opened, it has been especially popular with the company's female colleagues. Almost every day during the afternoon tea time, the place will be overcrowded. Hwang Habin especially likes their milk tea. In fact, after living in the United States for so many years, Hwang Habin has long been accustomed to the life of 2 large cups of American iced coffee a day. After returning to China, if the only thing that made him feel uncomfortable is that it is rare to drink coffee as rich as the United States in China. There are even Starbucks and coffee chains like Costa, but Hwang Habin always feels that something is missing. It was not until the appearance of this Juice King that he felt that he had found the feeling of drinking coffee in the United States. However, their coffee gives people the feeling that it was born in the United States, but it is obviously different. It is a very strange taste, and it will be unforgettable after drinking. But what really makes Hwang Habin feel unforgettable is their milk tea. In fact, as a middle-aged person, he rarely drinks this kind of beverage that women like. He also came to the shop to drink coffee that day and saw others drinking, so he got a drink on a whim. After that, he became addicted to the milk tea in this store. Because the milk tea in this shop is different from anyone he has drunk in the past. Just say that the milk tea in this shop is different from other milk tea shops. As soon as you enter the store and come to the ordering counter, you can see a cylindrical transparent glass jar with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a height of nearly 2 meters on the wall behind the bar. Through the glass, you can see the tea leaves in the jar. These teas are oolong, as well as several other black and green teas. When you order a cup of milk tea, the waiter will follow your request and come to the front of the big pot and press the switch. Then a certain amount of tea leaves will fall from the machine under the glass jar. The next step is the most magical step. If it is another milk tea shop, they actually use barrels of tea that have been brewed a long time ago. But their home is not. They will let you see the whole tea extraction process. After the tea leaves fall from the glass jar, they will be like grinding coffee, and there will be a process of breaking all the tea leaves. Then the waiter will take the broken tea powder into a machine for brewing. In this way, the best brewing effect can be achieved in the shortest time. After the tea comes out, they will add milk caps or other ingredients to the tea. So a real cup of milk tea is done. And the waiter will explain to you during the production process. This milk tea adopts the production method of breaking into powder, so the nutrients inside the tea can be released more quickly by brewing. A cup of milk tea contains tea polyphenols that are beneficial to the human body, which can fight cancer. The most important thing is that the caffeine contained in these tea leaves is actually a little 5 times more. or even twice that of coffee. If you order a stronger flavor, then the caffeine content will only be higher. So the refreshing effect of this milk tea is more than twice as powerful as that of coffee. Huang Haibin has indeed experienced the power of this milk tea. After drinking, the state of high concentration is indeed longer than that after drinking coffee. This shows that their milk tea is indeed more refreshing than coffee. Coupled with their milk tea, the taste is indeed better than other milk tea shops. So this Juice King Coffee has been in a crowded situation ever since it opened a store in the park of the 9th laboratory. Except when they open the door in the morning, the rest of the day is basically busy. And before lunch, their family will start queuing. This situation will continue until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the meal is over. Then from 3 o'clock in the afternoon tea time, there will be queues until after the peak of dinner. Around 7 o'clock or so will be idle. Huang Haibin once joked with colleagues in the same group. According to Juice King's current passenger flow, their family can earn back the investment capital as long as they open it for a month. His colleagues also approve of his judgment, because it is true that their family is really too profitable. Of course, this is mainly because it is in the park. Because of the company's subsidies, the coffee and milk tea of Juice King are not expensive to buy here. That is 10 yuan for a cup. It is said that this is only their first store in China for trial operation. In the other major business districts of Benthan, they are also undergoing intensive renovations and are preparing to start business. But it is said that in those places, what they buy is not so cheap. Although it won't be like Starbucks, it will cost 40 yuan for a cup of coffee, but it will not be less than 30 yuan. However, even if the price is not cheap, Huang Haibin decided that if he goes out in the future, he will only drink their drinks, because their home is really affordable, and the taste is really unique. As far as their big cup is concerned, they will definitely not play word games like a certain buck. The small cup is called the middle cup, the middle cup is called the big cup, and then the big cup is renamed the super big cup. The most hateful thing is that their big cups are actually not much larger than their big cups, because the big cup of their house looks rather bluffing. If you take the bottom of their big cup apart, you will find out what's so special. These grandsons actually made a huge mezzanine under the big cup. The king of juice does not have so many text gimmicks. A small cup is a small cup, a medium cup is a medium cup, and a large cup is a large cup. If you like super cups, they really have super cups. The most important thing is that they will never do anything about measuring. This is where they are more kind than a buck. What's more, the taste of this drink shop is really amazing. Whether it's coffee or milk tea, the taste is really something you can't drink in other homes. And now adding members, there are discounts. You will be able to open a membership card at 88. Not only will you get a free cup of coffee, you will also get a 50% discount for 10 times in the future. According to Huang Haibin's understanding, there are currently more than 10,000 employees of the 9th laboratory on Darksing Island, and almost 80% of them have applied for their membership cards. It would be great if I could find such a way to make money whenever I could. Huang Haibin took the milk tea he ordered, shook his head with a wry smile, and then left the bar. Fortunately, this is not the peak time for dining, so there are not many people in the cafe. Huang Haibin sat down by the window and looked at the street view of the cafeteria outside the coffee shop. Their canteen covers a very large area, and looks like an irregular spaceship from the outside, while the inside is divided into 5 floors. As soon as you enter the door, there is a lobby with a high ceiling and direct access to the roof, and then there is a 5-story partition. It is said that it can accommodate tens of thousands of people to eat at the same time, and there are 3 restaurants of this size on the island. Moreover, the function of this canteen is by no means just as simple as the canteen, it is also the company's multifunctional hall. Whenever the company has any major events, they will also be held here. So even when it's not a meal, there's never a shortage of people here. Huang Haibin, carrying milktea.mentalnovel.com, sat in a position by the window and looked at the street scene outside. At the same time, he was wondering where he should go. If you just stay in the company like this, take out your own ideas and the essentials of the surgical robot you have mastered, and choose to cooperate with the company to develop surgical robots. This is the safest choice and the most secure. And as long as his proposal is passed, then the leader of the scientific research team in the future will definitely be his own. And once the results are achieved, a promotion and salary increase in the future will also be indispensable. By that time, the annual salary will exceed 10 million, that is all fixed. But when I thought, even at that point, I still work for others, and I still have to be restrained by others. Huang Hebin still felt a little unwilling. He is now in a dilemma, because as a person who understands the entire process of surgical robot manufacturing from start to finish, he knows the importance of surgical robots too much. Chapter 1412. They panic. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants Kowtow. This kind of equipment has been successfully developed in the United States for 20 years, and in fact it has already begun to be promoted and applied globally. Even in 2006, this kind of surgical robot called Da Vinci had actually begun to be introduced into the country. And in 2018, domestic hospitals have completed 100,000 operations with this equipment. And this year, in just 2 short years, the total number of operations performed with surgical robots across the country has reached 120,000. What does this show? Only 100,000 cases were completed in the first 12 years, and 20,000 cases were completed in the last 2 years. This shows that the use of surgical robots has begun to usher in an explosive period. The market share here is really too big. You must know that as of the end of last year, the major hospitals in my country have completed more than 1 million major operations in the whole year. This is still the operation in many small hospitals of the 3rd, 4th and 5th line, without being counted. As the living standards of the Chinese people are getting higher and higher, the acceptance of new things is getting higher and higher, and the national medical security system is getting better and better. Then there will be more and more application scenarios for surgical robot deployment. As someone who knows the surgical robot industry very well, Huang Hebin is now hesitating whether or not to take this crucial first step. Go out and start your own business. Just when he felt a headache, suddenly a young man came and sat down beside him with a large cup of milk tea. When Huang Hebin saw it, he couldn't help being stunned. This young man knew his colleague Xiao Li Wensong. He had a very good impression of this young man. They were all colleagues in the R&D department, although they were not in the same group. But when working on an emergency project in the past, Xiao Li was transferred to their team to help. It was the contact during that time that made the two of them good friends. They also have a background of studying abroad in the United States, but the university that Xiao Li went to is the University of Southern California, which is also a well-known university in the United States. He also studied electrical engineering. After graduation, he worked for General Electric, Dell, and Hewlett-Packard for a period of time. Last year, I returned to China and joined the 9th laboratory. However, after he joined the 9th laboratory, he has been working with the 3rd research group of the R&D department. It is said that they are studying heavy ion beam technology, which is also a technology that is currently in short supply in China. This is a kind of radiation therapy for cancer developed in Japan. It is the radiotherapy with carbon ions as rays, which accelerate the carbon ions to 70% of the speed of light, and then irradiate the tumor area of the human body. The advantage of this therapy is that there is no surgery and no pain. It is said that the effect is very good. But so far, such equipment seems to be one of the few in the world, just a few. It is still in Japan, and the effect of using this device to treat cancer is said to be very good. When Huang Hebin was working in the United States, one of the big bosses of his company in Silicon Valley got cancer. It is said that I went to Japan for heavy ion beam therapy, and the effect was very good. The guy who was sentenced to death in the United States, after spending half a year in Japan, came back alive and well. This is the advantage of the rich, as long as they have money, they can buy a life back. It is said that the cost of his treatment in Japan this time was not low. Originally, the treatment cost of heavy ion beam therapy was not cheap. Huang Hebin seemed to have heard people say that a certain wealthy man in China spent more than $700,000 to save his life. Later, with miscellaneous expenses, a total of $1 or $2 million was spent. Converted into RMB, this cost more than 10 million, but compared to buying a life back, the money spent on this is a small amount. And his American boss, he went to Japan for treatment, which is said to have cost more than $3 million. But this seems to have something to do with his spending money to jump in the team. It is said that there are only 5 heavy ion beam equipment in Japan now, and you must make an appointment if you want to use them. As of now, it is said that the people who made the appointment have been queued 2 years later. As for his boss, he was treated directly after he went, and he didn't spend too much time in queuing. This must be the effect of money. And the project team that Xiao Li belongs to was the first to tackle this subject. However, this subject is not so easy to overcome. You must know that this heavy ion beam equipment is a product developed by Japan's Mitsubishi Electric and Toshiba Electric for many years. Moreover, they have been researching for decades, and they have been put into use as early as 1994. It can be said that the Japanese are far ahead of us in this regard, whether in terms of technology accumulation or experience accumulation. However, Dr. He Fangzhu came out with his new organ transplantation technology. It can be said that in the field of tumor treatment, he came to a beautiful curve to overtake. If it was before, there were several therapies for tumor treatment. One is surgery, the other is radiotherapy, and there are also drug treatments, that is, these 3 methods. However, these are only effective for patients in the middle and early stages. In the late stage, there is basically no good way. Before the emergence of Dr. He Fangzhu's new organ transplantation technology, the heavy ion radiation therapy that the Japanese mastered was the only hope for patients with advanced tumors. However, the price of this therapy is very expensive. In addition, the equipment is scarce and the treatment has to be queued. Many people may hang up before they can get on the equipment. In addition, this kind of equipment is actually not as magical as the Japanese boasted. In fact, he is also helpless for some tumors. But when it comes to Dr. He Fangzhu's new organ transplantation, that's another matter entirely. You have a tumor. In the past, surgeons could only cut off the tumor and preserve the original human organs as much as possible. After all, the human body also depends on these organs to sustain life activities. But now, the doctor's choice is simple. As long as the tumor grows, they will cut off all the organs for you, and then replace them with new artificial organs. This can also avoid residual recurrence. Although simple and rude, the effect is leveraged. This greatly reduces the importance of heavy ion radiation in the field of tumor treatment. Because of this, the heavy ion beam R&D team, which was very important a year ago, is not so important now in the R&D department. It is said that several heads of the R&D department were also discussing whether or not to stop this group. However, it is said that the leader of the 3 groups is still insisting, and I heard that he has already contacted the Japanese side. Japan used to hide and treat their heavy ion beam technology as a treasure, but now after being overtaken by Dr. He Fangzhu on a curve, the equipment in their hands looks very tasteless. First, the equipment is large in size, and the cost of manufacturing and post-maintenance is very high, so the cost of surgery is also high. In addition, there are not many doctors willing to operate such equipment because they need to be exposed to radiation for a long time. In the past, they tried to imagine selling these equipment abroad, but unfortunately there were not many foreigners willing to purchase their equipment because the Japanese asking price is too expensive, and the maintenance of this equipment is very expensive. Ordinary hospitals can't afford it, even domestic hospitals with deep pockets. So when Dr. He Fangzhu used his new technology to overtake a beautiful curve in the field of tumor treatment, the Japanese panicked. In the past, when the 9th laboratory came to ask for cooperation, they had always been aloof, and even often avoided it. Now he took the initiative to contact the ninth laboratory, and asked them warmly, chasing them every day, asking if they should buy their equipment. He even said that as long as they are willing to buy, the Japanese are willing to send all the equipment and technology. Obviously the Japanese were also panicked by Fang's corner overtaking. Because of this, the third group of the current R&D department is still reserved. And seeing Xiao Li at this time made Huang Heben also shine. Yeah, Xiao Li, I think you are in good spirits. Why? Didn't you work overtime recently? Previously, because of heavy ion beam equipment, the research and development had not been very smooth, so Xiao Li and the others were often left behind by the leaders and asked to work overtime. And they don't hate working overtime. After all, the ninth laboratory pays the full amount of overtime. The other is to work overtime. You can also eat late night snacks, eat and drink to make money. Why not do it? So some time ago, Huang Heben often watched Xiao Li work overtime. But looking at Xiao Li's energy today, it seems that he hasn't stayed up for a while. And Xiao Li smiled at this moment. Hey, add a fart class. I'm resigning. What? You are crazy. When he heard this little brother utterly resign, Huang Heben couldn't sit still. He really appreciates this junior.mtlnovel.com. Although the two of them have never gone to the same school, he still regards Xiao Li as a junior. Not only because the two have a similar temperament, the most important thing is that they have a very consistent attitude towards scientific research, and both have a fierce energy to not hit the south wall and not look back. So now that Xiao Li said that he had resigned, Huang Heben was confused. Xiao Li is about 10 years younger than him, but because of his excellent education and work experience, he was rated P7 as soon as he entered the company. Although the annual salary is less than 1 million, he can still get more than 60. With the mess of bonuses and overtime, it is not a problem to earn more than 80 a year. This kind of job is researched and developed by an electrician, nationwide. Where can you find it? Huang Heben looked at Xiao Li with a bit of distress. This kid usually looks quite stable, so why is he so impulsive? Regardless of the salary and reputation of this ninth laboratory, how many people are squeezing their heads and want to come in? Why, Xiao Li, you just can't think about it like that. Chapter 1413 Big Breakthrough. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao, do you not know what the market is this year? Moreover, your major is not as professional as software programming. How difficult is it that you want to find a job like now? In addition, where do you find an environment like ours? There is a lot of money and little things. As long as you work with peace of mind, you don't need to care about other right and wrong. The most important thing is that we are all engaged in scientific research. Here we can provide us with any equipment we want. Moreover, the most important thing is the experimental materials. Use as much as you want. So, Xiao Li, what do you think? Huang Heben fired like a machine gun. He really couldn't figure out what happened to these young people now. How can you do a good job and stop doing it if you say you don't? And what he said, it can be said that every sentence is on the point. Take this Xiao Li, his major is not the most popular computer major at the moment. It is the sunset major, electrical engineering in people's mouth. To be honest, such a major means that it is easy to find a job in Japan or Germany, but it is not very easy to find a job in the United States. Moreover, even in Japan and Germany, people are like a carrot and a pit. Companies like Siemens and Denso rarely hire foreigners. And even if you hire you, can you still pay you the same salary as the ninth lab? Even with such a salary, what about other benefits? And even if you enter those foreign companies and enter the project team, don't you still become the most basic level tool person? As for domestic enterprises, Huang Heben can only ha. After leaving the ninth laboratory, we are still hiring electrical engineers like Xiao Li. Look at other companies. There are a few that need to be hired. And even if it recruits electrical engineers, there are a few who can give the ninth laboratory a salary. And look at those domestic machinery factories. those engineers who are engaged in electrical automation engineering, what kind of treatment they are, and what kind of working environment, compared with the ninth laboratory. It is all in the sky and the underground. Therefore, Huang Hebin was surprised at Xiao Li's choice, but also hated him for being unsatisfactory. Why was he so impulsive? Of course, this is also the reason for the chaos of concern. After all, he and Xiao Li are still very close to each other. Usually when it's afternoon tea almost every day, the two of them will have a cup of coffee together, and then chat and spank. Even though they are not in the same project team, the relationship between the two is very good. So at this time, he was very sorry to hear that Xiao Li had resigned. Li Wensong, who was opposite him, smiled and put the milk tea cup in his hand on the table in front of him. Hey, Lao Huang, listen to me. But I actually resigned this time after careful consideration. And do you know what I am going to do after I resign? Huang Hebin couldn't help but stared at Xiao Li on the opposite side. He didn't panic at all when he looked like this, and looking at him, he seems to be confident. Is it possible that he has already found his next home, or have other plans? At this moment, Xiao Li opened his handbag with a smile, then took out a black box about 30 centimeters long from it, and handed it to Huang Hebin. Huang Hebin looked at the black box in a daze. This box is flat, about 5 centimeters wide, 5 centimeters thick, and 30 centimeters long. It is a black rectangular box. However, Huang Hebin quickly saw the clue, because there was a slender opening on each side of the box. He felt something familiar, but he didn't dare to confirm it. At this time, Xiao Li took out a piece of A4 paper from his handbag and put the paper into the entrance on one side of the box. Next, he took out his mobile phone, turned on the switch of the black box, and then connected to the black box using Bluetooth. After an operation, the paper was sucked in by the black box. After a while, he vomited out from the other side, but unlike before, a report had already been printed on this piece of paper. Huang Hebin felt that he was shocked. He carefully picked up the piece of paper and studied it carefully for a while. The paper is still warm, but the writing on the paper is very clear. He stretched out his hand and took the piece of paper in front of him, and rubbed the words with his hands. As a result, the writing was very reliable, and there was no sign of de-inking. Grass, it's okay, Xiao Li, I didn't expect you to come up with such a thing quietly. Huang Hebin didn't even dare to believe that there was such a simple and straightforward printer in front of him. And it's so small. Anyone who knows about printers must know that the current printer field is almost exclusively monopolized by companies from the United States and Japan. Japan's Panasonic, Toshiba, Epson, and the US's Hewlett-Packard are almost all overlords in this field, and their status in this field is almost unbreakable. Their monopoly in this field is almost the same as the monopoly of Japan's Aeon and Germany's ZF in the field of automotive and transmissions. For any later manufacturer, don't want to bypass their patent protection wall. For example, our domestic second-generation ID cards may not be known to many people. In fact, our second-generation ID cards are printed using Japanese printers. For example, the photos on the ID card, as well as the handwriting, can last for a long time. And these are printed out with a Japanese printer. Many people may feel uncomfortable after listening. We are a citizen of 1.4 billion people, and there is a lot of personal information stored in each person's ID card. Can you actually use a Japanese electronic printer to make an ID card? Does that involve the risk of information leakage? Indeed. The HP printer of the US had a backdoor for sending data back to the US headquarters, but it was later exposed at great risk. And Japanese printers are also a virtue. If you say there is no backdoor, then everyone will not believe it. Since we know this, why do we still use it? The reason is simple. On the one hand, we can't make it ourselves, and on the other hand, even if we can make it, we can't get around their patent barriers. Just such a small printer is a field dominated by the United States and Japan. Does it sound harsh and painful? But there is no way to be sad. No way. Who let us enter this industry too late? Speaking of technology, the principle is not difficult. but it is rare how to spray ink accurately on the paper, without fading, and spray it according to your program. Earlier, there were several domestic manufacturers that were able to produce printers, but their printers often had illegible print fonts. Moreover, it is not reliable after printing, and problems such as de-inking often occurred. In addition, the nozzles of the ink cartridges are often solidified and bonded by the ink, resulting in the problem of not ejecting ink. The printers of the United States and Japan do not have this problem. Therefore, relying on technical advantages, they can quickly occupy our domestic market. Later, we also gradually conquered some printer technologies in China. But when we were able to create printers with similar performance to those of the United States and Japan, we discovered that people had applied for patents in various fields of this industry. From the appearance of the most inconspicuous machinery and equipment, to the ink cartridges, even nozzles, any part of the scanning laser, and even the hexagonal screws of a specific part, they have applied for a patent. If you carefully check the patents involved in a printer, you will find that several companies in the United States and Japan have applied for more than 20,000 patents in this field. So even if you can produce machines and equipment with no worse performance than them, you still dare not sell them publicly. Because as long as you sell it, people will immediately come to your door to sue you for infringement. If it was before, maybe we still have some solutions. But now that they have joined the WTO, this aspect cannot be ignored, especially the issue of intellectual property rights, which has always been the hardest hit area for those people who like to make fuss. This is why many domestic industrial fields have made breakthroughs, even surpassing Japanese and American companies. But only in the field of printers. We have never had a company that can do it in China. Even the main equipment for the second generation ID cards we made was actually purchased from Japan. And now seeing such a simple small box in Li Wensong's hand, Huang Heibin suddenly felt a little excited. This kid, quietly tinkering with such a good thing. Then this can be printed. But can it be copied? Can it also be scanned? Huang Heibin remembered the functions of the printer he often used, and couldn't help but ask Li Wensong, "Hey, it's not a problem." Li Wensong took the small black box over .mtlnovel.com and covered it up one by one. "Grass, this cow is broken, I understand. You are going out to start a business." Old Huang got excited for a moment. He was not a fool, he was already here. He naturally guessed what Li Wensong was going to do. No wonder he chose to resign. This small black box is a huge breakthrough. It may completely break through the technical gap in the domestic printing field. "Hey, that's right, old Huang. I'm going to start a business." To be honest, I have been tinkering with this thing for a long time. It can be said that when I was in college, I had already begun to formulate my future R&D direction. Later, when I worked in several major companies in the United States, I also collected the knowledge and ideas for developing this printer in many ways. When I was in the US, I spent all my spare time on this stuff, but there were still a few problems that could not be solved. Chapter 1414 Auspicious Opening. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. Until later, I returned to China and joined the 9th laboratory, and in their laboratory, I found the answer. Li Wensong explained to Huang Heibin. But for some specific details, it is inconvenient for him to continue to explain to Huang Heibin. After all, although Huang Heibin is also studying electrical, there is still a big gap between the two directions. And this printer, there are many technical details involved. Even if he told Huang Heibin might not understand it. For example, the ink cartridges used in his printer are completely different from traditional ink cartridges. It uses a kind of reactive toner developed by himself, and this kind of toner only sticks to the paper after being hit by a kind of radiation in the device. And that ray is the top priority of his set of equipment, using the ray from the set of 3D fluoroscopic imaging equipment in the 9th laboratory. But it is a weakened version, but also a specially designed control program. Only in this way can the ray hit the toner cartridge to print according to its own requirements. The principle of copying is also very simple, almost like that. As for scanning, the only recognition program from Spark Technology has been added. Anyway, his set of printers, in fact, he has already formed his own design concept a long time ago. And he also had discussions with their team leader, and finally the team leader helped him apply for the project. Then he did it independently. Of course, the technical support of the 9th laboratory is indispensable. For example, the miniaturization of the laser equipment was made by experts in the 9th laboratory who helped with the adjustment. There is also a set of equipment that can only be identified, and it is also a set of equipment developed by the management of the 9th laboratory to coordinate with Spark Technology. Then he was responsible for designing the concept of the printer and the layout of the internal equipment parts. This is the set of Huawei T800 in front of you. The lithium battery on this gadget can last 24 hours. If it is working, it can work continuously for 3 hours. The toner cartridge can last for a week of high-intensity work. He can take it with him, and he can charge at any time, equipped with a fast-charging system. Although Huang Haibin did not explain the working principle of this printer too much, Li Wensong introduced Huang Haibin to the various advantages and benefits of this printer. With the introduction of Li Wensong, Huang Haibin has learned more and more about the breaking point of the Huawei T800. Indeed, such a small and exquisite portable printer can be installed in a briefcase and carried around at any time. This is simply the gospel of the majority of business people. For example, if you go to another place to participate in bidding, if suddenly someone asks you to change the bid, you can do it on the computer, but after you make it on the computer, don't you have to print it out? Are you looking for print shops all over the street at midnight? At this time, if you have such a portable printer with you, is it too easy to get started? It's not a problem at all to make changes and print at the same time. Also, if you go to sign a contract in a different place, after negotiating with the other party, some clauses in the contract need to be changed. If you are not worried about using the other party's printer, you can use your own printer and operate it at any time on site. So, don't look at what paperless office is talking about every day. But in fact, there are still many places where you need printers and paper documents. And this printer really solves the pain points of many people. And the most different place between him and those traditional printers is that they are portable. The whole weight is no more than 10 kgs, and a girl can carry it with her. Moreover, it is not large in size and very convenient to carry. It can be put in a backpack or briefcase. The most important thing is that it can be taken out at any time and used at any time. It is believed that as long as such equipment is launched on the market, it will immediately be widely welcomed by business travelers. The most important thing is that, according to Xiao Li, this device was designed and developed independently by him from beginning to end. Some key components were released, relying on the technical support provided by the 9th laboratory and Spark Technology, which he hadn't heard of. It can be said that this is a printing device of pure Chinese origin. With this printer, we don't need to pay half a dime in patent fees to American and Japanese companies. In this way, the price of this equipment will naturally not be too high. Good quality and low price. With such a product, would you still worry about selling it? No wonder Xiao Li is going out to start a business. If you change yourself, I'm afraid I can't help but go out and start a business. At this time, Huang Haibin was playing with the printer in his hand, and he was also lost in thought. Suddenly he remembered something, and then suddenly turned his head to look at Li Wensong. Xiao Li, your project won't be approved by the review committee, right? And Li Wensong smiled at this moment. That is inevitable. If they hadn't passed my application, how could I dare to go out and start a business? Don't look at this set of equipment. I have a full set of intellectual property rights. But so what? At that time, just pulling investment will be hard for me. Moreover, you don't know the urgency of the domestic venture capitalists. It's harder than going to the sky to ask them for some money. And even if they are willing to lend me money, How much equity do they have to take away? 90% of them dare to ask for it. The key is that our brains can't play with them at all. Even if the key technology of this equipment is handed over, they will be kicked out every minute. Xiao Li is worthy of being a straight man in science and engineering, and he has a very clear understanding and positioning of himself, and it is also clear about the taste of the domestic capital bosses. In fact, he has been wondering how to operate this device since it was built. He also thought about quitting his job to start a business, but he has only been employed for a year, and his wealth is only a few $100,000. This little money is not an exaggeration for starting a business. Don't look at the obvious advantages of his product, but you also have to think about what kind of opponents he is facing. Those are giants like HP in the US and Panasonic in Japan. They have monopolized the domestic printer industry and have countless primary and secondary agents in the country. If he breaks into this market rashly, even if his technology is advanced, he won't even have to do anything with the Americans and Japanese. Only their agents in the country could kill him. That's right. Those agents will take the initiative to jump out and kill him. Because of his equipment, those people's cakes were moved. So although Xiao Li is very straight, he is not stupid. He also thought that he should talk to angel funds or venture capitalists. After all, his technology is definitely ahead of this era. Just a portability is enough to defeat all opponents in the industry. But the virtues of those angel funds and venture capital, he knew nothing more. He had a classmate when he was in the United States, and he also developed an electronic device. And his classmate also wants to rely on this technology to return to China to start a business. So I went back to China to find a lot of capital bosses to talk about. And the bosses are really optimistic about the technology he has. So it quickly reached 10 million. And then the company started with the support of the big bosses. Next is the ABC round of financing. But after a few rounds of financing, his classmate discovered that, what's more, his own shares have been diluted to less than 10%. The employees within the company, especially the leaders of key departments, are basically controlled by several investors. The most important thing is that there is only one big boss behind those investors. And that is the big boss who taught him how to build the company. What's even more frightening is that the team formed by the big brother at this time has absorbed and stolen all the core technologies in his hands. In the end, he could only take a small amount of money and was kicked out of the company. And that big man, after changing hands, sold that company to Dyson for a high price of more than 1 billion yuan. After a lot of hard work, in the end, he actually made a wedding dress for someone else. His classmate was also discouraged, and then he would go to the United States to take care of the elderly. But before leaving, he had already told him that these domestic capital bosses must be careful and stay away from them, because they all eat people without spitting out bones. Therefore, Li Wensong has always had no good impressions of these domestic capital. But I don't want to find those capital bosses, and I want to start my own business. So what should I do? Fortunately, the company issued a notice a few days ago. On the one hand, it is to inform everyone that in the future the company's management system will learn 3M and encourage everyone to develop what they like. On the other hand, it encourages everyone to start a business. If you have good ideas, you can go to the review committee to apply. If it is passed, then you will be able to get financial support from the company. So he went, and the result was very satisfactory. Untitled.com. His printer was very appreciated by the members of the judging committee, thinking that his work just made up for the gap in this field in China. So in less than a day, his project review passed, and also got 10 million startup capital support from Queen Fund. To be honest, Li Wensong was dumbfounded when he heard the news. It's that simple, got 10 million? And the most important thing is that the company is very fair. 10 million, only 20% of the shares in his new company. Of course, the technical support of the 9th laboratory and Spark technology will account for 10%. For such a request, Li Wensong felt that this was not too much. Compared with other ugly capitals in China, the Queen Fund recommended by the company is really benevolent and righteous. So in this way, Lee Wensong's project became the first order after the establishment of the Queen Fund. Chapter 1415 One bright prospect. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobei. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. So don't think Lee Wensong is very young, but he actually plans very clearly for the future. Prior to this, he has been focusing on printers. It can be said that he has been researching for more than 10 years and finally achieved results. But he also knows that if you just take out the results like this, then he is equivalent to a little white rabbit rushing into the forest, and he is bound to be swallowed up by those vicious capitals. And this time, with the Queen Fund pulled up by the 9th laboratory as the backing, he no longer needs to be afraid. Let's not talk about the partners in this fund. Just say that the 9th laboratory led by them is a mountain top in the field of domestic scientific research. Even if it is a tough capital, when they get to their place, they have to come and find them at the gate of worship. With the 9th laboratory covered, he doesn't need to worry anymore. Those bright guns and secret arrows from the capital side. Ha! Lao Huang, buddy is leaving here today. Let's see you later. If one day, if you get bored in the 9th laboratory, you say hello to me, I will definitely reserve a place for you in the company. Xiao Li took a big sip of the milk tea in his hand, then got up and said goodbye to Huang Haibin. Ha, that relationship is over, President Li. I wish you a bright future and smooth sailing. I'll just wait for your success, and then go to you. Huang Haibin laughed and stood up and gave Lee Wensong a blessing, and said jokingly, ha, I will lend you auspicious words. I won't say much today on Wednesday. Let's find a place to gather on Friday night and have a good drink. Xiao Li wasn't an inked person either. He spoke to Huang Haibin Hala and got up and left the Juice King. However, Huang Haibin was not in a hurry to leave the cafe. Instead, holding a half cup of milk tea, he sat back again. Seeing Lee Wensong's back, he couldn't help sighing for a long time. Still, young people are aggressive. Not long after the company announced, this is the first one to stand up and eat crabs. And what is the level of the campaigners review committee? You know that members of the gang have always been known for being harsh. Before that, their R&D department, as well as the drug R&D department, had reported many projects many times. The results were all killed without exception, and only a few passed. Although everyone complained about them, the reasons for the refutation given by them were all very sufficient. If you look at their rebuttal reasons with confidence, you know that those people are really not aimless, and their rebuttals are often justified. And from the reports, it can be seen that the scientific research standards of those committee members are very high, and they really have extraordinary scientific foresight. But such a group of people actually passed Xiaoli's application and gave him 10 million. What does this show? Xiaoli's project is on fire. This can be affirmed from the products of the 9th laboratory, which is now popular all over the world. Every product launched by this company is arguably the hottest product at the moment. So who would dare to say that the members of this campaigners review committee have a problematic vision? So don't think too much. Xiaoli's project is definitely finished. And Huang Haibin's first thought was to ask him if he could get a share in his company when he waited for dinner with Xiaoli on the weekend. But then he thought that even Xiaoli's project has been completed. What about his own project? This portable printer project by Xiaoli looks really good, with a lot of necessary elements for a big fire. What about your own project? Homemade surgical robot. Is there no chance? No, absolutely not. As long as your surgical robot is doing well, it will also have the characteristics of fire. It can even be said that in terms of market prospects, the prospects of surgical robots can be said to be absolutely bright. In fact, he also knew that before him, many domestic manufacturers had developed surgical robots. It's a pity to tell the truth, most of those manufacturers are trying to deceive attention and subsidies. They researched out that the surgical robot, and the American Da Vinci, is really not a star and a half, but 1,000 miles, okay. If nothing else, just talk about several high-end problems of this surgical robot. There are not a few domestic companies that can do well in the two areas of robotic arm and navigation, and Da Vinci, who is a native of the United States, is truly a must in the world. Although it has also been reported before that Da Vinci went crazy in the operating room. The patient on the operating table was directly sent to heaven, and the doctor who performed the operation was beaten half to death. This is a real case that happened in a hospital in the Great Yin Empire. Of course, after the incident was exposed, it was soon suppressed by the Intuitive Surgery Company. However, in subsequent investigations, it was discovered that the reason why the Da Vinci robot would go mad in the operating room was because the doctor operating the robot was an idiot. During the operation procedure was damaged due to improper operation, which eventually led to this tragedy. As of now, the total number of operations performed using Da Vinci surgical robots worldwide has exceeded 1.1 million. And this data is still growing steadily, which is enough to show that the market prospects for surgical robots are very bright. Even some time ago, Dr. He Fang's new human organ transplantation technology has directly upgraded surgery to the 2.0 era, but this will not affect the development prospects of surgical robots, because from the current general environment, the hospital surgical operations are mainly divided into three categories. One type is the traditional surgery performed by the doctor himself. This type of surgery is directly operated by the doctor, and the instruments can be intuitively controlled in the same direction. However, the accuracy of the operation cannot be too high, and the narrow space in the deep part of the human body will be very restricted, which is a test of the doctor's experience, technique, and physical strength. Because the doctor can control the instrument with his fingers and wrist during the operation, it is very intuitive and flexible, but sometimes it is difficult to achieve the desired accuracy. Moreover, human hands have the inevitable natural tremor characteristics, so the safety of the operation depends entirely on the doctor's experience. During the whole process, doctors need to stand to complete the operation, which consumes a lot of physical energy for the doctor. In addition, the surgical wound is very large, and there will be a lot of bleeding during the operation, and the recovery of the patient will be very slow. The only advantage is that the cost is relatively low and it is very friendly to the wallets of the majority of patients. And the second is the very popular laparoscopic surgery. This kind of surgery requires the cooperation of the chief surgeon with the deputy. The second hand holds the mirror, and the chief surgeon performs the reverse operation. Because this kind of surgery is done under a two-dimensional picture, the resolution is not high, and the picture is easily distorted. The most important thing is the uncoordinated hand-eye coordination. Moreover, the equipment used has only 4 degrees of freedom, which is not as flexible as the first type of manual operation angle, and the accuracy is not high enough. Moreover, the cannula instrument used during the operation will amplify the shaking of the hands, so the safety of the operation also depends on the experience of the doctor. And this kind of surgery, doctors also need to stand up to complete. The most important thing is that this type of surgery is not suitable for complex surgery. However, there are many benefits of this kind of surgery. The most notable one is minimally invasive, less bleeding, and quicker recovery after surgery. Of course, the cost is relatively moderate, so it is more popular now. The third type is the use of surgical robots. In fact, this type of operation is the second type, an upgraded version of laparoscopic minimally invasive surgery, called intelligent minimally invasive surgery. The biggest advantage of using surgical robots for surgery is that the surgeon can control the lens by himself to get the surgical field he wants to see, and the hand-eye coordination is more coordinated. And because the device uses a 3-dimensional high-definition imaging device, the surgical area can be magnified 1015 times, and a clearer surgical field can be obtained, which can easily break through the limit of the human eye. At the same time, the manipulator arm equipped with the surgical robot has 7 degrees of freedom, breaking the limit of the freedom of the human hand. and is more flexible and precise than the wrist of a real person. The most important thing is that the motor behind the robotic arm is equipped with an automatic filter defibrillation system, which makes the robotic arm more stable than a human hand. This is more conducive to separation and anatomy. The tissues and parts located in the deep and narrow spaces of the human body have better protection of nerves and blood vessels, making the operation safer. Moreover, during the operation, the doctor can sit down and use the joystick to complete the operation, which greatly saves the doctor's physical strength and is more conducive to the doctor to complete the long-term, highly complex and difficult operation. During the operation, it will also greatly reduce the chance of doctors making mistakes due to fatigue. Moreover, this kind of surgery is a minimally invasive operation, which is very beneficial to the patient's post-operative recovery. In the past, critically ill and elderly patients who were not recommended for surgery were also given the opportunity to undergo surgery with the cooperation of surgical robots. The only disadvantage of this kind of surgery is its relatively high cost. At present, the cost of using surgical robots to complete the operation in China is basically calculated according to the patient's disease and the difficulty of the operation. Mentalnovel.com length of time. However, starting from the start, the basic cost is 40,000, and the most important thing is that the medical insurance is not covered. This is also the main reason why surgical robots have been in the country for more than 10 years, but so far, the total number of operations has only been more than 100,000. No way, because the cost of this operation is too expensive. Just make one cut and start at 40,000. The reason why it is so expensive is also because the cost of purchasing this surgical robot is very high. As far as Huang Haben knows, the average selling price of Ferrari is only 300,000 euros. And the starting price of the top Rafa is only more than 1 million euros. The price of this surgical robot starts at 500,000 US dollars, and the top fitting price is more than 2.5 million US dollars. It is also because the prices purchased from abroad are very expensive, so if he can build a surgical robot with not weak performance in China, then the prospects can be said to be absolutely bright. Chapter 1416. The advantages are outstanding. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. This can be seen from the ever-increasing cases of surgical robots performing surgery in recent years, that people's acceptance of surgical robots is also getting higher and higher. Although surgical robots are very expensive to use, what is the cost compared with treating diseases and saving people? Moreover, after understanding the magical use of surgical robots in principle, we can know that even He Fangzi has led surgical operations into the 2.0 era. But that's just to say that in fact, the concept of surgery has entered the 2.0 era, and this kind of surgical robot should be classified as a medical device used in surgery. He and Dr. He Fang's surgical concepts do not conflict at all, and they can even complement each other. For example, using this kind of surgical robot can also complete the organ transplant operation under the guidance of Dr. He Fang's. Even with this kind of surgical robot, it can be done better than the original manual operation. Because the joint wrist of the robot has more degrees of freedom, it will be more flexible, and it can also filter out the natural tremor of the human hand during the operation. In addition, the manipulator also has functions such as traction, cutting, and stitching. So it can be said that a person can complete a very complicated operation with this kind of equipment. Such equipment is also very friendly to doctors. You should know that in the past, when doctors performed operations, it was often not enough to rely on one person, especially when performing complicated and difficult operations. Often there are one or two deputies. For example, during the operation, one person is responsible for the hook. That is to use hooks to fix the cut wound by the patient, and expose the part to be operated on in front of the doctor's eyes. There is also an assistant who will constantly wipe sweat for the doctor, or help hold the part to be cut or sutured. After all, there is a layer of very slimy tissue fluid outside the tissues and organs of the human body. If there is no one to help fix it, it is difficult for the doctor to guarantee the accuracy of the operation. In this way, there are 3 people crowded in front of an operating table. Therefore, everyone's position is very awkward, and complicated operations are often performed within a few hours. During these few hours, the doctor must ensure the stable output of his hands, which places very high demands on the doctor. Not to mention that the patient is a big man of 1.8 meters, even a man of 2 meters. 3 people squeezed in front of an operating table will also feel very awkward. In addition, taking into account the average height of our country, the space for doctors to perform operations is even smaller. Therefore, conventional surgery actually consumes a lot of physical strength. Therefore, if you are too tired during the operation, the chance of making mistakes will be greatly increased. And if the surgical robot is used to complete the operation, it is another matter entirely. First of all, the doctor is sitting in front of the operating table in the corner of the operating room and looking at the 3D picture on the screen to complete the operation. And during the operation, because the lens imaging rate is very high, it can also magnify the patient's area, which is very beneficial for the doctor to complete the resection, or dissociate, or suture the wound, because it can be seen more clearly. The accuracy of the operation is higher, and the mechanical arm can also filter out the tremor of the human hand, which also brings higher safety to the operation. In addition, the doctor does not need 3 people to huddle together. The doctor's operating environment is better, the mood is also good, and the mood is good, and the hands-on process will naturally be more smooth. During the entire operation, the doctor can operate the manipulator to open the surgical field, assist the hook, and fix the site to be operated on. You know that a surgical robot can be equipped with up to 7 robotic arms. Of course, the number of robotic arms will naturally be based on the hospital's customization requirements. After all, the number of robotic arms is different, and the price will naturally be different. But the more robotic arms, the better, because there are more robotic arms. The doctor can complete the work of 3 people by 1 person, without the first aid of a hook and the second aid of wiping sweat at all. Even if there is 1 more robotic arm, he doesn't even need to be equipped with an instrument nurse, because there are enough robotic arms. Various instruments can be replaced at any time. And because the end of the robotic arm is very slender, this kind of robotic arm can also penetrate into some deep parts of the human body, or into a small space, and perform operations on that part. We must know that in the past, when operations were performed entirely by human hands, it was not impossible to perform such operations, but it required a large operation. To put it bluntly, it means to make a very big hole in the person, and it may even be necessary to cut the person in half to perform the operation. It's not an exaggeration to say that, but it won't work if you don't do this kind of surgery. But now with this kind of surgical robot, the difficulty of the original operation is greatly reduced, and the original major operation becomes a minor operation at once. For example, in the past, nephrectomy or ureteroplasty was performed. The traditional method of surgery naturally involves a knife in the stomach. Because of the location of the kidney, this cut cannot be cut very small, because the doctor has to turn out the intestines, then find the lower waist and remove it. Or turn the intestines out and perform ureteral anastomosis. In fact, the operation is not very difficult, but just because the internal organs have to be turned out, the difficulty is invisibly increased. Moreover, the patient suffers. After the operation, the surgeon will hurt the vitality, so it often takes a long time for the patient to recover. But if it is now, directly using surgical robots, it is quite another matter. Just make a few small holes in the belly, then inflate the abdominal cavity, and then insert the robotic arm through the small holes. Next, the doctor can complete the cutting and removal of the kidney or the anastomosis of the ureter on the operating table by controlling the mechanical arm. It used to take several hours to perform this kind of surgery, but now it can be done in an hour, and even a skilled doctor can't even use it in an hour. And if it was before, for such an operation, the patient would have to lie down in the hospital for at least a month, and take long-term medication when returning home, and rest for a short period of 6 months before basically recovering. But now, if you use a surgical robot, you can go to the ground in 1 week and be discharged from the hospital in 2 weeks. If you have a good physical fitness, you can go home and cultivate for a month, and you are basically no different from a normal person. This is the advantage of using surgical robots. So even if the price of surgical robots is very expensive, it can't hold back people who don't want their loved ones to suffer and are willing to pay for these operations. This is also one of the main reasons why the surgical robots Huang Heibin has learned about have become more and more widely used in major domestic hospitals in recent years. Speaking of the increasing use of surgical robots, we have to understand that in those areas, this kind of surgical robots are the most widely used. According to Huang Heibin's understanding, currently in China, surgical robots are most widely used in major hospitals, of which there are only 2 departments, one for pediatrics and the other for gynecology. Speaking of pediatrics, the truth is very simple. Because children's bodies and organs are smaller than adults, it is generally very difficult to perform surgery on them. And because of the intensification of doctor-patient disputes in my country in recent years, pediatrics is often the department most prone to violent conflicts. Therefore, there are fewer and fewer doctors who are willing to engage in pediatrics. However, as the pace of social life becomes faster and faster, and children have diseases, more and more cases require surgical treatment. Therefore, surgical robots, as a carrier, are increasingly used to perform operations on children. Using surgical robots to perform operations on children is actually very beneficial. The first problem is that my country's medical resources are not sufficient, especially pediatricians are now extremely scarce. There are only so many high-level experts, but now more and more children need high-level experts to treat them every day. You said how these experts can save so many children. Even if the operation is performed 24 hours a day, it can't be saved. Moreover, if the doctor is soaked in the operating room every day, the doctor will also get tired, and once the fatigue is overdone, it is easy to cause medical accidents. So at this time, it would be better to use surgical robots. Because the children's bodies are small, the operating environment is very limited and the surgical field is narrow, which is a problem for doctors. But for surgical robots, this is their natural battlefield. The narrow areas that doctors can't easily enter are not a problem for them. Moreover, the operation can be completed by simply drilling a few holes without having to open a big knife, which greatly reduces the risk of the operation and improves the safety. In addition, because the lens can magnify the surgical field area up to 15 times, this in turn provides a guarantee for doctors to complete high-precision surgery. So it can be said that this kind of surgical robot is born as a special equipment for pediatrics. In many large domestic hospitals, www.mentalnovel.com, pediatrics is indeed the department equipped with the most surgical robots. For example, as of the end of October this year, the pediatrics of Zhejiang University has just completed the surgical treatment of the 200th surgical robot this year. Such data is almost equivalent to completing 1 unit every day this year. And the pediatricians in Kilu, Xiangya and other places are also like this. The second department most willing to use surgical robots is gynecology, because many gynecological diseases are basically diseases in the abdominal cavity. These diseases are not big but not small. In the past, the treatment of such diseases required a large operation. Since laparoscopic surgery, the difficulty of the operation has been reduced a lot. But the problem now is that laparoscopy can only perform some simple operations, and some relatively complicated operations cannot be done independently by laparoscopy. If it was before, the patient would inevitably have to get a knife in the stomach, but now that there is a surgical robot, the difficulty of the operation will immediately drop. Chapter 1417 The Future of the Medical World. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow. And doctors like to use surgical robots. There may be two other reasons. For example, when encountering certain patients with infectious diseases, whether it is a doctor or a nurse, the most feared thing is to run into such a patient. If you run into it, do you mean to save it or not? If they are not saved, they are doctors, and their job is where they are responsible. As long as the patient wants to live and the patient's family requires it, they must be saved. But in the absence of a vaccine, they operate on such patients, which actually puts themselves in a very dangerous situation. For example, if doctors run into AIDS patients, if they need surgery, how do you say they should be saved? You must know that this virus is directly transmitted through blood. Normal people usually have too much time to hide from such patients. But doctors, in order to rescue patients, they have to face the most direct source of infection. You said that the doctor has no psychological pressure. How can it be possible? What if the patient had a blood vessel rupture and hemorrhage during the operation, and the doctor happened to cut his hand because of the surgical instrument? Know this situation. It happens often. After all, doctors usually only wear a thin layer of surgical gloves in order to ensure the feel of the operation. Even if you wear 3 layers when performing surgery on this patient, the gloves are as thin as they are, and they can easily be scratched. In case of scratching, the skin of the hand is also scratched, and a bit of blood from the patient happens to be stained. How would you say the doctor feel? Or if a blood vessel ruptures suddenly, and the patient's blood is sprayed out directly into the doctor's eyes, how would the doctor feel? At that time, I put down the operation and went to the sink for washing, but when you are done washing, the patient will die too. Who is responsible at that time? And even if you rescue the patient, but unfortunately you get recruited, who is it? Are you going to admit that you are unlucky? Not to mention such terrible diseases as AIDS, even those diseases such as hepatitis B, sound bad enough. What's more, there are still many flowering and willow diseases that cannot be cured. Therefore, when doctors encounter such patients, they are also very taboo. Asking them to operate on these patients is actually not willing to give them more money. However, if such an operation is performed with the cooperation of a surgical robot, the pressure on the doctor's heart will be reduced a lot, and the operation process will be much smoother. There is also the kind of surgery that requires exposure to radiation, and it is also the most troublesome surgery for doctors. For example, the patient suffered a severe trauma suddenly, causing hemorrhage in the body, and the location of the bleeding could not be judged. The doctors will wear lead clothes, push the patient into the CT room, take pictures to find bleeding points, and complete the operation. During the whole process, the doctor will take in a lot of rays. Although they all wear lead clothes, everyone who knows how to do it knows that the thing is more of a comforting effect. After all, some rays cannot be avoided at all. Long-term exposure to radiation will greatly increase the chance of genetic mutation. And what are the consequences of large-scale genetic mutations? Quite simply, if you are an unmarried doctor, you are likely to suffer from infertility. Even if they can give birth to children, the incidence of congenital diseases in their offspring is much higher than that of ordinary people. And for doctors who are married and have children, if the chance of gene mutation is greatly increased, it will also greatly increase their chances of developing other diseases, such as tumors. Therefore, under normal circumstances, unless they are a last resort, doctors will never be exposed to radiation for surgery. But sometimes, even if you don't want to, he simply doesn't allow it in reality. For example, when encountering the above-mentioned sudden situation, the patient caused hemorrhage inside the body due to sudden trauma. When the bleeding point cannot be judged, you can only move the patient to the radiology room and perform the operation while taking pictures. It is inevitable to eat the radiation. However, if the hospital is equipped with a surgical robot at this time, It can help doctors solve a big problem. They can control the robot in a safe area away from the rays to complete the operation on the patient. And because of the flexibility of the surgical robot's wrist and the characteristics of the mechanical arm, the surgical robot can also perform more complex and precise operations in a small space. This greatly improves the chances of curing diseases and saving lives. And now the country is vigorously promoting 5G technology, and when it comes to real-world application scenarios of 5G technology, it was mentioned in it that it can be used for telemedicine. Speaking of telemedicine, the terminal that can ultimately treat patients is actually talking about this kind of surgical robot. For example, in the Magic City today, a certain wealthy businessman has a sudden illness and entered the hospital. After the hospital conducted some inspections, it finally concluded that it can be treated here, but we do not guarantee that it will definitely be saved. As far as the whole country is concerned, for this type of disease, the most sure thing to treat is to be transferred to Dr. the 10th of Beijing 30X Hospital. However, the current situation is that the patient's condition is very critical and it is no longer suitable for transporting the patient to Beijing for treatment. And even if you have the means to ask Dr. X to fly to the devil to make a throwing knife, time is too late, because the patient is critically ill. You must make a decision within 3 hours. So what should I do? At this time, if there is a 5G system and a surgical robot can cooperate, then this is not a problem at all. Dr. X can be directly connected to the front end of the surgical robot in the Magic City operating room in front of the operating table of the Beijing hospital, manipulated from the capital side, and the surgical robot on the Magic City side to perform the operation on the patient. If this were before, it would be impossible, because although the 4G network speed is also very fast, it is not enough for such long-distance remote control operations. There are delays in uploading and issuing network instructions. But with the 5G network, these are all right. Of course, the most important thing is that you also have a surgical robot front end that can cooperate with you on the Magic City. Once such a vision can become reality, then the gospel for all kinds of patients will come completely. For example, patients in some small places now tend to run to big cities whenever they encounter some serious illnesses. First of all, I choose to go to the top 3 hospitals in the province. If the top 3 hospitals in the province can save it, then go to the capital or the Magic Capital, the 2 most developed medical places in China. It's not that patients and family members like to toss, but because the technical level of doctors in small hospitals is really limited. Sometimes, not to mention the operation, even if you give someone a diagnosis, you can't understand it. It is not an exaggeration to say that misdiagnosis happens almost every day in hospitals in small cities of the 3rd, 4th and 5th tier. Obviously it was a type A disease, but it was diagnosed as a B disease, and then a bunch of medicines were prescribed to the patient, and the patient was asked to eat and eat first when he went home. As a result, after taking it for a month, not only was the disease not cured, but it became serious. At this time, the patient didn't want to care about with the hospital, so he could only bite his teeth and ran to the big hospital in the province or the big hospital in Beijing. You said that if you run into such a doctor, would you like to let such a doctor perform the operation on you? And if there is a surgical robot, it is another matter entirely. With the existence of the Penglai Pavilion consultation app, patients can use the Penglai Pavilion app to register to the capital of Beijing, or the number of the Magic Capital expert. Then, within the specified time before the appointment, go to the self-service medical examination center to complete the medical examination. After the physical examination is completed, the medical examination report required by the doctor will be automatically sent to the doctor. Then the doctor can make a prediction of the condition based on the medical examination report and the medical history of the patient. For minor cases, you can diagnose and treat by taking medicine. For severe cases, you must go to the hospital for accurate diagnosis according to the doctor's requirements. Then there is no need for the patient to go to the capital or the capital where the doctor is located for surgery. As long as their local hospital has a surgical robot, they can make an appointment with an expert and use the surgical robot to complete the operation for them remotely. This is the medical concept of the future. Thinking of this, Hwang Hae-bin couldn't help but get a little excited. In this afternoon, he sat in the Juice King's cafe, thinking about so many details, and took out a small book, writing and drawing all the way, recording the advantages, specialties, and application scenarios that the surgical robot may face in the future, all scaring me. The reason for recording these is because he wants to make a more detailed operating system according to different application scenarios. After all, you can't wait until something actual happens before you consider designing an operating system. You must know that surgical robots are essentially the same as various industrial robots. Untitled.com for surgical robots. The most important parts are actually the major components. The first is the control software. It can be said that the C-side has always been studied, even when he worked at MIT or Silicon Valley companies in the United States. He has been studying this kind of system, so he actually has a lot of knowledge about the system. It's just that the application scenarios in the US are different from the domestic application scenarios in many places. So this point needs to be changed. The second thing is the hardware. In this regard, we have always been far behind foreign countries. For example, the servo motors and sensors that control the robotic arm have always been the weakest shortcomings in our country. Based on the current level of our domestic manufacturers, Hwang Hae-bin feels that it is unlikely to catch up in the short term. So these two kinds of equipment can only be purchased and imported from abroad. Chapter 1418 How hard is it to save a robot? I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow. Needless to say, the importance of the servo motor is mainly the input and output device of the entire robot. The robotic arm of your surgical robot must be stable and must reach the speed you want to achieve the best results. And it depends on the power of the servo motor assembled on your robot. Generally speaking, in the area of servo motors, it is better to do it abroad. Of course, the best is the Japanese, especially the Japanese Denso. The robots they produce are exclusively for companies like Toyota and Honda. And there are a lot of them specifically for Mitsubishi's military industry department. As for Mitsubishi's servo motors and Doi Heavy Industries servo motors, in fact, the quality is not bad at all, because these two machine tools are very strong. Many of Japan's military equipment are produced by these two factories, such as their warships, submarines, and mined. However, the requirements of the servo motors used on surgical robots are different from those used on ordinary industrial machine tools. The servo motors used on industrial machine tools have different requirements from those of surgical robots, so the settings are naturally different. Because industrial machine tools often require high-speed cutting, they have very high power requirements for servo motors, and they also require very powerful deceleration functions. But the servo motors required by surgical robots are another matter entirely. The speed at which surgical robots drive mechanical arms does not require too fast. And the only requirement is stability and accuracy, so this requires work on the control software, as well as the filter and defibrillation system. Therefore, the requirements for servo motors are not particularly strong, as long as the power output is stable, the life is long, and there is no clutter. To be honest, even with such low requirements, the servo motors produced by domestic manufacturers are not reassuring, because in terms of smoothness of output, we still have a gap with foreign products. In fact, when it comes to design concepts, we don't understand it. But when it comes to gaps, it's still lagging behind the most basic materials. The stators used in other servo motors are all smelted with special rare earth materials, which ensures the stability, life, and accuracy of their motor's output. Therefore, the servo motor of others can achieve stable power output without jamming or sudden interruption of power output. And our domestically made servo motors. It's really hard to say, but anyone who has been to first-line factories and visited on-site will know what the situation is. I can't talk too much about it here, because if I talk too much, there is a risk of 404. Therefore, for surgical robots, what is needed is not the top-level servo motor. As long as the ordinary level servo motor can ensure that the power output is stable, it is enough. For example, the Da Vinci surgical robot produced in the United States, the most powerful surgical robot on the market, has more than 30 servo motors installed all over the body. And their motors are all made by Maxson of Switzerland. It's not a high-end product, but it is also a trusted brand, so this is also convenient for Huang Haibin. If he wants to get a Maxson motor, it is much simpler than getting a motor from Denso or Bosch in Germany. After all, those two companies have always been very wary of us. After all, the current international attitude towards us is quite special, especially in Western countries. In many sensitive areas, there will be many restrictions on our technology output. Devices such as servo motors are more sensitive devices, because this kind of equipment, if it is used on a machine tool, it will definitely make many people unavoidable to imagine. But if you import this kind of relatively ordinary servo motor, it is of civilian grade at first glance, and those who use a magnifying glass to pick faults will not be able to tell. Next, we will talk about the robotic arm of this surgical robot, and this is also the most different place between this robot and traditional robots. In the past, traditional industrial robots mostly used ball screw bearings when controlling mechanical arms. Roll-rental 4-cylinder bearings controlled the forward, backward, and forward and backward precision of the mechanical arm, which are also controlled by ball screw bearings. Therefore, it can be said that rolling rental screw bearings are the soul of an industrial machine tool. It is also where the precision of industrial machine tools lies. The ball screw bearing has always been a pain point and weakness of our country. Take industrial robots as an example. When the robotic arm is processing parts, the accuracy of the parts must be controlled within a few tenths of a wire. All it depends on is the ball screw bearing, because it is he who controls the forward depth, angle, and force of the robotic arm, which determines the machining accuracy of this workpiece. This has greatly improved the requirements for the roller screw bearings that control the robotic arm. Don't think we can make bearings for giant electric windmills, but if we talk about such small bearings, we really can't do it. And speaking of this bearing, the gap between us and foreign countries is completely two-sided. The first is processing accuracy. You can see a lot of videos of German bearings on the internet. People's bearings can be used as long as they are assembled without lubricating oil. And as long as you give him a strength, he can even keep turning for about a minute. What does this show? This shows that the machining accuracy is high. The energy loss of the bearing is very small during the process of rotation. On the other hand, the polishing level is high. The surface of the workpiece is extremely smooth, so even without lubricating oil, the rotation resistance of the workpiece is very small. Then you try to put on domestically made bearings. Even if the size and shape of the bearings are the same, with the same strength, the bearings of others can rotate for 1 minute, while our bearings can last for half a minute. The first manifestation of this is the gap in processing accuracy. Even if we only have a few threads less visible to the naked eye than the accuracy of others, the actual work effect of the workpiece will be much worse. And the second thing is the material. The used by others are all made of special alloy steel, which can work for a long time in a high temperature and high pressure environment without deformation. You are looking at our balls, which are also known as special alloy steels, but they are put under the same working conditions. The German ball can work for 10 years, as long as it is regularly maintained. It will not be broken and does not need to be replaced. But our domestically produced are scrapped in half a year, either deformed or cracked, and even more ruthlessly broken directly. This is not an exaggeration at all. As long as people who have visited various factories on the ground, they know that this is definitely not alarmist. And if we are in high-end bearings, it can be said that foreign countries have been blocking us all the time. It is very expensive to import high-end bearings from Germany or Japan. The most hateful thing is that even if you are rich, they will not necessarily sell it to you. Fortunately, In the area of surgical robots, the designers in the United States at the time circumvented this problem ingeniously. In fact, this is mainly related to the characteristics of surgical robots. Speaking of surgical robots, it may be difficult for us to imagine that this thing is actually a device born out of an industrial robot. The so-called industrial robots, in fact, the earliest industrial robots were machine tools. Before the 1950s, the machine tools in the factory were all first-generation products, which were products with a single performance, such as lathes, milling machines, grinders, and so on. Later, in the late 1950s, the Americans assembled these machine tools with different performances together, so there was the first generation of industry that integrated 5 functions such as turning, pinning, boring, milling, and grinding. Machine tool. Afterwards, it was because of the development of electronic science. So in the 1980s and 1990s, the Germans and Japanese had carried forward this modern industrial machine tool and achieved it to the extreme. At that time, this 5-axis linkage machine tool had a beautiful name, called a modern machining center. In fact, this is the first generation of industrial robots, but the appearance is not the same as the robots with heads and manipulators in our cognition. But he has all the functions that a robot should have. For example, the fixtures and machining tools in his processing unit are actually the robotic arms of the robots we know, and their CNC panel is their brain. After this first generation of machine tools, large European and American companies have developed assembly line robots, and this kind of assembly line robot is mainly used in the automobile industry, mainly for welding the white body of the car. And this generation of robots is more like the robots we know, although there is no head, but there is a tasting robotic arm. MTLnovel.com. One side can fix the body and turn the body back and forth according to the angle set by the program. The other robotic arm holds the welding torch and can continuously drill into the car body at various angles to complete the welding on the car. The control of these 2 generations of industrial robots is inseparable from ball screw bearings. It can even be said that the machining accuracy of their work is controlled by servo motors and 4-cylinder bearings. Speaking of this surgical robot, although it is also born out of an industrial robot, the original designer had difficulty whether to use the 4-cylinder bearing, because the working conditions of surgical robots are very different from those of industrial robots. If a ball screw bearing is installed on such a robot, firstly, the cost is too high, and secondly, it will greatly increase the volume of the equipment. This goes against the original intention of the designer, and the ball screw bearing has very high requirements for the working environment. This is inconsistent with the design concept of surgical robots. Chapter 1419. Can't accept. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants Kowtow. Speaking of this, I have to say, the original design concept of this surgical robot. In fact, at the beginning of the birth of surgical robots, they did not look like ordinary people. His initial design concept was actually for the war. As early as the late 1980s, a group of experts in the United States began to study surgical robots at the Stanford Research Institute, which has an official background. However, it was the U.S. Ministry of National Defense that initially supported the development of this project, and their ultimate goal is to allow these scientists to develop a robot that can be operated by soldiers on the battlefield. Their requirement for this kind of robot is simple and easy to carry. Even if it is possible, the doctor can be operated remotely to help soldiers on the battlefield complete the operation, so as to achieve the purpose of curing the soldiers. After all, in a frontline environment, it is not so easy for doctors to work quietly to save people. This idea is very whimsical and very bold, and it was possible to think of such a scheme in the 1980s. You have to admire other Americans with big brains. Of course, this may also be related to the Star Wars plan that they dominated at the time. At that time, this project received a lot of special funds from the U.S. Ministry of National Defense. Unfortunately, in the 1990s, The Star Wars program ended because of the disintegration of the former Soviet Union. At this time, the U.S. Ministry of National Defense also had to reduce expenditures, so after the 1990s, this project rarely received funding from the military. However, the military soon helped contact the National Health Institute of the United States through their relationship, and this institution continued to inject funds and conduct research on this project. Because of the strong financial support and the countless scientific elites in the United States, this project has made progress very quickly. But one of the scientists involved in the project at the time, Frederick Dr. Moore, is very interested in this project, and he was applied to the project team many times. It is required that the first generation products of this project be taken out for civilian use, so that the goal of maximum commercialization can be achieved. Unfortunately, it has not been approved before. Knowing that in 1994, he bought all the intellectual property rights of the first generation robot out of his pocket, and established the Intuitive Surgery Company in 1995. And then packaged this first-generation product and launched it on the market in 1996. The Americans actually produced such robots more than 20 years ago, which shows the terrible technical background and strength of the US. Moreover, they are constantly updating and iteratively researching on the original basis. For example, in 2006, they launched the second-generation product. And in 2009 they launched the third-generation product. In 2014, the fourth-generation product came out. In the past few years, the fifth-generation products of Intuition Sense have been sold all over the world. When American scientists originally designed this robot, the main consideration was to use it in harsh environments such as battlefields. Therefore, the requirements for robotic arms are higher than industrial robots. So they thought of many ways. For example, the whole device is divided into three parts. One part is the doctor's console, the robotic arm system, and the imaging system. The doctor console, as the name suggests, is a platform for doctors to operate the equipment. The robotic arm system is the key component to perform operations on the patient. It is the same as the processing equipment of industrial robots, but the industrial robots use servo motors to control the robotic arms. The control system on the surgical robot is another matter. In this system, there are a total of 4 robotic arms. The middle one is called the mirror arm, which as the name suggests is holding the camera, and the other 3 are called the arm, which is also the operating arm. At the beginning of the operation, the doctor must first penetrate the arm holding the mirror into the patient's operating area through the console to expose the operating field. At the same time, another mechanical arm is operated to penetrate into the patient's body to complete the operation. The entry angle and depth of the robotic arm are all set, and once it enters the surgical area, it will be locked and fixed. At this time, to complete the operation, it is necessary to rely on the mechanical wrist joint at the front end of the mechanical arm, as well as the clamp or knife. Relying on these small tools, doctors can complete a series of surgical actions such as freeing, cutting, suturing, clamping, and electrocoagulation in the patient's surgical area. Moreover, the mechanical wrist and the front-end fixture are very flexible, with up to 7 degrees of freedom, which is even more flexible than a human wrist. So this set of equipment can perform very delicate movements in a very small space. Last year, Leonardo da Vinci made an advertisement. The doctor operated 2 robotic arms to reach in through the narrow mouth of a wine bottle, and performed an operation on a grape inside the bottle. It is not an exaggeration. They cut the belly of the grapes, and then completed the stitching of the grapes. Everyone can see the entire operation process on the internet, and this level of dexterity and sophistication is really impossible to accomplish by hand. So, although the price of using surgical robots to complete surgery is very expensive, in fact, this kind of equipment really means the future of surgery. And because there are many manipulators on the surgical robot, and the control of such manipulators must be precise and extremely flexible. In this way, it is impossible to use the 4-cylinder bearings to control. The original designers, in order to solve this problem, put forward a plan to install as many motors as possible on the equipment. For example, motors are installed at the joints of each robotic arm. Then at the end of the robotic arm, a clutch with a rotatable joint is installed, and a micromechanical joint and 4 control wheels are installed at the back. Then it is released by the motor, or the steel wire is pulled in to drive the control wheel, so as to control the micromechanical joints, and finally to control the clutch, to control the tool at the end of the mechanical arm, and the clamp to complete the operation. Speaking of it, the working principle is actually very complicated. When Huang Hebin learned about the working principle of the entire surgical robot, he was also stunned by the open mind of the Americans. Previously, he thought that to control the robotic arm, a ball screw bearing was really needed. At that time, he was wondering how the Americans used bearings to control so many robotic arms. It wasn't until later that he learned that people didn't use bearings at all, but used other mechanical methods. Since then, he has been deeply impressed by the technological creativity of Americans. However, it is precisely because the robot does not use ball screw bearings, which greatly reduces the difficulty of installing the robot. If this robot uses ball screw bearings to control the robotic arm, it must be embarrassing to know that the current high-precision ball screw bearings need to be imported from abroad. And once people think that you import this thing and use it in some places that shouldn't be used, then they won't sell it to you, even if you pay a higher price. Moreover, the precision requirements of bearings used in industrial machine tools and robots are very high, and the highest is even accurate to a few microns. So the price is also very expensive. If Huang Hebin is really asked to pay for it, even if others are willing to sell it to him, he can't afford too much, because the thing is too expensive. For surgical robots, as long as millimeter-level accuracy is sufficient, for example, the doctor manipulates the joystick and moves 5 millimeters, while the end of the robotic arm actually moves within the surgical area of the patient's body, which is only 1 millimeter. Therefore, although the driving device used on this robot arm is not as accurate as the industrial ball screw bearing, its accuracy is much worse. But if you talk about the cost, it can be much lower than industrial bearings. It is necessary to know that the ball screw bearings used on industrial machine tools are so expensive, and there is another reason, that is, the durability must be high. You have to consider the working environment of industrial machine tools, such as the current 5-axis linkage machine tool. When processing workpieces, the workers put a big iron tutor directly on the fixture and let the machine tool constantly change and cut and mill on the tutor. In this process, not only the iron tutor will be subjected to force, the iron tutor will be repaired at the same time. There will be a reaction force feedback to the tool. According to normal physics, the tool should have bounced off by now. But in the machine tool processing video what we saw was the tool clamped by the robotic arm, which was always attached to the processing part of the workpiece and was continuously cutting and milling. The reason for this is that the calculation system of the machine tool will constantly adjust the data according to the shape of the iron tuo, and output instructions to the motor to allow the motor to adjust the output power. And the final execution of this task falls on the ball screw bearing. He has to constantly control the depth of the tool to adjust the processing angle to ensure accuracy. So this is the most powerful part of ball screw bearings. www.metalnovel.com, and the reason why it is expensive. Fortunately, for surgical robots, there is no need to use such expensive accessories. But although the motor and the robotic arm control system can be solved, so the next step is the imaging system, which is also very difficult. Because all surgical robots use three-dimensional cameras, this kind of thing, just like the three-dimensional cameras used for shooting eye marks, is specially made. And in this field, it can be said that the Americans have always ruled the roost. Even if the industrial technology of Germany and Japan is good, but in this cutting-edge technology field, the strongest is still lost to the United States. For example, The camera lens used by Da Vinci was specially designed and customized for them by Hopkins University. This kind of lens can magnify the surgical area 1015 times, which has completely broken the limit of the human eye, which greatly improves the success rate of doctors in performing operations. Chapter 1420. The Key of the Key. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The Ants Kowtow. In fact, when Huang Hebin was in the United States for a long time, after learning about the design and working principle of surgical robots, he once thought about saving a robot by himself. In fact, for a genius like him, as long as you understand the working principle of this kind of equipment, then it is not difficult to build one yourself. For example, the robotic arm system, the robotic wrist, and the control system for the end clamp can actually be changed slightly to bypass the US patent blockade. Prior to this, he had already formulated plans, and even some of them had already applied for patents. Talking about the doctor's control system, this is also his main research direction during his stay in the United States. Although the robots developed by the Intuition Sensors Company in the early years were born out of the Research Institute of Stanford University, they have also cooperated closely with many universities in the United States. Among them was MIT, where Huang Hebin worked. At that time, he participated in several project groups at MIT, and what he did was to develop a supporting control system for the surgical robot. Speaking of the biggest difference from industrial robots, this is the control system of the surgical robot. The control system of industrial machine tools does not care about the feeling of the workpiece at all. They only need to process the workpiece according to the designer's requirements. But the surgical robot will not work. What his working system has to do is a three-link. First, connect the doctor to the device, and then let the doctor connect to the patient through the device. After that, it is necessary to pass the patient's feedback to the doctor so that the doctor can perform the next step. For example, when the doctor controls the robotic arm, enters the surgical area, and touches the patient's surgical area, what is the most appropriate distance? At 1 centimeter, there is just enough space for operation, and when 1 centimeter is advanced, the mechanical arm may directly stun the patient to death. Therefore, this system has very important requirements for perception, so the requirements for sensors are also very high. Fortunately, these various sensors are not a problem at all for Americans. But now in China, the sensor is actually a big problem, because the domestic sensor is really weak. Many people are now saying that the weakest thing in our country is the chip, because we are stuck by the United States every day in the chip field. But if people who are really engaged in scientific research on the front line know that, in fact, we are not only the chips that are the worst compared to the United States. The worst thing we have compared to the United States is actually the sensor. Compared with the world's mainstream sensor powers, the gap in this field is even greater than our gap in the chip field. It is necessary to know that sensors are the future, such as the 5G era that some people talk about every day. What kind of Internet of Things era is coming? It seems to be very simple to say that the Internet of Everything is really simple. It really sounds like the Internet of Everything really seems to be very simple. It is to use the Internet to remotely control and operate various first-generation smart devices. But the question is, what kind of logic is used when your smart device works? Take a sweeping robot. When it is working, there is already a wall in front. How can he perceive that there is a wall in front and take a detour? This requires sensors to inform him. So in the future smart devices, what we need will be thousands of sensors. In this regard, to be honest, we are really weak. There are now more than 20,000 sensors of all categories in the world, and almost all of them are in the hands of the United States, Japan and Germany. The most powerful of these is the United States. In our country, although it claims to be capable of producing all types of industries, it can be said that our country can only produce about 3,000 kinds of sensors, and most of them are concentrated on low-end, low-precision sensor types. As for high-end products, such as optics, acoustics, vibration sensing, and even taste sensing, we all have serious shortcomings. Before this, Huang Haibin felt the most headache for this, but some time ago, he knew of such an unknown company as Spark Technology. Because the ninth lab has built a lot of equipment on its own, that is, the sensors purchased from them, and their sensors are very good to use. Even from Huang Haibin's point of view, they are no worse than the sensors of the United States and Japan. Therefore, the problem in this area can be considered temporarily resolved. With sensors, the design of operating systems for surgical robots is not so difficult. Because he has been in the United States for so many years, in fact, his main job is to do this part of the work. In fact, in the early years, the company that produced the Da Vinci surgical robot, Intuitive Surgery, cooperated with MIT. In fact, many parts of the software and hardware development of surgical robots were completed by the MIT team for this company. While Huang Haibin participated in several software development project teams when he was at MIT, they actually helped the Intuition Surgery company improve Da Vinci's operating system. So in this regard, he has very rich experience. Later, he went to Silicon Valley and joined Google. In the medical service department of Google, he participated in the hardware development of medical robots led by Google. It is precisely in the hardware robotic arm that he has a solution to bypass the US patents, and in terms of system design, he can also design a set independently. Therefore, Huang Haibin has a better chance of winning a surgical robot for himself. But now speaking of the last problem that restricts him, that is the problem of 3D imaging of surgical robots. That is surgical navigation technology. And this set of technology can be said to be the initial key step of the surgical robot's control system. To put it bluntly, it is how to make the robotic arm of the surgical robot accurately reach the surgical area during the operation. It is important to know that in the past when doctors worked manually, because they could directly operate on the patient's stomach, exposing the surgical field directly. Therefore, it is easy to find the diseased part of the patient and proceed to the next operation. The use of surgical robots is different, because the principle of this kind of equipment is intelligent endoscopic surgery. To put it bluntly, it means not to operate, punch a hole in the patient's stomach, and then extend the robotic arm to directly reach the patient's diseased part to start the operation. But the problem is that the internal organs of everyone's stomach grow in size and shape. After your robotic arm penetrates in, how can you avoid the critical parts without damaging the blood vessels, and then accurately reach the surgical area? This is a big problem. After all, a robotic arm is not like a human hand. It can be soft or hard. This thing is hard metal. If a root is wrong, you may rupture the patient's liver, and the patient will die before the operation starts. Therefore, surgical navigation technology is needed at this time. In fact, this set of technical principles is also very simple. That is, before using a surgical robot for surgery, the hospital needs to take various radiographs of the patient. From X-ray, to CT, to PET, or MRI, you have to do it all. Then specialized doctors will perform 3D modeling based on these different perspective pictures. Then, the 3D model of the patient's diseased area is imaged in the computer on the main operating station. The ratio of image restoration required must be 100%. Then after the modeling and modeling are successful, the doctor will operate the robot before the operation, and perform a simulation experiment on the surgical path in a simulated environment. For example, the angle and depth of the robot arm's entry, and where the end of the robot arm stops, and then locks the robot arm, and so on. Many exercises are required before the operation, until the skilled position. After many exercises, the doctors found the field before starting the operation. At this time, the success rate of the operation has increased from less than 50% to 80% or even more. This is also one of the main reasons why surgical robots are very expensive to perform operations on people, because almost all the high-priced imaging equipment you have to come again to complete the 3D modeling work. In this respect, we are also relatively weak, because 3D modeling requires a very good set of software tools. In this respect, it is also our most missing technology. However, in the 9th laboratory, this is not a problem at all, because we happen to have a self-service medical examination center. The 3D imaging equipment in there is the best one ever seen by Huang Haibin. It is precisely because of this set of 3D imaging equipment that Huang Haibin quit his job in the United States and turned his head to join the 9th laboratory. In fact, his ideal has always been to develop a surgical robot by himself. Although there have been many problems before, those problems can be circumvented if we find a way. But only the perspective imaging, 3D modeling, has always been Huang Haibin's most troublesome problem. On the one hand, all the equipment is too expensive to use, and on the other hand, 3D modeling tools have always been the core technical significance of the strict control of large foreign companies. Otherwise, do you think that until now the world www.mtnovel.com only the Intuitive Sensory Company in the United States can produce surgical robots? Even Germany and Japan are so strong in terms of hard technology, why can't they come up with such a robot? Bad. It's in this place. The principle of positioning navigation sounds very simple, but if you really want to do it, it is definitely the most difficult part, because if one is not done, you will put the patient on the operating bed. It is possible that the operation is over before it has started. So this modeling technique is the most difficult step. You have to input the pictures taken by X-ray, CT machine, PET, MRI and other fluoroscopy imaging equipment into a system, and then generate a Nettoon model of the patient's internal environment. Then use the computer to perform virtual simulation exercises, so as to find the best path for the robotic arm to enter the patient's body, as well as the best surgical plan. It can be said that without this step, your surgery does not need to be carried out at all. Chapter 1421 Progress Bar 900 I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. If it is a traditional operation, the doctor uses the operation mode, then it is easy to find the operation area and expose the operation field. However, this approach, although simple and effective, has many disadvantages. For example, exposing a large area of the abdominal cavity and allowing the patient's organs to come into contact with the air can easily cause postoperative infection. In addition, the use of antibiotics in large quantities after surgery can easily destroy the patient's own immune system, and the postoperative recovery is very slow, and it is easy to accompany a large number of postoperative complications. It is for this reason that doctors have developed a method of laparoscopic surgery. However, laparoscopic surgery also has its downsides. That is, it is always done with two-dimensional image quality, and during the operation, a handheld mirror is needed. In many cases, the doctor's intention is not fully understood by the person holding the lens. This will easily cause the surgical field to be unclear. The mirror explained. Therefore, the effect of surgery is often easily compromised. And because it also requires multiple operations, it takes up a lot of space. So this minimally invasive surgery is only suitable for some simple operations. Later, because of some pediatric patients, some critically ill patients, and a large number of patients with poor physical fitness but in urgent need of surgery, doctors consider using minimally invasive surgery for these people as well. At this time, it is time for surgical robots to appear. And this surgical robot is actually an upgraded version of the original laparoscopic surgery. Only this time, the doctor was working on the operating table, and the manipulating the operation was replaced by a robotic arm. And this time the lens holder is also a robotic arm, so that the surgeon can better and more intuitively let the lens-holding robotic arm reach the surgical area he wants to see. At the same time, other robotic arms that perform surgical actions must also reach the surgical area safely. However, in this process, the surgical navigation technique mentioned before will be used. After all, mechanical arms are all iron bumps, which are different from human hands. After they enter the abdominal cavity, although they only advance a few centimeters, you must plan the path of these robotic arms. Let these mechanical arms effectively avoid those key organs, nerves and blood vessels. Otherwise, if these important organs are damaged by the mechanical arm, it will be very troublesome. This is why, before using the surgical robot, the doctor will arrange the patient to do multiple whole-body examinations and complete all kinds of fluoroscopy imaging, because they need to accurately locate the diseased area of the patient based on these pictures. Then they have to build a 3D model, and finally they will perform countless exercises based on a 3D model in the computer. Find out the best route for the robotic arm to enter the operation area, not only to ensure that the patient's vital organs are not touched, but also to ensure that the operation can be completed smoothly, so that the patient can recover in the fastest time after the operation. At present, the intuitive sensory company that has developed the Da Vinci surgical robot is arguably the best company in this field. Their 3D modeling system is currently the most advanced in the global medical community. Just input the data taken from various perspective images into their modeling system. Soon their equipment can simulate the perfect 3D image group in the patient's body in the computer. The assistant doctor can find the most reasonable route for the robotic arm to enter the surgical area at the fastest speed. And the error is extremely small, even up to 1 micron as the unit of calculation. In this regard, let alone our country, even Germany and Japan, which have the strongest construction machinery capabilities in the world, are far behind the technology of this powerful American company. This is why now in the field of surgical robots, even if everyone knows that this field is very profitable, they can only look at the intuitive sensory company as a single food company. When Huang Hebin was planning to save a robot by himself, the most troublesome problem was this aspect. Although he has his own ideas on the internal structure design of the robotic arm, as well as the control program and so on, but when it comes to 3D modeling, he is blinded, because this is the core technology of the intuition sensor company. This technology, they have never asked outsiders to help. It was developed by their founders who led the team themselves. It can be said that this is their core ability to see, and outside companies cannot get a glimpse of it. This is the main reason why Huang Hebin chose to join the 9th laboratory, because this company has the most powerful 3D imaging equipment in the world. With the help of this set of equipment, according to the 3D modeling technology of the intuition sensor company, it can be said that it is completely reduced to and useless. And he also firmly believes that he is definitely not the only one who can perceive the benefits of this equipment. There are so many smart people in this world. There must be countless people who have thought of combining this set of fluoroscopy imaging equipment with surgical robots. It's hard to tell that there are German and Japanese companies that are already doing it. It's just that they want to take out this set of 3D fluoroscopy imaging equipment alone, because the 9th laboratory can be said to have done very well in this regard. Exporting the equipment as a whole is absolutely no problem. But you must find my engineer to do the maintenance in a later stage. If you disassemble the equipment without authorization and prepare for maintenance, you will be responsible for the consequences. It is said that in the United States and Japan, the violent disassembly of the 3D imaging equipment in the 9th laboratory led to accidents. It is said that there seem to be people who have died as a result. However, these news, so far, are only rumors. The Americans and Japanese will certainly not admit that they have demolished Chinese equipment. As for the specific reasons, it goes without saying that everyone knows it. Now that Xiao Li has left his job to start a business, Huang Hebin, who was still hesitant, finally made up his mind. He plans to leave to start a business. After all, the opportunity lies here. And he firmly believes that as long as his plan is to convince the review committee, and now he has mastered 70% of almost all technical problems of surgical robots. If the 9th laboratory can be persuaded to come up with their 3D perspective imaging technology, then the progress bar for overcoming the technical problems of surgical robots has been completed 90%. The last point is the 3D HD camera used on the endoscope. You must know that in the field of optics, it has not been our country's strong point. Not to mention this kind of 3D high-definition camera, it is an ordinary camera, and we have a big gap with the world's top companies. Even if it is the mobile phone of H company, which we are proud of, we are now using Sonos camera. Even the US Lite's iPhone uses the same camera from Japan's Sony. I won't talk about these cameras here, just the 3D high-definition cameras used in this operation. Because it is necessary to achieve the effect visible to the naked eye, the ordinary endoscopic lens used in ordinary laparoscopic surgery is definitely not applicable. Because you are operating a robotic arm, in order to achieve the best visual effects, it is of course the best to use a 3D HD camera. The imaging mystery of the 3D HD camera is that the two 3-chip cameras used in the background can produce two high-quality images with high definition and color reproduction, and output the two sets of images to the two surgical operation monitors in the console. Then through the three-dimensional image viewer, the two slightly parallaxed images are sent to the left and right eyes of the surgeon to form a high-quality three-dimensional image. At the same time, the endoscope illumination uses high-quality cold light sources to optimize the brightness of the light. The operator can adjust the depth and angle of the camera to obtain the required observation area and magnification. In addition, the imaging system is also equipped with an external observation monitor, carbon dioxide inflator, light source and video camera. The signal from the external monitor comes from one of the two cameras, representing the vision of the left or right eye. The imaging system also includes two image synchronizers and a focus controller to achieve controllable high-quality three-dimensional images. So the entire imaging system seems simple, but in fact the technical requirements are very high. In this technical field, there is still a gap in our country. Hwang Hae-bin also thought that if the previous technical problems are overcome, then the 3D imaging in this technique will be the last problem. He had also sought other solutions before, but after looking up almost all the technical information, what made him feel almost desperate. At present, in this field, it can be said that the United States is the dominant country. Even Japan and Germany www.untilnovel.com, which have very good technologies in the optical field, are not technically comparable to the United States in this field. Think about it, people in the US are already extravagant enough to start shooting movies with 3D technology, but optical laboratories in other countries around the world are still polishing their lenses. This can no longer be said to be a gap in technology, it is completely a gap in philosophy. And considering the current relationship between us and the United States, if you want to import this kind of 3D imaging equipment from the United States, it is estimated that Americans are definitely not willing to sell it, especially if you let them know that if you import such equipment, you are actually manufacturing surgical robots. You know that the Da Vinci surgical robot now has the same status in the medical world as Apple's in the mobile phone industry. It can be said that it is the only one in the world. US capitalists make money from companies selling equipment every year, and they can also make a fortune in the stock market. If we fiddle with a robot with performance similar to that of Leonardo da Vinci, or even better than him, would you say that the Americans will go crazy after seeing it? Chapter 1422 Breaking Ground on Major Projects. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Kowtow. So if you want to truly complete a surgical robot of your own, Hwang Hae-bin must overcome this problem. It is undoubtedly impossible to assemble through imported equipment. So how can I break through this problem? Are there any domestic manufacturers that can help in this regard? Hwang Hae-bin thought about it, and finally found out that it really exists, and this company is the 9th Laboratory. And the way he thought about it was whether he could integrate the 3D fluoroscopy imaging technology of the 9th Laboratory during the operation. It's not just about taking pictures of the patient before the operation, and then getting familiar with the condition of the diseased area in the patient's body and conducting a simulation test. But in the surgery, this set of technology is also added, because this set of technology It is said that the radiation is also quite low, which is different from other X-rays or CT machines. Those equipment, if used in surgery, doctors will have to eat a lot of radiation. And if the equipment of the 9th laboratory is used, there will be no such problem. Then, in this way, the last problem that plagued him was solved. Before he joined the 9th laboratory, he has been secretly doing experiments in this area, especially after he personally came into contact with the 3D fluoroscopic imaging equipment produced by the 9th laboratory. He has secretly carried out many experiments, wanting to see if it is possible to assemble this kind of equipment on a surgical robot. But so far, he has only carried out theoretical verification. If you want to truly combine this kind of equipment with a surgical robot, you need to actually operate it. But if you want to achieve such a goal, you have to go to the technical department of the 9th laboratory to have a good talk. Within the company, countless elites are calculating the capital at hand and preparing to start their own businesses. However, Xiao Feng, accompanied by Guan Zhenhai and He Xiaojun, came to the new sports city plot. It has been more than 3 months since he took the land from the city government. Since taking the plot, he immediately organized the manpower and began to measure and plan the plot, and began to develop a development plan. Because the area of the plot is very large, it can even be said to be equivalent to the size of a small town. So the development must be carefully planned. And because of the existence of clone engineers, and the Celebrity Chef Group is also a company with a special status in Benthan. So their plan was only submitted, and they were immediately approved by the above. Of course, if there is any dissatisfaction in the middle, it can be revised at that time, because the above also urgently needs them to start work early. After all, the economic environment this year is really bad. The city is also facing this huge economic pressure. Although the Celebrity Chef Group and the 9th laboratory are two hens who will lay golden eggs in Bnai City. But the above will not kill chickens and get eggs, drink poison to quench thirst. It is impossible to increase taxes on two companies. After all, even if the two companies only pay very light taxes. However, the two companies can support tens of thousands of employees, and the derived industrial chain can support millions of people. These people's food, drink, lazard, and taxes are enough to eat half full on them. In other respects, the above can no longer burden these two companies. Therefore, the above can only hope that after the Celebrity Chef Group takes the land, it will start construction as quickly as possible. Because once a total is opened, it means that hundreds of construction teams, large and small, have projects to do. There are markets for engineering, earthwork, scaffolding, and even various industrial machinery and building materials. And such a large project, it can certainly feed tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Therefore, the city naturally hopes that the construction of the new sports city can be started as soon as possible. What they worry most is that after the Celebrity Chef Group has acquired the land, it will not start construction, so it would be meaningless for them to package and transfer the land to the Celebrity Chef Group, because only the Celebrity Chef Group started work to make use of this land. Then they can take the land next to it and sell it at a good price. Otherwise, if this piece of land is left unused, then the surrounding land will not be able to buy the price. So after the Celebrity Chef Group took the land before, it quickly organized people to measure the land and formulate a development plan, but the people on it were happy enough. And now that 3 months have passed, the land here has changed drastically. After a month and a half of planning and design, the construction team has already begun to enter the field. Although the most basic 3 connections and 1 leveling have been done on this plot before, it is still very necessary for some plots to rebuild the basic engineering in order to achieve the desired effect. The basic engineering is almost carried out at the same time as the plan. When Xiao Feng came to visit this time, his most valued stadium and the location of the club's youth training base have basically completed the foundation works. In fact, in this plot, Xiao Feng's most important thing is the stadium, because at this time the company's future sports industry is the core sector. Because of this year's special reasons, This year's Chinese Super League has become a game system, divided into two major divisions, North and South. After the start of the league, the Benthan Celebrity Chef team can be said to make everyone shine. It can be said that it is a brand new young face, under the leadership of a coach who was not well known before. A scene of youth storm was staged in the league. After the league started 6 rounds, they won 6 consecutive victories, averaging 3 goals per game. And the other teams exclaimed that the Wolves were coming. The most important thing is this team's superior skill in the game. Previously, domestic players habitually stopped the ball 3 meters away, which was completely invisible to this team. And this team has another notable feature, that is, the technical level is significantly higher than that of all opponents. The combination of body and technique is very good, and the confrontation ability is extremely strong. Even in the match with the previous Chinese Super League champion Yang Qing team, it did not fall behind. He pressed his opponent tightly under his body and rubbed it, but at the end of the first half, he had entered the lottery time. This can be said to be unimaginable in the past. It is precisely because of the excellent performance of the Benthan Celebrity Chef team that the enthusiasm of the people in Benthan to watch football has been completely ignited. Previously, the team's stadium could accommodate more than 30,000 people, which is obviously not enough for market demand. So this time, the football stadium Xiaofeng plans to build is a large stadium that can accommodate 80,000 people. And it is different from the popular comprehensive stadium in China. What he is going to build this time is a pure football stadium. Such a stadium can provide fans with the best game-watching experience. So this part of the stadium is the first part of this plot to start construction. According to the current construction schedule, this majestic stadium will be completed in 3 years. By then, this stadium will become the most advanced stadium in the country, even in Asia, and even in the world. Because the stadium roof can be opened and closed, it will be able to resist bad weather well. At that time, strong winds, heavy rains and blizzards will not affect the game. Moreover, Xiaofeng plans to learn from European, American, Japanese, and Korean clubs to lay heating pipes underground in the stadium. In this way, even if it is a few cold days, it can guarantee that the turf is green and will not let the players play on the frozen ground. Only with such a venue can the game be more enjoyable. The youth training base outside the stadium is much easier. More than 20 training grounds have been opened up, and the current echelon of the team has already begun to move in. In the future, as the Celebrity Chef team gets better and better, Xiaofeng intends to open a full school. And this youth training base is destined to be expanded in the future. However, he has set aside enough reserve land nearby. Across the road from the stadium is a large shopping mall that is currently under construction. This commercial complex was carefully built by Xiaofeng. The layout of the commercial complex is designed in accordance with the mountainous pattern of the Internet Celebrity Mall. The tall commercial complex is divided into several parts. At the very beginning, naturally, there are various buildings with national tide characteristics, such as the Mountain City model, and various small shops with white walls and black tiles. In the back is a variety of modern interior architecture, full of futuristic atmosphere and sense of science fiction. Then behind is the hotel, the Hot Spring Resort Center. Not only can you take a hot spring vacation, but also an indoor ski resort, which allows people to appreciate the charm of winter without leaving home. Anyway, it is a super large indoor integrated commercial complex. The advantage of this indoor commercial complex is that it can cope with various extreme weather conditions, such as strong winds, heavy rains, or blizzards, severe cold, scorching heat, etc. These harsh natural climatic conditions www.untilnovel.com will not reduce the fun of people playing and shopping here. And behind this super large commercial complex is the section of residential buildings that Xiaofeng and others plan to develop. Here, they also planned a very large community, a total of more than 50 large high-rise buildings to be built, and plans to build more than 20 small high-rise buildings. At present, This residential sector has also broken ground. It can be said that this time the Celebrity Chef Group's handwriting is very large. Although this is their first land development, they are not panicked at all, and the routines they developed are different from other developers. The land hasn't moved yet, and some have already mortgaged the land to the bank for loans just as soon as they got their hands. Others are more reserved, wait for the foundation to be laid, and after the planning drawings are approved, they will start selling uncompleted flats while looking for bank loans. The Celebrity Chef Group has no such plans. With their financial strength, they can completely complete the development and construction by themselves. Chapter 1423 Hot Start. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. But the Celebrity Chef Group's cooking like this has broken those banks. How? Brother, you can't eat alone if you are engaged in such a big development project. Can you give me some face, so that we can also take advantage of the spread? You can use the urinary of the Celebrity Chef Group. It must be impossible. They are in the bank, but there are still tens of billions of cash lying on their stomachs, and they are trying to flow out. So don't look at the large scale of this project. It looks very scary. But this is nothing for the Celebrity Chef Group. You have to know that their money in the bank is already tens of billions. And now all of their chain stores have begun to resume business normally. Because of the various innovations during this period, as well as discount promotions and other activities, there will still be a daily net income of more than 100 million inflows into their accounts. So now the Celebrity Chef Group itself is having a headache over how to spend the money. After all, money can only be spent and circulated before it is called money. Originally they invested in a Celebrity Chef Club, and this is a place to spend money. However, it didn't take long for this league belt to start playing. And this club now has a profitable trend, because the club was not well known before, and because it recruited young people this season. The salary for young people was not high. Now that the league has only played 6 rounds, this club has attracted a large number of fans across the country with its gorgeous playing style. In addition, in the club, there are indeed a few handsome guys with good looks, and the football skills are really good. Now it has become a popular fried chicken in the league. It is precisely because of such phenomenal performance and youthful vigor that the club has made a name for itself, and countless advertising companies have already come to the door and want to advertise. Among them, the most enthusiastic ones are H Company and BYD. To be honest, the other party was so enthusiastic, even Xiao Feng hadn't expected it. However, he soon realized that, on the one hand, people want to retaliate, and on the other hand, it is also because they are really optimistic about the performance of the Celebrity Chef team. Xiao Feng originally planned to put the name of the famous chef group on the chest of the club's jersey. After all, in China, there are really few clubs that can make money by selling their chest ads. It is also a certain big club that performed well that year, once sold its chest advertisements for a period of high prices. But later, as their performance got better and better, they took back the advertising space. But this time, H Company and BYD are coming so aggressively, they directly gave an annual advertising budget of 100 million yuan. One is the chest advertisement of the Celebrity Chef team, and the other is the back advertisement. Of course, the reason why they invest in this way is also inseparable from He Xiaojun's guidance. After all, they have a very close relationship with Xingyuo Technology, but they don't know that the real boss behind Xingyuo Technology is Xiao Feng. However, after He Xiaojun's guidance, the two companies did not hesitate to vote, and their investment in this ratio has allowed the benching Celebrity Chefs team to become the focus of the Super League again, while also allowing the club to make a profit directly this year. This is worrying about the internal finance department of the group. How can the company spend so much money? Finally, when the big project of the sports new city segment broke ground, the directors of the company's finance department were finally relieved. The large and small construction teams in the city are also most willing to cooperate with Celebrity Chef groups. because working with them is so refreshing. Everyone knows that the Celebrity Chef Group is not bad, and when people pay, it is definitely more refreshing. Although at the beginning of the project, the construction team was required to advance to the site. But as long as you can follow the requirements of others, the materials used in the construction are exactly the same. Then when the settlement date stipulated in the contract comes, you will be able to get your project payment exactly. Like on other construction sites, the kind of projects that are often not required to pay for the project, or the contractor takes a few second-hand cars with unknown numbers to pay off the debt, or the situation of using the house to pay off the debt will not happen here at all. The Celebrity Chef Group never loses a cent of the contractor's money. That's so proud. But they did so, but they broke all the banks in a hurry. This year, due to some special reasons, the bank already has a lot of idle money in its hands. If these funds cannot be released and placed in the hands of the banks, they will also have to bear the pressure of capital costs. Although recently, the state has been regulating real estate, and even called several top real estate developers in the country for a meeting, setting a red line for them. But what does that have to do with the Celebrity Chef Group? How much money do those real estate companies make in a year? There is a gimmick with trillions of assets, but if you ask them to take out the money, how much can they take out? On the other hand, the Celebrity Chef Group is different. People actually have tens of billions in their bank accounts, and according to the speed at which they are making money, by the end of the year, the size of the cash in their bank account will exceed 100 billion. The most important thing is people. The overseas income has not been counted. If this were counted, they would have crushed all the real estate predators in the country. Now people come in for a real estate development. Although it is the first time to play across the border, everyone can see that this project is just a little money for sprinkling water. But if you can catch the drips that leak out of people's fingers, it will be enough for you to develop. So how many banks are waiting eagerly to cooperate with the Celebrity Chef Group? So before they waited for them to speak, countless banks took the initiative to give them money. But I didn't expect that they didn't plan to find a bank loan at all. This time there was no way, so someone used the above relationship to let the Celebrity Chef Group give face and make friends. In this way, the Celebrity Chef Group reluctantly took several billions of startup funds from multiple banks. And now the money has basically been spent. Now that the project has begun to take shape, it is naturally time to start selling. As soon as this project began to sell, it immediately fell into a hot situation. You must know that the project standards developed by the famous chef group are not low. In particular, this new sports city section was originally a tidal flatland, and half of it was land opened up by mountains. It was originally the suburbs of the city, and it was impossible to buy it at any price. If this is developed by other developers, and the floor price can be set at around 15,000, then it will be overwhelming. This price has to be the floor price of the top unit in the building king in the community. As for other ordinary floors, it's not bad if you can buy 7,800 square meters. But the real estate of Celebrity Chef Group is different. The starting price is 21,000 square meters, which is still the price of the first floor. The more up the rest, the more expensive the price. But even so, the first phase of their real estate opened 3 buildings, and they were all robbed within a day. You know the reason why only 3 buildings were sold in the first batch of the first phase is to test the market's response. After all, the real estate market in Binching this year is not particularly good. It is said that the number of listings in the second-hand housing market has exceeded 100,000 units, and there are still many new buildings on the market for sale. Therefore, this year's market is generally in a pattern of falling all the way, and even the real estate fair in early October of this year was a deserted pattern. There are also several very good properties in the city, but the ones that dare to price 20,000 yuan are generally not very good. But the Celebrity Chef Group's side is different, and it's a hot scene when it opens. Even when there are only 2 big holes on their construction site at this time, the delivery will have to wait until 2 years later. However, consumers are still rushing, and the sales office was crowded with people on the day of the sale. You must know that they don't have any money to ask, These people are all coming on their own initiative. Why is there such a situation? That's all because of the attractiveness of the famous chef group's golden signature. Almost most of those who come to subscribe for houses are internal employees of the celebrity chef group or their family members. Because of these employees, they are the people who know the plan the most. What is the company's current situation? It can definitely be described as flourishing. Such a company, to develop such a section, and their design philosophy can be said to be the best in the country. In the future, this section of the new sports city will have a football field and a club youth training base. There will also be one of the largest indoor commercial complexes in Asia. In addition, the Celebrity Chef Group has already announced that it may consider relocating its headquarters here in the future, leaving all the buildings in Marina Plaza to the Penivera Peninsula Hotel. And the Sunshine Hospital within the Celebrity Chef Group has also spoken out. Because there are too many disease sources, and the future hospital plans to enter the field of comprehensive medical care. They plan to open the first large-scale comprehensive private hospital in Binching. And the location of this hospital is nailed to the section of Sports New City. There is also the most critical point. McLenovel.com, that is the 9th laboratory and Sunshine Hospital. There are already plans to establish a medical industry park nearby. It also plans to build a modern medical exhibition hall nearby in the commercial complex, specifically for the purpose of preparing for the annual medical exposition in the future. Calculated in this way, this sector can be said to have the most complete supporting facilities in the future. There are hospitals, shopping malls, and leisure and entertainment areas nearby. In addition, the future industrial park is nearby, which means that there will be no shortage of job opportunities. In this way, as long as you are not a fool, you know that this area will have a huge potential for appreciation in the future. So if you don't buy it at this time, when will you stay? Therefore, the Sports New City sector has been sold out as soon as the market opened. However, after the news spread, many people's attitudes were scornful. Because in the eyes of many people who don't know the truth, many of these people must have been invited by celebrity chef groups. Chapter 1424 Industry Conscience. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao, you have to know what age this is. Now the real estate market can be said to have entered a general recession. Several major domestic developer giants have been interviewed by the above. And now they are cutting prices and discounting promotions every day, and they are clearing inventory. And how many small developers are going crazy now and are trying all kinds of ways to sell their houses. It can be said that the largest number of houses on the market nowadays has exploded. How many real estates have been released this year? Because the price cut was finally smashed by the news of the sales office by the previous buyers. You are still doing the farce of robbing the house at this time. Don't you think we are a fool? So after the news came out that day, there was a quarrel on the internet. However, the attitude of most netizens is a state of full sarcasm. The Celebrity Chef Group is really depraved. It's obvious that fast food is done well. So why do you want to enter the sunset industry now? That's right, this company is really greedy. It's clear that fast food has made a good profit, but they are still looking at real estate profits and want to enter the real estate. They are really not greedy this time. That is, a brand that has finally started, it is very likely that its brand has been smashed because of such a commercial move. Why is this? Everyone upstairs, I just want to ask. Do you know how to be a trustee of a celebrity chef group? I heard that other families pay 100 yuan a day, and they also include 3 meals, and the car picks up and delivers them. How come the celebrity chef group has to give more than other families? Ha ha, ask the same. Hee hee, I don't need money, as long as they can let me eat fast food made by famous chefs for free. I am a big fan of their signature sirloin rice. Hey, if you let me eat for free, I would also be willing to give their family a care. Upstairs, it's not me who said you to look at you for this good, but I am willing to. I don't know if it was deliberate. Anyway, it was originally the wind direction of verbal criticism, but it turned out to be wrong when I said it. After all, Everyone just doesn't understand the operation of the celebrity chef group. Why should a good fast food company go into real estate? And don't you know this real estate? But now the most hated industry in the country? But everyone can't hate famous chefs that can export their culture to the outside world and open Chinese fast food overseas. After all, this company has greatly increased the ambition of our people overseas. Nowadays, when many foreigners talk about China, you ask them to tell their impressions of China. It's not just pandas, but also made by celebrity chefs. However, a company that was originally a good company is now going on a crooked road to do real estate, which makes everyone look down on it. This is also an important reason why everyone criticizes him. But soon, a celebrity chef group's first phase development plan for the sports new city section was revealed on the internet. As soon as this plan was released, it immediately caused an uproar. Nima, if the celebrity chef group really intends to do this, this is so special. It is simply a conscientious developer in the industry. If you don't believe me, you can compare it horizontally with other domestic developers. The development of the real estate area is extremely remote. I just fool you, this is to be away from the hustle and bustle of the city and enjoy a quiet life. The real estate is next to the smelly ditch. As far as Karma said, he is a famous mansion on the waterfront, and he has the upper hand. Obviously, the project does not have commercial facilities. It is said that it is a pure residential community. Digapond in particular say that you are the Venice of the East, and interpret the romantic amorous feelings. If the roof is round, I will tell you that this is Baroque style. The roof is pointed, I will tell you that this is Gothic style. And the facade is tiled, I will tell you that this is Tuscany style. The apartment type is terrible, so I dare to say that this is a popular design, keeping up with the fashion trend, and the distance between the buildings is very close. I will tell you that this is the neighborhood, harmony and warmth. Obviously there is no buzz, but I dare to tell you that this is a private domain and we have room for appreciation. And the most ruthless thing is that there is a crematorium next to the project. I tell you, living here, life in heaven is no longer far away. Special code. It is no wonder that domestic consumers hate these developers gnawing their teeth. This Nemo is too shameless. Anyway, it's good to rely on, let them all say. The other way around, if you look at this plot developed by the famous chef group, it is really completely different. When you look at this land, let's talk about leisure and entertainment first. There is a football stadium in front of you. You can buy a ticket and you can go in and watch the football. And now the famous chefs of Benthan are playing very well. Even though they only played 6 games this year, some people in China say they are the domestic cosmic team. It shows that the team's exquisite pass and control play is very good looking. In addition, around the stadium, there are many free football fields open to social groups, sports fields, and even a leisure and fitness park not far away. Across the road is the largest indoor commercial complex in Asia. It covers an area of XXXX square. Just listening to this number can make people's brains hurt. And now there are a lot of circulated on the internet. Their plans for interior decoration design of this commercial complex. Each set looks very beautiful. It can be said that they are artificially created a 3D three-dimensional miniature city in this commercial complex. There are not only a variety of shops, food and drink, but also a concentration of top luxury goods. It is said that there are even special approvals in the city, and several duty-free shops have been set up here. In the future, anyone who likes luxury goods can come here to shop. And in the small city in front, there are food and drink, and various shops for guests to relax and entertain. For example, there are tea bars, coffee shops, book bars, slow shake bars and so on. There are also many board games and multi-purpose playgrounds. In the back, there are children's playgrounds, large hot spring halls, and ski resorts and other recreational places. This Nima, with just these 2 places, if there are real estate nearby, it would be enough to be robbed crazy. Believe it or not, look at how other places are engaged in land development. The developer will tell you that there will be supporting commercial complexes here in the future, and large shopping malls such as Sertendo or Jintai City will come. And it will fool you. What parks will there be in the future, and what subway stations will there be? But what about the actual situation? If you bought their house, then you just wait. It is estimated that in the year of the monkey, it would be good to be able to build them all. People who build them all are not fools. They depend on the occupancy rate of nearby communities. The occupancy rate is not enough. Do they still build wool? As for the legendary subway station, it really depends on the planning mood above. But the development of this plot by the Celebrity Chef Group is really the opposite. The residential area hasn't been built yet. They actually built the stadium, park, and commercial complex first. Moreover, even when the community has not been built, they have already communicated with the above, and they have opened 2 subway stations nearby. It is said that there is an exception subway line that will come to the intersection immediately. This NEMA. Moreover, the commercial complex alone is not counted as the stadium. In the planning drawings of others, there is still a place for a hospital near the residential area. It is said that Sunshine General Hospital is going to be opened here. This is the first time Sunshine Hospital has called out the slogan of a general hospital. Although this hospital is not the 3 hospitals officially recognized by the state, their current reputation and their level are in the hearts of the people, and they are no different from the 3 hospitals, especially after Dr. He Fang's merged his organ transplant surgery department into Sunshine Hospital. This hospital is already an out-and-out top hospital in China. What is most needed for a mature residential sector, with the function of housing? Can it also meet people's other needs for food, clothing, housing and transportation? And there are stadiums, big shopping malls, and now there are even the best hospitals. What are you not satisfied with? And then, there is even more jaw-dropping news. It is said that Benthan Medical College and Benthan Polytechnic University both intend to build their branch campuses near this sector. What's so special this time? Needless to say, Benching Medical College. Since forming a strategic partnership with Sunshine Hospital, this medical school has opened several important disciplines. And this year, these disciplines are undoubtedly rated as first-class disciplines, and they have also been upgraded to 985 key universities in a matter of course in a few years. And the gold content of their 985 universities can be no worse than those of the top universities in China. Because just another top universities, I have to take scholarships to attract foreign students to study abroad. Benthan Medical University is now attracting more than 10,000 overseas students to sign up every year. And they don't provide any scholarships to overseas students. You can pay high tuition fees if you want to come. Anyway, if you don't want to spend money, I'm sorry, we won't entertain them. But even so, www.mtlnovel.com. This school is still the most popular university among foreign students in China. It is even more popular than domestic top 2, and its reputation in the world has skyrocketed. It even means to catch up with top 2. No way. Who made some of their disciplines, not only the domestic first class, even if they get it in the world, it is the only one in the world. Students who graduated from their school never have to worry about finding a job. This is also the main reason why this university is so popular. Needless to say, another University of Science and Technology is also a 985 university in China, although it has been in decline a few years ago. However, some time ago, it is said that they have made major breakthroughs in certain materials and have already cooperated with H Company and BYD. And H Company, and the people sent by BYD, are stationed in their laboratory. It is said that these 2 universities are now facing the situation that the original campus is not enough and needs to be expanded. Chapter 1425. 2 new business cards. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. It doesn't count just to move over to the university. It is said that the 2 universities also plan to move their affiliated elementary school and middle school separately to build a branch here. It is said that the above also agree with them very much, because in a mature community, only shopping malls and hospitals will not work. Educational facilities that should be provided are also indispensable. In the past, it was difficult for the above to intervene in universities and let them build branch schools elsewhere, as well as affiliated elementary schools and middle schools. But the statements made by the Polytechnic University and the Medical University made the above very surprised. Although the above does not know what they think, one thing is certain, that is, their school leaders must have a close relationship with the celebrity chef group, so they made this choice. After all, it is really interesting that these two schools choose to build their branch campuses. They are right next to the sports new city section, and it can be said that this section is benefited. Although the above did not know how they discussed with the celebrity chef group, they naturally agreed with the decision of the two universities with their hands and feet. Speaking of these two universities, they have now become the business card of benching. In the past, the medical school in benching, if it is based on qualifications, is definitely qualified to be regarded as one of the pioneers of medical universities in China. Although there have been no major medical experts, almost 30% of the first generation of intermediate Western medicine forces in New China came from this university. And the reason why this university has not been able to grow up is of course also related to the background of the establishment of this university. After all, this university was established by the invaders back then, but in recent years, with the development of the school, it has long been cast off the shadow of history. Especially after cooperating with Sunshine Hospital in recent years, it first created two ACE disciplines, burns and scalds, and medical aesthetics. You should know that these two disciplines are relatively uncommon in the field of medicine. In particular, the burns and scald disciplines are paid more attention to by several domestic military medical universities, but to be honest, although we have studied for many years, the level of technology is still far worse than that of the United States. Not to mention the medical aesthetics specialty, let alone the United States, Brazil, Japan and other major medical aesthetics countries. Even compared with the rising star of the southern dynasties, we also have a big gap. Once the medical aesthetics major of Benching Medical University was established, it immediately became the leading ace professional in the domestic medical aesthetics major. It should be understood that before their appearance, many medical universities in China did not set up special medical and aesthetic majors, and most of them were skin majors. The skin specialty cannot completely cover the scope covered by the medical aesthetics specialty. So during that time, the domestic medical beauty market can be said to be very chaotic. Many people who have not received professional medical and aesthetic training at all dare to pretend to be doctors and perform random operations on others. This is not alarmist at all. If you don't believe me, just look at how many of the medical accidents reported every year are medical accidents. And most of these hospitals are run by people from a certain place who are courageous. Speaking of the people in that place, it is really hard to say anything. Therefore, for a long time, domestic consumers did not trust all kinds of domestic medical and aesthetic hospitals. Many people even prefer to go to the southern dynasties, or Japan for medical and aesthetic surgery, rather than performing surgery in China, because there are too many scammers in China. It was not until the emergence of Sunshine Hospital that this phenomenon was changed. The popularity of Sunshine Hospital has also benefited the Binching Medical University, which is jointly running with them. At that time, Benthan Medical University was not 211 university, it was just an ordinary college. With the addition of the two ACE majors of burns and scalds and medical aesthetics, in the next year's rating, they were upgraded to 211 colleges because of the addition of these two first-class disciplines. After another year, Dr. He Fangzhu became the Deputy Dean of Benching Medical University under the leadership of Sunshine Hospital and opened a new organ transplant program in this university. At the same time, the 9th laboratory also cooperated with the medical university. After the establishment of the medical research and development major in the university, this university has two more ACE majors, and relying on these two ACE majors, They have now become the most attractive university in China for foreign students. The ability to attract so many international students also gives this university a full international influence. Even the papers published by their university professors can easily be adopted by Nature or world-class scientific journals such as The Lancet. As a result, Bincheng Medical University will naturally be promoted to a new generation of 985 university this year. As for the Polytechnic University, let alone the old 985 university, but in recent years, due to various reasons, it has gradually declined. But the skeleton is still there. Recently, this university suddenly cooperated with H Company and BYD without saying a word, and established several laboratories. It is said that a lot of results have been tinkered with recently, and it is currently undergoing urgent testing. In this way, the influence of the university immediately increased. Able to cooperate with H Company and BYD, one of the top companies in their respective industries in China, and also set up a joint laboratory. Is this okay? You need to know that H Company and BYD seems to have not really reached a cooperative relationship with any domestic university until now. The Polytechnic University actually did it. What does it mean? This means that in the future, as long as it is a graduate of the University of Science and Technology, as long as the professional counterparts, it will be easy to enter these two companies. And you can get the high salary you like when you go in, which is also a sure thing. With such a case, what do you think of the future college entrance examination students when they apply for their volunteers? Therefore, because of the existence of these two universities, the popularity of Bincheng has been quietly improved a lot recently. Although compared with the first-tier and new first-tier cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, as well as Greentown, Rongqing, Jiangqing, and Jinling, compared with before, it has finally improved considerably. The two universities are now saying that they will build branch campuses in the city where they originally wanted to focus on development. Where can you say that the city is unwelcome? Because the new community means that the two universities have to expand their staff, whether it is lecturers or logistics staff. This can solve the food problem of tens of thousands of people. As for the students who can be recruited to build branch schools, let alone, in terms of the popularity of these two universities, which are currently rapidly increasing in China, they can recruit at least about 50,000 new students from the country each year. Especially the Bincheng Medical University, which has a few ace majors, is even more impressive. Now even foreigners are flocking to it, not to mention domestic college entrance examination candidates. There is another thing that makes the city happy. Even recently, the 9th laboratory is also in contact with the city. They wanted to take a piece of land in the new sports city. Originally, they had to talk to the celebrity chef group. But no one expected, they went to the city, and directly stated their intentions. It turned out that they had already agreed with the celebrity chef group that they would take a piece of land next to the community developed by the celebrity chef group. However, because of the limited land area of the sports new city section, it is impossible for the celebrity chef group to transfer too much land to them. So they found the city and wanted to take some land from the side of this land. The original plot is a new plot that the city is planning to auction. If another company talks about it in the listing like this, then Hougu is a closed door. But this 9th laboratory is not an ordinary enterprise. This is the baby bump in the city, the brightest business card in Bincheng, so anyone who is gasping knows that this is definitely a national treasure level enterprise that can't be offended. What's more, this company directly feeds hundreds of thousands of people, and the upstream and downstream industrial chain that extends from this company feeds millions of people even more. Therefore, the city's requirements for this company are generally responsive. As long as they can achieve it, it will definitely not be ambiguous. What's more, the request made this time is still very reasonable, and it can even be said that the people above are overjoyed. It turns out that they are not planning to take the land to develop real estate, but they intend to take the lead in building a creative industry park. This industrial park is actually equivalent to an incubator, but it is different from the past. In the past, Projects such as industrial incubation parks were generally led by the government, and various preferential policies were given to an industrial park. For example, rent reduction or exemption, such as tax reduction or exemption, or various subsidies, etc. This time, the 9th Lab plans to work with the above to create such a project, mainly to help upgrade the existing industrial chain in Binching.mentalnovel.com. After all, the industrial chain attached to the 9th laboratory is too long. The development zone on the north side of Binching alone can be large and small. Hundreds of companies survived by undertaking the outsourcing projects of the 9th laboratory. Many of these companies are engaged in relatively low-end industries. In the long run, it will definitely not work. The 9th laboratory feels that it is necessary for them to give some technical guidance to these companies and guide them to complete an industrial upgrade for the people above. This is simply no better news. You must know that although the 9th laboratory is the city's business card, it is their golden sign. But this company also has a headache, that is, they don't plan to go public. This is not on the market, which makes many people unhappy. Firstly, they can't share the cake, and secondly, it's not good to go out. TXT download address, Funny reading, Chapter 1426. People have such qualifications. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. Think about it, when the people above go out to report on work, they will inevitably mention how many companies there are in my jurisdiction. And among these companies, how many large listed companies are there, and the market value of these companies is 30 billion. Such data is often very intuitive to speak out, and it sounds more atmospheric and high-errand, doesn't it? But your 9th laboratory obviously can be worthy of the other 10, but you just don't go public. This makes it impossible for us who report to work to quantify the data. Is this a waste? You make it hard for us to do it. But this time, the 9th laboratory seemed to have suddenly opened up. When they found their superiors, they first stated that I want to build such an industrial park, on the one hand, to pull my little brothers. They can't always be mixed in a low-level strange circle, and they can't get out of it. On the other hand, we are also responding to the call of the country and strive to help more companies complete industrial upgrades. We cannot always let these companies huddle in the low-level industrial chain, because if you stay in such a low-end industrial chain for a long time, you will easily lose your ambition. Secondly, such enterprises are generally key high-polluting enterprises. And the most important thing is that such enterprises have extremely poor anti-risk capabilities. In case the time comes, one day, if our 9th laboratory's product sales are affected by various force majeure factors, it will ultimately affect our performance. These downstream companies are even more difficult to handle. Our 9th laboratory has a big business, and it is no problem to survive the difficulties. But what about these companies? If they can't get our order, they will definitely not be able to make it through. In the end, these enterprises will naturally go bankrupt, and their bankruptcy will inevitably affect the large and small financial institutions in the city that give them loans. Moreover, if they fall, many people will be unemployed and unable to eat, which may eventually cause social problems. Once such a situation occurs, this is the responsibility of the city. Therefore, it is better to take advantage of the good market conditions of our companies, and we also intend to take the initiative to assume our sense of social responsibility and pull these companies. Try to support them all ashore, and this time we are not joking. The head office already has a plan, that is, we intend to establish a coin fund. This fund is like this: we plan to take part of the funds ourselves, and the other is to raise part of the funds from the society. Then we will inject capital and support these companies, and we should not only support financially, but also technically. Anyway, our ultimate goal is to incubate as many unicorns as possible. After 3 to 5 years, we must support about 5 to 10 companies to go public. And the ones on the board are all science and technology innovation boards. As soon as these words were spoken, The people above immediately became calm. Even the people who met have already been moved by tears. Some were even more excited, but they took the initiative to stand up and grasp the hand of the supervisor in charge of the docking at the 9th laboratory, shaking vigorously. This Nima, it's no wonder that the above has always treated the 9th laboratory as a son. As far as other companies are concerned, it seems that the expression of a small padded jacket is definitely not enough. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as a mink coat. This company is really sweet. If you don't believe me, go to the whole country to see how many other companies with such a sense of social responsibility, even those state-owned enterprises and state-owned enterprises. If there are no tasks assigned from above, how many are willing to do such a thing? This is one's own development. And I still don't forget to pull other little brothers. Isn't this a typical example of getting rich first and getting rich later? But people are really doing real things. But it's different from those who just shout slogans. And people can think of it so far. This is definitely to share worries. You are looking at the other companies in our city. The private ones will not be mentioned for the time being, because those who are qualified to find jobs in the city at will seem to be the Celebrity Chef Group and the 9th Laboratory. As for other private enterprises, few have such qualifications. Just say those state-owned enterprises, central enterprises, which one of them found above, either to cry for the poor, or hope to get support. If you take the initiative to come and make contributions, it seems that there is really no second laboratory besides the 9th Laboratory in front of you. Moreover, this plan is quite ambitious. It is actually necessary to support 5 to 10 large listed companies within 5 years. If this is what other companies say, the manager of the docking must think that this guy is drinking and drinking. This is bragging. But if the 9th laboratory said so, then this docking person would absolutely believe it. Because as a dedicated 9th laboratory docking person, this person in charge is well aware of the strength of the 9th laboratory. Yes, in the city, in order to better serve the 9th laboratory and the Celebrity Chef Group, they set up 2 special offices. Come to connect with these 2 companies, specialize in solving the problems encountered by the companies, and be responsible for reporting and communicating the company's problems with the above. No way. These 2 companies have such treatment. Because the managers of Benthan are not stupid, they know the importance of these 2 companies to Benthan. You must know that over the years, when their managers went out or reported outside, the reason they were able to stand up was the face that these 2 companies gave them. Because these 2 companies are no longer just the business cards of benching, they have even become national business cards. Just say that celebrity chefs make fast food. This is the first Chinese fast food company that can spread all over the world. It has now become a foreigner's national impression of China. As for the 9th laboratory, not to mention, not much to say about their cosmetics marketing worldwide. As for their health products, during this pandemic, it can be said that they performed the best in the world, and they have become a life-saving medicine strongly recommended by all doctors in the world. It is a miracle to be able to achieve this effect without a vaccine. So these 2 companies are now first-class companies with a global reputation. Now, not to mention domestic, but also internationally, there are not many countries and local governments who want to dig a wall and let these 2 companies move their headquarters. Even in the US, senators once let out the wind. As long as these 2 companies are willing to move their headquarters to the United States, let alone tax exemption, they will give whatever they want, even the land for the headquarters. They are willing to give it for nothing. In China, I don't know how many cities are eyeing these 2 companies. For example, in the Magic City and Bangching, there are people from the Investment Promotion Office who have been resident near the headquarters of these 2 companies, and they often eat and drink with people from their companies to connect with each other there. The purpose is very clear, nothing more than to dig a wall. Because there is one thing to say, even if it is as strong as these 2 big cities, there is no company in their jurisdiction now, which can be compared with the Ninth Laboratory or the Celebrity Chef Group. It is precisely because of this that the above is willing to treat the two companies differently and give various preferential policies in order to keep them firmly anchored and let them stay here. We must know that in the past 2 years, although these two companies have enjoyed various preferential policies, they have paid very little tax. However, these two enterprises alone, large and small enterprises at all levels in the industrial chain that they feed, have created more than 30% of the city's tax revenue. Coupled with the food and drink of the various people supported by these companies, it can be said that the highlights of the economic growth of Bentham in recent years depend on these two companies. So they are naturally qualified to set up a special reception office for them. And the people in the reception office, after understanding the idea of the Ninth Laboratory, immediately reported their idea to the superior. And this news was quickly uploaded to the decision-making level in the city. The leaders above were very happy when they heard it. This Ninth Laboratory is really sensible, and this kind of business trouble is giving me a lot of trouble. And if this is another company that says I want to set up a fund to specifically support my upstream and downstream industrial chain. When the leaders heard this, they felt that this company was really bragging and not down to earth. Those who are highly vigilant may immediately feel that this company has other plans. After all, in recent years, many companies have engaged in this way, and in the end they have become financial frauds. And if this was said by the Ninth Laboratory, then these managers would believe it to the 10th level. Why? The reason is simple. The Ninth Laboratory is really rich. Now who doesn't know, they have hundreds of billions on the bank account alone. Even people with good deeds have estimated that if they don't have any big moves to spend money, by the end of the year, their funds in the bank are estimated to be in the trillions. What is this concept? Looking at the scale of the two internet giants www.mtnovel.com after they went public, it was only more than 1 trillion. This is just a number on paper. If you really let them come out with real money, it is estimated that those two companies can spend several billions at a time, and then squeeze from other subsidiaries and grandchildren, and if they die, they will spend more than 10 billion in performance. But if the Ninth Laboratory is more real, it can come up with hundreds of billions of cash in every minute. Of course, if they really want to spend the trillions in the bank, it is estimated that the bank will go bankrupt. To be honest, for a company of this size, it would be interesting enough without a bank of its own. This is obviously unwilling to go to the bank to grab a job. This is to give face. Before reaching a certain scale, they will engage in high-tech finance from the real to the virtual. TXT download address, Fournier Reading, Chapter 1427 Reliable. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. If this is another company, find these managers and say that we want to set up a fund to incubate and support industrial projects. It is estimated that all managers, the first question mark that comes up in their minds is that this guy is afraid of where is a financial liar. Moreover, such scammers often have a lot of routines, but in the end, they have almost two goals in the end. One is the low price, which can obtain a batch of assets from the government. For example, there happened to be a certain company in the city that was going bankrupt and reorganized, and they expressed their willingness to take over. And then after some unbundling and packaging, they could finally put the company on the market. This is considered a good example, and then the financial platform in the city is required to issue a letter of guarantee for them. Then they will take the letter of guarantee and go to the major banks to get loans. Afterwards, there is a bolder one, that is, to establish a joint company with the city. Everyone is divided according to the proportion of the modern company. Then how many shares do I own and how many shares do you own? After that, I want the exclusive right to operate, and on your side, hey, just give a letter of guarantee or recommend some high-quality projects, and I will run them. Anyway, they are playing the same routine, which is to use the credit above to borrow money from the bank. Such a company, you can't say that they are all liars. It's just that, What they like most is to make 3 lids and 5 pots. As long as the social economy is functioning normally, their 3 covers are still sufficient, but once systemic risks or risks of force majeure break out, they will be blinded. For example, when there is a sudden subprime mortgage crisis, or when the country's macro policies suddenly undergo directional adjustments, banks are tightening credit for certain industries. Such enterprises are most prone to problems. Once something goes wrong, the first thing these companies need to do is to run away. Finally, a pile of mess is left for the managers to clean up. So if other companies come to the above and say, "I want to set up a fund," maybe the first thing that managers think of is this special liar. But the ninth laboratory is different. They said they want to set up a fund. For them, it is definitely a matter of sprinkling water, and it is definitely not a fraud. After all, they have hundreds of billions of funds lying in the bank. So the top managers quickly gathered their staff and came to a meeting to discuss this matter. In the end, everyone quickly reached an agreement. That is to support this project anyway. After all, if this industrial incubator is completed, Benching will definitely become the domestic medical capital. There will be the country's most powerful pharmaceutical research and development company, the most powerful medical equipment, and various supporting industrial chains. This kind of thing is profitable and harmless. Even if there is a certain risk, everyone should fully support it. So soon, the person in charge of the ninth laboratory, Hixio-jun, was invited to hold a seminar together. At the meeting, Hixio-jun also repeatedly confirmed that they wanted to establish such an industrial park. And he also said that it is true that they want to set up this persuasion fund, and also described the structure of this fund, and the mode of operation. That is, this fund is open to the outside world. As long as you have money, you can join in. But one thing is certain, that is, the management power is definitely controlled by the ninth laboratory. The most important thing is that the project approval power of this fund is also controlled by the ninth laboratory. After the managers above heard about it, they couldn't help but be extremely entangled. The main reason for the entanglement is that everyone knows that this project is definitely profitable. Moreover, when people say that, the meaning is very clear, and funds from the city are welcome to enter. But what makes everyone uncomfortable is that this fund is now very clear, that is, everyone can invest in it, but it is definitely impossible to send people in. Of course, if you arrange for some people to go in to receive wages and do Nissan work, then it will definitely be no problem. But if you want to point fingers at decision-making issues, then it definitely won't work. This is where the ninth laboratory is strong, because they have said it, because they have the advantage of being familiar with the industry. In addition, they plan to set up an external technical support unit specifically. They may provide specialized technical support to selected companies. For example, to provide assistance to those companies in terms of technology upgrades, and may even open some patent authorizations to them. And this is beyond the control of the city. Therefore, people demand absolute control over the fund, which seems understandable. Otherwise, they have to provide money and technical support, and in the end they cannot fully control the fund. In the end, some layman will come over and give instructions. You said that switching is any company who wants to do such a thing. So in the end, despite the entanglement in the city, he hesitated all morning. In the afternoon, several managers had already discussed the decision. In the end, it was decided that a financial platform in the city would invest 3 billion to account for 5% of the shares, but would not participate in the operation of the fund. In addition, a certain commercial bank in the region also invested 3 billion yuan, but its shareholding dropped to 3%. The two companies can send people to the fund to work, but the main task is to coordinate the fund and communicate with the outside world. As for decision-making, sorry, I don't have a copy. Anyway, at the end of the year, dividends must be true, and the fund has just been established with the intention to do so, because there is still some external financing that has not been completed. Hixio-jun has already briefed the city leaders, saying that they already have the first investment project in their hands. Moreover, if this project is completed, it will definitely make a profit without losing money, and according to their estimates, if this company grows up, it will definitely be listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board in only 3 years. At that time, in addition to the Coin Fund, if other platforms in the city are willing to pay more, then it will not be a problem to become a shareholder of this company. When these words came out, everyone felt that he was a little bragging. But when he sent the feasibility report of that project to the leaders immediately stopped talking. This is a research report on the domestic elevator industry and a feasible investment report for the first company they want to invest in. This company is called Rishing, which is an elevator company, and before that, they were an enterprise that did elevator sales agency. However, I have been immersed in this company for 20 years. The boss originally came from engineering and knows elevators very well. Previously, he had done technology research and development in several major elevator factories, and later came out to do it alone. In recent years, I have accumulated a certain amount of capital and technology, and now I plan to create a Chinese elevator brand by myself. The elevator he is building this time has overcome many technical difficulties and was applied for technical patents. Now the elevator produced by their company has reached the final experimental stage, and it is expected that it will be officially launched for sale in another 6 months. And they are also the first project that Coin Fund is optimistic about. To be honest, the first project to be invested by the GAI Fund was not in the pharmaceutical field, which surprised managers. However, after reading this detailed project research report, they felt that the 9th laboratory was really insightful. I actually chose such an industry. This elevator industry, in China, is definitely a sunrise industry. Not to mention that before, there were no elevators in China. It means that there is really no elevator that we produce. When you don't believe you can go home, look at what elevators your community uses. Is it all crap, or Panasonic, or Mitsubishi, or Otis or Kone? If you really want to talk about domestic brands, it can be said that there is no one at all. And this field is monopolized by foreign companies. It can be said that if domestic companies can get in, it can definitely be said to make up for a big gap in the country. If they can achieve a certain advantage in price, then they want to open a breakthrough in this field. It is not too easy. Moreover, if this Rishing can occupy the domestic market, it will occupy almost 50% of the global elevator market. When the time comes to enter a foreign country, it will be a matter of minutes. From this point of view, this Coin Fund is really somewhat expected. This is much stronger than those financial platforms under the jurisdiction of the city. As for the financial platforms in the city, this year's life can be said to be more difficult. Usually, when the market is good, they also lend to state-owned enterprises and central enterprises. After all, such enterprises are guaranteed to repay. But if you ask them to look for projects in the market, they won't look up to it, and they won't look up to it either. Either this risk is high, or that one dare not go. Anyway, there are few high-quality projects in the market that they can see, and when the situation is like this year, they are even more blinded. As a result, they now have a large amount of funds in their hands, www.untitled.com, but they can only be idled in the bank and cannot be invested at all. In this way, the money is not a benefit, but a burden. But you are looking at other people's Coin Fund. It just opened, and it caught such a good project. This is the ability. Moreover, if their technology is as true as they say, Rishing Company, not to mention going public in 5 years, as long as they develop normally and embark on the Science and Technology Innovation Board in 3 years, it will be a matter of minutes. There is absolutely no reason in the city not to support such a company. In this way, this Coin Fund is really reliable. Such a company is definitely not a scam company that specializes in karate. Such a company is absolutely trustworthy. TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 1428 Crazy Pursuit. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao, so don't say anything. This project must be supported. In terms of funds, a financial platform in the city contributed capital, and a local bank also invested in shares. As for shares, it must be that the bank's share of shares is relatively low. Why is this? Haha, because the ninth laboratory hates this bank very much, because this bank is the one that didn't match Xiaofeng before. So even if you take 500 million, it will only give you 3% of the equity. Hey, are you not happy? Don't play if you don't like it. But the bank didn't dare to say anything, because he knew that this was not an ordinary enterprise, it was the ninth laboratory. Now this company is going sideways in China, because they are businesses that don't need banks. This is a unique enterprise nationwide. On a global scale, there are only a few companies that are able to achieve complete bank protection. For example, there is one company whose name is Apple, and another company is called Google. As for China, there seems to be a celebrity chef group besides the ninth laboratory. As for other companies, it seems that there is another glass maker. As for others, even H company, which is known as the first brother in the high-tech field, cannot do without the bank. And this can most intuitively reflect the status of the ninth laboratory. Only such a company can dare to challenge the bank, not to mention the local bank that has invested in it, even those big state-owned banks. And the ninth laboratory can also defeat them. And this bank, don't look at taking 500 million, only got 3 points of shares, but don't feel unhappy, because they know that this is just a barrier to entry. Because the ninth laboratory and the above have already said, this fund, part of the future source of funds, will be corporate bonds. The ninth lab will issue bonds and then release them through this fund. Nima, that's the corporate debt of the ninth laboratory. Don't look at this year's bond market, and even the corporate bonds of many large companies have experienced thunderstorms. But that also depends on what company it is not. There are a few of those companies that are qualified to compare with the ninth laboratory, let alone compare, and they don't even have the qualifications to put names together. They can even imagine that once the salary debt of the ninth laboratory is issued, it will definitely cause a frenzy in the bond market. Even if the interest rate on this corporate bond is very low, there will still be people looting it, because buying their corporate bonds, in the eyes of many capital players, it is not for making money. That is for asset preservation. At that level of playing capital, don't talk to them about the risk of inflation in the future. You bought the corporate bonds of the ninth laboratory, and the interest you received in the end was not even as high as the rate of inflation. So if you buy the corporate bonds of the ninth laboratory, you are losing money. Don't people actually understand these principles? But wait until your capital can reach the scale of others. To be honest, people selling the corporate bonds of the ninth laboratory are not for making money at all. People are to be able to guarantee the safety of their assets. Let me ask, is there any company in the world whose corporate debt can be as safe as the ninth laboratory? This company, in particular, is equivalent to the Apple of the pharmaceutical industry, that is, they have not been listed and have no stocks. If they are willing to go public, their stock price can surpass Apple in every minute. It's no joke that the market value surpasses Apple and breaks trillions of dollars. Don't really think that this is an exaggeration. If you don't believe me, just look at the stock market in the US in recent years. Over the years, the Fed printed money frantically. After the money went out, it finally went to two places. One is the European bond market, and the other is the US stock market. And with the influx of refugees in Europe, various social problems have been caused. Coupled with the subsequent disputes in Germany about the Nord Stream gas pipeline in the United States, and a series of issues such as Brexit. This has led to a collapse in the European bond market. As a result, when the pandemic broke out this year, some EU countries were unfavorable in controlling the virus, and finally part of the European debt had collapsed. Now there is a lot of hot money in the world, and considering the current environment in the United States, this money is afraid to go in. So at this time, you said that if the ninth laboratory was willing to issue corporate bonds, what would it be like? As long as you withdraw, you can't be robbed by those brokers and capitalists. The first round of grabbing is earning, and then in the secondary market, as long as you are willing to sell, make sure that someone is willing to buy at a high price. And if you get the overseas market, it will be even more remarkable. So this initial underwriter will definitely get the fattest piece of meat. So even if it spent 500 million, but only got 3 points of shares, this local bank is still very happy. And after the news spread, countless banks, funds, and even trusts have found the ninth laboratory. He expressed his willingness to join this fund, and the bids are more crazy. As of last week, there is a trust company that has expressed its willingness to contribute 5 billion yuan, as long as the fund is 5% of the shares. And they don't want management power, nor will they interfere with the normal operation of the fund. This NEMA means that the fund was appreciated in value before it even starts to operate. Regarding this coin fund, the ninth laboratory has made it clear they will only sell 49% of the shares, and the remaining 51% are absolutely in their hands. In the future, if necessary, they will also consider expansion and splitting. However, only the shares in everyone's hands are being split during the expansion. As for the 51% in their hands, I'm sorry, that will not be split. This requirement is simply too much than the requirement of engaging in A and B shares with different rights in the same stock. But people are so crazy, but there are still countless people who are willing to stretch their heads and let them kill. Why is it so? Because everyone is not stupid. They all know that this is the opportunity for everyone to make money from the ninth lab. In the past, the biggest grievance of various capitals against this company was that they did not go public. So even if they develop well, everyone can't catch a ride and get a little bonus from their development. But now it's different. They are willing to make such a fund to bring the big guys to play. This can explain the problem. First of all, his fund must be profitable. Because the ninth laboratory is very professional, at least in the field of medicine, they are definitely the leading experts in China. But for projects that they are optimistic about, there is certainly no reason to fail. What's more, people have also said that they will also provide technical support to promising companies. As for the technology of the ninth laboratory, this point can be said to be unconvinced by any player in the country. You have to say that there are many domestic companies that are more or less fraudulent in scientific research. This is true in all likelihood. Otherwise, why do you think the muddy water can be accurate? But in the ninth laboratory, this is impossible. Because anyone who has known domestic technology companies knows that this company is definitely a real hardcore company. In the high-tech field, their level of expertise in research and development can be said to be even each company is inferior to them. If you don't believe me, just look at other people's products. You have to know, even if each company advertises their products, they can only fight against Apple or Samsung at best. But the products of the ninth laboratory are different. Let's not talk about the cosmetics of others. They are the top in the industry. Whether you are lawyer, lauder, you are all scumbags in front of them. Even now, these big European and American brands can only buy a small molecular collagen solution from them every year at a high price of several billions. That kind of product can only be produced by their family in the world. This is technical strength. As for those talking about medicine, that's even more remarkable. The health products produced by others are used by all clinicians abroad as life-saving formula medicines. Even now the medical profession has a saying that once the patient is critically ill, you are helpless and unable to make targeted treatments. Then you can prescribe rejuvenating capsules for the patient, because whatever the matter, this healthcare product can hold the patient's life. Hey, it's so amazing. As for their other products, let alone Click Serum, which is now a must-preferred drug for almost all doctors in the Department of Cardio-Cerebrovascular Disease. Because of this medicine, it can actually cure blood vessel narrowing, or blood vessel plaque and other diseases. There are other medicines, so I won't list them one by one. These drugs alone can bring hundreds of billions of revenue to this company every year. So what do you say about their technical prowess? Then they set up an evaluation committee to select projects for investment. It can be said that this is a transaction that makes a profit without losing money. At that time, you will not only receive dividends from the fund.mentalnovel.com. The most important thing is that you can also get first-hand news. For example, which company does the fund value? How much did you give? In this way, can't you give more support to this company in private, and then strive to get the original shares? And if these companies go public in the future, it's time for bicycles to become motorcycles. When you voted for 100, you will get 10,000 back. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, this transaction is a steady profit without loss. Follow the big brother. There is meat to eat. So during this period, the most popular topic is the equity distribution of Coin Fund. And during this period, because Coin Fund has always been open to the outside world, they have also been madly sought after by all kinds of capital, and they have been touted to heaven. TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 1429. Follow Big Brother to have meat. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The Ants kowtow. However, the attitude of the Coin Fund has always been very ambiguous. Although everyone knows that this fund is now open to the outside world to raise funds, how does the stock price determine and how much to whom it will give, or in what form? They asked everyone to buy shares, but they never said clearly. However, everyone who intends to participate in it also understands that they are trying to make a fuss and wait for the price. To put it bluntly, it is the mode of raising goo. Let everyone earn it, and try to find out what the upper limit everyone can make. In the end, it will definitely be the higher price. Although everyone feels that they are not authentic in doing this, but what about it? Knowing that they are deliberately trying to whet everyone's appetite, but at this time, you too. After all, there is a reason for eating meat with Big Brother, and everyone knows it. Regardless of how much you have paid at this time, the future report can be said to be very generous. After all, this fund is endorsed by the Ninth Laboratory. It is said that another well-known local company in benching, the Celebrity Chef Group, seems to join in. It seems that the two companies are negotiating recently, and it is said that the two companies are working together to empty 51% of the shares. Although this is only a rumor, but the rumor alone has already made countless external investors impulsive. Indeed, it is impossible not to be impulsive. These two enterprises can be said to be the two private enterprises with the most abundant domestic funds at the moment. Let's not talk about the Ninth Laboratory. There are hundreds of billions of dollars lying in the bank, and it is said that there are also hundreds of billions of dollars lying in the accounts of other people's overseas headquarters. As for the manufacturing of celebrity chefs, let alone, this company looks like a fast food company on the surface, but who can ignore the other Sunshine Hospital under their name, which can also be classified as a high-tech company? And even if you don't talk about Sunshine Hospital, just talking about their fast food section and the brand of this company is worth old money. That is to say, this company is not listed. If they were to go public, their signature alone would be the same as before the Golden Arch and Coca-Cola. Now this company also needs to participate in this fund, and it has to reach a strategic partnership with the Ninth Laboratory to form a joint holding. NEMA, although the two companies will appear to be very strong when they join forces, it undoubtedly provides them with greater confidence for outside investors. Because these two companies are too strong, the two of them joined forces to endorse this fund platform. Do you still have to worry about this foundation losing money? What if you lose money? As long as you can play with two elder brothers, and you can build relationships with two eldest brothers, how about spending a few $100 million? As long as you can become the follower of the two big brothers, in the future. Hehe. So since it was reported that the Celebrity Chef Group would also join the fund, the shareholding allocation of the Coin Fund has once again been heated up, and until this time, the people above really realized that they were taking advantage. The Ninth Laboratory and the famous Chef Group are really good for face. Think about it. The financial platform under their name only took $500 million, and they gave 5% of the shares. Local banks also paid out $500 million and got 3 points of shares. From the perspective of this, their initial investment has already appreciated, because the financial institutions outside, calculated to spend 1 billion, can't get the 5% equity of this fund. Although this fund has not yet started to raise funds formally, they have already begun to operate. The first project, the Rishing Elevator project, has already invested 100 million yuan. Queen Fund provided Rishing Elevator with a loan of 100 million yuan, and then took 30% of the company's shares. And this news spread out without knowing how, and as a result, Rishing had just received 100 million yuan from Queen Fund in the forefoot. On the back foot, countless investment institutions have found them and said they would finance them. Some people are even willing to give out 200 million, as long as they own 20% of the shares. As a result, Li Xizu, Rishing's boss, refused all those investments. It's not that he doesn't like money. In fact, if he relaxes and agrees to the capital to come in, then his previous investment of more than 1 billion yuan can be fully recovered. But now with the 100 million yuan provided by the Queen Fund, he is no longer short of money. And he also knows very well that if he continues to buy shares, he will only lose more control of the company. If the company does go public in the future, he will get even fewer benefits. What's more, he also has considerable grievances against these capitals. To be honest, before Xiao Feng and the others agreed to invest in him, it is not that he has never found these financial institutions and applied for financing. But what happened in the end? When the bank heard that he was engaged in elevator research and development, it just pretended to ask him for various information, and then there was no more information. As for other financial institutions, they don't even bother to pretend. As soon as he heard that he was engaged in independent research and development of elevators, he even shut his doors. Even if there were two people who said that they could lend him a loan, the interest rate on the loan was extremely high. They all came from pressing the red line of national loan sharks. During that time, he really vomited blood with anger. Oh, if you don't come to send charcoal in the snow, now I will become famous. You come to pull relatives and take advantage. I can go to Nima, you guys dare. How far do you go to Lozi? This is Li Xizu's attitude towards those capitals. To be honest, the Queen Fund's conditions are not lenient. 100 million will cost 30% of his shares. But this was his old Li willingly, because he didn't think it was a cheap sale. It was worth it. Because of this 30% of the shares, he will be able to build a relationship with the 9th Laboratory and the Celebrity Chef Group. How many small and medium-sized enterprises dream of this? If nothing else, he said that after Queen Fund became a shareholder, his Rishing company would be the younger brother of these two tycoons. Covered by two big brothers, those foreign capitals can only be watched even if he looks at the scale of his assets and the rapid growth and expansion. They don't dare to do anything outside, because as long as they dare to do anything, that is to be the enemy of the 9th Laboratory and the famous Chef Group. Based on the current domestic influence of the famous Chef Group and the 9th Laboratory, anyone who wants to offend any capital who is eating in the business district must think twice before taking any action. And with the support of the two big bosses, their company has greatly improved its human and financial resources. The data collection and control system data correction work of the last part of their box elevator is nearing completion. What makes them most happy is that although their elevators have not been formally developed and put on the market, they have already received a batch of orders. Part of these orders are for various building projects developed by the famous Chef Group in the Sports New City section. There is also a batch of orders, which actually came from Yida Group. It is said that the elevators of Yida Group's properties in certain cities in China have reached the end of their service life and now need to be replaced. You may find it strange to hear that the Yida Group's shopping malls are all over the country, but in fact, most of them have been newly built in the past 10 years. It stands to reason that the elevators they use are all well-known brands. How come they have reached the service life in more than 10 years? Generally speaking, the service life of the elevator starts in 30 years. This book is from Book Friends Basecamp.novel.com to receive cash red envelopes. But Li Xizu had been in the real estate industry for more than 10 years earlier, and he knew the doorway inside. In fact, The main reason is that many of the projects undertaken by Yida Group were actually outsourced. After outsourcing to some local companies, these companies have subcontracted the engineering layer by layer. In the end, the actual construction team actually has no profit at all, and some even have no profit at all. So in this way, we can only think of ways in various material vendors, for example, building materials, or consumables such as elevators. Although the elevator is a model of a certain brand purchased in accordance with the standards on the tender, but in fact, some elevators are counterfeit OEMs produced in a certain place, or assembled second-hand refurbished goods. At first, a few years is not a problem, but after 7 or 8 years, this elevator will have problems of one kind or another. The maintenance cost in the later period is very high, and it is very uneconomical for the company. The most important thing is that even if repairs and maintenance are often carried out later, the frequency of problems with such elevators is still very high. For a big brand like Yida, if something hurts people because of an elevator accident, it will greatly affect their reputation. The most serious consequence is that it will directly affect their stock prices. Therefore, for the company's reputation and stock price, they decided to replace these potentially dangerous elevators early. At this time, the Rishing elevator recommended by Xiao Feng has become a good choice. Mentalnovel.com. Although it is a domestic product, Xiao Feng is optimistic about the product, and also personally invested in the company, which is obviously not wrong. As a result, Yida and Celebrity Chef Group have a close cooperative relationship, and now they have hundreds of franchise stores made by famous chefs. On the other hand, we must consider the close relationship between Wang Gongcai and Xiao Feng. For projects that Xiao Feng is optimistic about, Wang Gongcai must give face. So this Rishing elevator has been on fire recently. You must know that a month ago, this was just an unknown company, but it has been here recently. Various news media, as well as all kinds of self-media, have carried out overwhelming reports on this company, which makes Rishing elevator instantly into the eyes of thousands of people. It turns out that we still have such an elevator company in China. TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 1430. The world's #1 conscience developer. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. And if it weren't for the introduction of these media, everyone would not know that all the elevators we use now are actually imported from abroad. It turns out that there is such a big gap between us in the elevator field and foreign countries. This seemingly inconspicuous elevator can't be built in China. Maybe at this time there will be countless people who will jump out and say, it's not that we can't make it. It's just that we haven't studied it seriously before. As long as we study seriously and increase investment, there will be nothing we can't make. But the cruel fact is that even if you increase your investment and study it carefully, you will not be able to make it. For example, the door system of this elevator may seem simple, but it actually involves very complicated precise measurement technology. In this regard, we are actually very lacking. There is also the stator in the permanent magnet motor used in the elevator, although we can also manufacture it, but in terms of service life and reliability, it is not even worse than Germany and Japan. And it is through a series of publicity of these media that people realize how powerful this company called Rishing Elevator is. Unexpectedly, the elevator technology research and development has been carried out silently for many years, and hundreds of millions have been invested one after another. Up to now, I have thoroughly understood the most difficult parts and have mastered all the independent intellectual property rights. Isn't this the kind of high industrial upgrading enterprises that we have been promoting to support vigorously before? After such a bombardment of publicity, even though Rishing Elevator has not yet officially launched its product, it has already become popular, and it has also become the target of many domestic capitals. Because these capitals are not fools, they have also sent a multi-party research team. In particular, financial institutions that have had contact with Rishing Elevator before have reread the information submitted to them when Rishing came to the door. After doing so, they discovered that this company really didn't brag about it. They really have their own uniqueness in elevator technology. And it seems that they can really circumvent the patented technology blockade of foreign elevators in key technical parts. This is incredible. If they can really make their own elevator out, then our domestic market alone will be enough for them. And this is a long-term business, not a one-shot deal. This is incredible. Such a company, if it can be packaged well in the future, and then listed, that minute is a unicorn. So during this period of time, the threshold of rushing elevator has almost been trampled by various capitals. At the same time, the city was also shocked by the strength of the Queen Fund. This fund is really not given in vain. People really want to do things sincerely. You see, the first entrepreneur to vote for this shot is so accurate. Everyone can see now that the elevator will go to the Scitech Innovation Board sooner or later. How much face does it have to earn in the city? You should know that in the past, the most worrying thing in the city was that there were few listed companies in the jurisdiction, and it was not good to say it. But now that the Queen Fund is there seems to be no need to worry about this. Come on. The benefits have already been accounted for. Don't say anything. The support that should be given, then give it all. Doesn't the 9th laboratory want a piece of land, an industrial park? No problem. We will not only give you the land, but also the best supporting policies for the park. So a series of preferential policies are all introduced. For example, companies in this biochemical pharmaceutical park can enjoy tax exemption for 3 years. If the profitability of the company is not high within 3 years, it can apply for an extension to 5 years. In addition, the park will also provide various talent subsidies, tax reductions and exemptions to companies that register in the park, set up office areas, and recruit more than 30 employees. There is also the rent in the park, which will also be subsidized. Moreover, in the city, a large low-rent housing community will be built around the park, specifically for employees of various companies working in the park. As long as employees meet the conditions, they can apply. In addition, this park is mainly led by the 9th laboratory, and it is mainly the 9th laboratory who has the final say. The city is also planning to start a new search and build an entrepreneurial park next to this park. The previous park was mainly for companies in various biochemical and environmental materials supporting the upstream and downstream of the 9th laboratory, and this park is specifically aimed at various innovative enterprises. For example, companies like Rishing Elevator will enjoy preferential policies such as tax reduction and exemption if they move their headquarters to a newly established park in the city. In addition, employees of Rishing Elevator can also enjoy the preferential policies of low-rent housing built next to the city. And he also recommended several startup companies to Xiao Feng and the others. Naturally, Queen Fund also inspected these companies. But to be honest, these companies have very general conditions. Their creativity does not shine, but the most important thing is that they can get certain orders. So Xiao Feng and the others understood, and soon agreed to invest in these companies. However, the scale is not large. It is only a few million for one family, which is enough for these companies to operate normally. And when these news spread out one after another, people who were still ridiculing the inflated housing prices in the new sports city also shut their mouths. Nima, after adding so many good conditions, everyone found that the housing prices in this sports new city section are really not high at all. There is a stadium here. There is Asia's largest indoor comprehensive shopping mall, and then there will be a large general hospital to be settled soon. The most important thing is that the school district has supporting facilities. You must know that it is the primary and secondary schools affiliated to the Benching Medical University, as well as the primary and secondary schools affiliated to the Polytechnic University. The quality is not bad at all.mentalnovel.com. Get the red envelopes. Follow the public friends base camp.mentalnovel.com. Draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. There are places for leisure and entertainment, shopping malls, hospitals and schools. Moreover, the community has not been built yet, and the subway is already open. The housing price of this area only starts at 20,000 yuan. This NEMA shouldn't be too low, okay? The most important thing is that in recent days, Beijing City has also announced that 2 industrial parks will be built next to this area. One is dedicated to biopharmaceuticals, and the other is dedicated to supporting innovative industries. Moreover, various preferential policies have been implemented, and even the city has said that a large-scale talent apartment community will be built next to these 2 parks, specifically for young people working in the parks. This NEMA, the celebrity chef group, is too conscientious, right? You must know that if another company is engaged in real estate development, it is really not a bit of a word, and I dare to blow a smallpox to you. Even developers in some cities, in order to sell the buildings in their own communities, dare to blatantly lie to buyers. Our community is built in the new city, just across the river from the main city, but don't worry, a bridge across the river has already been planned in the city. The upper bridge entrance of the Cross River Bridge is just at the gate of our community, only separated by a road. Then he took out the plan and the sand table of the community in a decent manner. From the drawings, and on the sand table, you can indeed see a bridge spanning a certain river, which directly connects this area with the main city of the original city. To drive from this community to the city to go to work, it is enough to cross the bridge, and the journey takes only 20 minutes. It has been 5 or 6 years since the buildings in the community have been sold, and the legendary bridge has not seen the slightest movement. And at this time you go to the developer again, people have already gone to the building. As for you go to the city, the result is even worse. This is not the most exaggerated. The most exaggerated is that the developers of a certain place have built several fake subway stations directly next to the community they built. Yes, you read that right, fake subway station. Because the city recently merged a certain plot into the urban area, and it also said it was about to start large-scale development. Many developers began to use their brains frantically. Obviously the above development plan has not yet come out, but they have come up with similar development drawings. And he also made this development plan into a sand table, and then made various gimmicks for the community he built. The most exaggerated one is the construction of a few fake subway stations next to his own community. Then, during the promotion, he said that his house belongs to the subway house, and by the way, the price increased. Don't say it. They really fooled a lot of ordinary people who didn't know the truth. But the final result was that their subway station was reported not long after it was built, and then ordered to be demolished by the relevant authorities. But what about it, anyway? Their house price has gone up, and the house has already been bought for more than half. As for the demolition of the subway station, it will be demolished. As for those fooled home buyers, of course you can ask for a checkout refund, but whether it can be refunded, when and how much it is refunded depends on the mood of the developer. Anyway, a Taikai punched down www.mentalnovel.com. In the end, consumers can only helplessly pay. And compared with those developers who rely on fraud and deception, this celebrity chef group is simply the #1 conscientious developer in the world. The community hasn't been built yet, and all the supporting facilities are provided for you. This is completely different from those developers whose upper lip touches the lower lip and rely on flicker. They have never exaggerated and made any guarantees to consumers, but they have done everything they need to do for you. All the necessary living facilities are provided for you. It's just like that. And the house only cost 20,000. Is it expensive? It's really not expensive at all. Since the development plan of the new sports city sector was announced, and there was no extensive coverage by various media, the heat here immediately rose. TXT download address, Funny reading, Chapter 1431. Full of sincerity, I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. At this time, some local people with money in Beijing couldn't sit still, and they all went to the sales office of Sports New City to ask when the second sale of houses would start. Because as long as you are not stupid, you can see that this place will definitely be a hotspot in the future. Generally speaking, whether a sector is mature or not requires at least a 10 or even 20-year development cycle. And this so-called cycle, in fact, depends on whether the sector is paying enough attention to it. If enough attention is paid to this area as a driving area for future economic development in the city, then various supporting facilities will be gradually added to this area. For example, it is a residential area at the beginning, but shopping malls, hospitals, and schools will be added to you later. Those who are capable will also support various industrial parks in the surrounding area, give various preferential policies to industrial parks to attract enterprises to settle down. In this way, in this area, there are future job opportunities, places for leisure and entertainment, and supporting facilities for seeing a doctor and going to school. People's basic life needs can be met. Then this sector will naturally become a mature sector. Such an area can naturally attract people to buy a house and settle down. It's just that such a sector generally belongs to the old city in many cities. Because the development is very mature, the various supporting facilities are very mature. But such an old city has a very bad point, that is, it has matured, and there is really no potential to tap. For example, the city wants to sell land here, but unfortunately there is no suitable land at all. If you want to collect plots, then you have to engage in relocation, but the cost of relocation is very high, so not many developers are willing to do this business. And even if there are plots of land to be sold and developers can build up the building, it is difficult for such a house to be sold, because housing prices will be very expensive. The price of ordinary old houses in the old city has already reached 20,000 to 30,000. What's more, this new building with very good conditions and environment, the price must go straight to 34,000 square meters. If there is a suitable school district, it will basically start at 50,000 square meters. How many people can afford such an old house? So this is not as cost-effective as developing new plots, because the cost of new plots is low. However, the disadvantage of the new plot is that various supporting facilities are immature and require a long development cycle. The new sports city sector is different, and it can be said that it is different from any other place. What's special here? The community has not been built yet, and all the supporting facilities are provided for you. Stadiums, leisure and fitness parks, large comprehensive shopping malls, from elementary school to middle school, but also affiliated schools of prestigious universities. The most important thing is the Sunshine General Hospital, which even has an industrial park around you. In other words, if you live here in the future, your children will not have to stay away from this area from going to elementary school, to middle school, or even to find a job. Moreover, all kinds of supporting facilities for life are readily available here, and you simply cannot ask for more. No matter how you look at this land, it will definitely appreciate in the future. So the people in Benching were moved, but anyone with a little ability at home was planning to buy a set nearby. Moreover, the city soon surrounded this section and began auctioning the surrounding plots. The Benching land market, which was not very active in land transactions, became active this time. Several well-known real estate developers in China have made frequent moves and have begun to acquire land at high prices. Originally it was not a lot of land, but now it has caused a high price berserk, and even the floor price calculated after the transaction of some land is higher than the floor price of the current sports new city section. Is this okay? As long as you are not a fool, you can see that the housing prices here will definitely be higher in the future, and the city's intentions are also very clear, and the future will definitely focus on developing this area. This is because, judging from the plans that have been released one after another, not only the new sports city will have to talk about supporting facilities in the future. In other sectors, various elementary schools, middle schools and hospitals will be built one after another. Moreover, these elementary schools and middle schools are all branch schools of famous schools, and the key schools in the city center will come here to build branch schools. The most important thing is that at this time, the interior decoration drawings of the residential buildings built by the Celebrity Chef Group somehow flowed into the market. This time caused a wave of sensation in the market. You must know that before the domestic sales of buildings, they were basically delivered in rough. To be honest, there are only a few regions in the world that are like this. The advantage of this is that it allows their homeowner to play freely and decorate the house according to his favorite style. But the other downside is that it will cause serious noise pollution and waste. In these high-end residential communities developed by the Celebrity Chef Group, there is no such situation. They all adopt the mode of refined decoration and delivery. The most important thing is that the sale of houses in their community does not have any pool area. This NEMA is simply a precedent. You know, since the introduction of the public stall to the country, but I don't know how many people have harmed me. The house book has an area of more than 100 square meters, but in fact it only gets 80%. And some even have a house acquisition rate of only 70%. In the north, when you pay the group heating fee, you still have to pay it according to the area of the house, which is already very unfair. The most hateful thing is that the same is true for property fees. This time, the community developed by the Celebrity Chef Group set a precedent for abolishing the pool area. Of course, a very clever compromise was used. After all, on the bright side, it is impossible to cancel the public share. As for the reason, everyone knows it, and you can't say more. It's 404. So the method they adopted is to give equal free space to each suite, and the area they give away is basically equal to the shared area. Next we will talk about their decoration. To be honest, there are not many people who don't like the hardcover room, because the hardcover room is free. And you can move in directly with the house when you get it. And everyone knows that decoration is troublesome and easy to be tricked by others, so few people are willing to decorate themselves. But why? Everyone is more willing to buy a rough house in the end. The reason is simple. It is because the previous developers were too bad. For example, the so-called price of 16,000 per square meter, which includes the decoration cost of 4,000 yuan per square meter. But when the house is handed over, you will grit your teeth with hatred. The decoration can only be described as a mess. I don't know what garbage brand is used for the floor tiles, let alone the floor. Inferior wallpaper is used all over the house, and it smells like glue when entering the house. And as long as you sign to live in, the water pipe will be broken today, or the water will leak tomorrow, or there will be various problems with doors and windows. Anyway, if you live for a few months, you will be mad at you. Not to mention the decoration standard of 4,000 yuan per square meter. It is simply not as good as the decoration standard of 1,000 yuan. It's because the developers eat the price difference in this regard, and they eat too hard. And in the end, there is no sense and attitude of the person in charge at all. Therefore, after many people have suffered a loss, they would rather buy a rough house instead of worrying about it, rather than buying a hard-covered house from a developer. But this time, the residential building developed by the Celebrity Chef Group is different. Their hardcover can be said to be absolutely sincere. For example, for the same apartment type, they can have at least 3 to 5 different decoration plans for the owners to choose. These decoration schemes are new Chinese style, Western style, or Japanese and Korean style warm colors. And as long as you add money, you can also talk to the designer to change some things you don't like. The other is the building materials used for decoration. You can also choose, divided into 3 grades of low, medium and high. The lowest is 151 square meters, and the brands used are also branded goods, but relatively speaking, they are low-end products of some brands. What are the advantages and disadvantages? People will tell you clearly. The medium grade one is about 25.1 square meters, and the brand used is the mid to high-end product of the big brand. All tiles and floors are brand name goods, the kind that is almost harmless. As for the high-end decoration, it basically ranges from 5,000 to 10,000 per square meter. The most high-end building materials are used, and some are even foreign brands. And the kind that gives you furniture, The furniture is naturally the most high-end. The most important thing is that these are optional. You can freely assemble. For example, your floor tiles can choose some mid-range brands, but in some uncritical areas, you can choose low-end products to reduce costs. As for furniture, you can also entrust them to choose the most high-end kind for you, so that you will have more face. This kind of service is simply at home, and it can definitely be said to be full of sincerity. You must know that the previous domestic developers did not do fine decoration, and among them, the hardcover rooms of certain department and certain DA are actually more famous. It's just that they rely on a set of drawings to win the world. In other words, the decoration styles in the houses are almost 100% the same. For example, you are not very satisfied with some part of them.mtlnovel.com, but you can't ask them to change it. After all, they are all done uniformly. You can only make changes to the parts you don't like after closing the house. This time, the Celebrity Chef Group is different. After you buy a house, they will produce drawings to let you choose the decoration style and decoration materials. And I promise you that when the house is handed over, it will be delivered 100% as it is. Of course, the room cost and decoration cost are separate calculations. But even so, there are still many people who are willing to spend more money to pay for their services. As a result, other people's such meticulous service is an innovation. Secondly, everyone can trust the brand of Celebrity Chef Group, although this is their first real estate development. TXT download address, Fournier reading, Chapter 1432 Explosion. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The Ants Kowtow. Although this is the first time a Celebrity Chef Group has engaged in real estate development, just from these details, we can already see the sincerity of others. If you don't believe me, take a look at some department and some DA, who are famous for their services. What are their hardcover rooms like? Although their hardcover rooms also have a certain amount of flicker, relatively speaking, their hardcover rooms are already the highest in the industry, and the quality is the best. But now compared with the standards of other famous chef groups, this is completely inadequate. As far as that department is concerned, their hardcover room can be said to be a blueprint to hit the world. For houses of almost the same size, all the decoration standards are the same. Although it seems that the decoration standard is not low, but in fact, the reason why they do this is to reduce costs, because then they can go to the manufacturers to purchase. Because of the large number of purchases, they are required to keep the cost down for them as much as possible. The Celebrity Chef Groups is different. Even if it is the same apartment type, there can be 3 to 5 different decoration schemes for buyers to choose from. The most important thing is that if buyers in certain places are not satisfied, they can communicate with the designer on the spot to make changes. And there will be a lot of costs involved, such as the designer's labor, electricity costs, and so on. Moreover, because of the disagreement on the decoration style, it is unlikely that large-scale unified procurement is possible when purchasing, which naturally increases the cost. The most important thing is that the materials are different and the room types of each household are different, which will greatly increase the difficulty of decoration for the decoration construction team. But the people did not have any ambiguity, so they did it. Although the price they offer to buyers is not low, they are making money in the clear. They let you spend every penny you spend plainly, and finally promise you a 10-year warranty for the house decoration. What else can you ask for? How many other domestic developers dare to do this? Even if the price of such a house is more expensive, the common people are willing to pay the bill. Therefore, when the second batch of houses was launched for pre-sale, and the price directly increased by 10,000 from the first phase, many home buyers and enterprises did not show any complaints, because this is still too cost-effective in their opinion. First of all, the supporting facilities in a new district are so mature that they are close to those in the old districts that have been around for decades, and hospitals are better than those in the old city. not to mention the schools. They are all primary and secondary schools affiliated to prestigious universities. These are what the people are most concerned about. The second is that there are actually two high-tech industrial parks here, one for biopharmaceuticals and the other for high-tech entrepreneurship. This means that in the future there will certainly not be fewer companies and job opportunities. There will be more young people. Once there are more young people, this spending power will naturally increase. What's more, there are two universities here, which guarantees that in the future, there will be a steady stream of young people working, starting businesses, and living here. With these new forces, the housing prices here will definitely not drop in the future, especially after the introduction of the Celebrity Chef Group's decoration plan. The price of their listings on the market has directly jumped by 5.1 square meters. No way. Who can make locals trust the Celebrity Chef Group? If this is another real estate company that says to adopt such a plan, people will definitely have to think about it before buying a house. What is the reputation of this company? Believe them or not? What if I spend my money and they don't keep their promises? When the time comes, the cost of protecting people's rights will be too high. Don't you see? The developers who built fake subway stations in a certain place, and the consumers who were finally fooled by them, are all gone. And what if their decoration does not meet the standards they said? This is the question that home buyers will consider when facing other developers. But when I ran into a Celebrity Chef Group, many people paid the deposit directly without even thinking about it. As for why? It's very simple. Because everyone trusts the famous chef group. First of all, this is a local company that has been operating in Bentham for many years. Everyone can trust the company's performance in benching for so many years. When they do business, it can be said that they are innocent. This can be seen from the standard of their fast food for many years. Over the years, there are actually many fast food companies that are as good as celebrity chefs. But how many companies can survive in the end? Why? It's very simple. Once those companies become famous, they will forget the words of their original intentions. After many companies have grown larger, the taste of their meals has changed. And when the market fluctuates, they will raise prices with various excuses, or just pick up on the amount of food. The goal is to reduce costs, but that's not what they say to the common people. On the contrary, it will fool you, saying that this is the food saving advocated by the state. On the other hand, the Celebrity Chef Group, after so many years, has also experienced large fluctuations in the prices of many raw materials in the market. However, the price of their flagship product has never been increased, and the taste has never changed. The key is the weight, and I have never tried it. This is conscience. What is there to worry about for such enterprises and their real estate projects? It is for them to provide consumers with so many decoration plans and so many service details. From these, we can see the sincerity of this company. So everyone can sell their house without worry, because they have already said in terms of construction, layer subcontracting is absolutely not allowed, and the quality and quantity of construction must be maintained. Everyone believes what others say, but everyone believes what the Celebrity Chef Group said. Even during this time, there were buyers from other parts of the country who came to the sales offices of the celebrity chefs to buy houses. Although in recent years, benching has also introduced many restrictive clauses for buying houses. However, their previous clauses were mainly aimed at the old city. The new Sports City section developed by the Celebrity Chef Group this time is a proper new city and is not within the scope of purchase restrictions. Therefore, foreign buyers are naturally eligible to buy a house here. As for those foreign buyers, some are indeed speculators, while the other are customers with independent needs. For example, those young people working hard in the first-tier cities. They have worked in first-tier cities for about 10 years, and their salary levels are pretty good, with a monthly salary of $30,000 to $50,000, with a certain amount of savings on hand, plus the money given by his parents. He can have $2 to $3 million on hand. But this little money is definitely not enough to buy a house in first-tier cities. In Beijing, I bought a small two-bedroom apartment in 80 flats outside the 6th Ring Road, and in the Magic City, I bought a remote suburb like Kingpo. Every day to and from get off work, they have to be on the road for 3 or 4 hours, and the most important thing is that they have not obtained the Huku in the first-tier cities, and cannot solve the problem of children going to school. In other second-tier cities, it is very difficult for them to buy a suitable house with the money they have on hand. There must be no hope in the center of the city, but it is possible in the suburbs. But in this way, they are not reconciled. At this time, the famous celebrity chef Jindu had already been established all over the country, and the community developed by the celebrity chef group immediately broke into their eyes. Everyone takes a closer look. Oh, let me go. This house is great. Almost all the supporting facilities around are all alive. This book is from bookfanbase.untilnovel.com to receive cash red envelopes. There are almost everything you want here: shopping malls, stadiums, parks, large well-known hospitals, and well-known small and medium schools. The most important thing is that there are 2 high-tech industrial parks here, which means that even if they do not mix in first-tier cities in the future, they may find a similar job here. We must know that in the past 2 years, the job market environment in Binching has also been very good. It's because there are 2 companies such as Famous Chef Group and Ninth Laboratory. When their upstream and downstream companies have a good life, some have ambitions to go upstream. In the past year or 2, they have also been recruiting troops, intending to open up new directions for development. Therefore, the salaries offered by these companies are also good. So many of these young people floating in the first-tier cities are tempted, especially those who are married but still renting a house. They can't afford it in first-tier cities, and they are not willing to go to other second-tier cities. The most important thing is that jobs in other second-tier cities are not easy to find. At this time, the new sports city of Binching gave them hope, especially the famous Chef Jindu community developed by the famous chef group. In this community, you buy a top-fitting large apartment of more than 130 square meters, plus the developer's free area, but the actual sale is more than 130 square meters. Such a house can be designed into 4 bedrooms and 2 halls. And you can also choose your own favorite decoration style. The floor is good and the house is renovated. The full price is only 5 million yuan.untilnovel.com. This price is too conscientious. If this is a first-tier city, you can only sell 80 in the outer suburbs squeeze flat. And if you want to buy one in the city center, you can only sell a 40 or 50 square meter old and broken one. The most important thing is that even if you buy a house, you can't solve your child's schooling problem. Even if you have a registered permanent residence in a first-tier city, you cannot send your children to key elementary and middle schools because you can't afford a school district housing. The houses here are different. They are directly the key school district houses. After all, everyone has heard of the reputation of Benthan Medical University and Benthan Polytechnic University, especially the Binching Medical University. This university is no less famous than the domestic top 2. Even abroad, the degree of recognition of this university is even higher than those of the 2 top 2. TXT download address, Phonier reading, Chapter 1433 changed the pattern. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao, children who will come from home, if they can go to this university, they will certainly be able to enter any major hospitals in the future. According to the current development trend of Binching Medical University, this is really not an exaggeration. Even now, the graduates of Binching Medical University have become more and more popular. And the most important thing is that now some majors of Benthan Medical University have become the strongest specialties recognized and accepted globally. For example, their medical and aesthetic specialty, as well as burns and scalds, and organ transplantation. These 3 majors, they say they are the second in the world, so no one dares to say the first. So this created a strange phenomenon, that is, as long as all students who graduated from the three majors of Bentham Medical University, the scope of their job search is not limited to the whole country. It is not even an exaggeration to say that in the past 2 years, when the graduation season has come, many hospitals have taken the initiative to recruit people here. What is even more surprising is that these are not only domestic hospitals who are recruiting people, but hospitals from all over the world. From this, we can see how popular the graduates of Benching Medical University are now, especially for students who have been studying for 8 years of undergraduate, master, and doctoral degree. That is even more popular. There are even many people who are robbed of an annual salary of 500,000 as soon as they graduate. What is the concept at this time? It is important to know that medical graduates from other medical schools across the country, even if they are also graduates of 8 consecutive years of undergraduate, master, and doctoral degrees, are not many who can earn more than 10,000 a month as soon as they enter the hospital. The basic monthly salary is 4 to 5,000 and 5 to 6,000 are normal. Of course, with the mess of bonuses, the small treasury distribution inside the department, and some grey income, it is normal to exceed 10,000. It stands to reason that these famous medical college graduates, with such a high salary level, seem to have a good income among their peers. Although the income is not as high as that of IT, it is definitely not low. Of course, in the early stage, people who engage in software must have a higher income. Moreover, both of them have to endure hardships and often have to work overtime and stay up late. But the problem is that once the basic age of IT is 35, it will be at a dangerous stage. Once you reach this age, if your job does not rise, you will basically be eliminated by the industry. Moreover, the money earned in the previous period is basically used for medical treatment in the latter half of his life. The profession of a doctor is different. The older the doctor, the more popular it is. It is only appropriate to describe this profession when he is old and strong. When a doctor reaches the age of 35, most of them have just entered the golden age of their careers. And this golden period can basically last until the age of 50 or even 60. And some of these elites, if they have expertise in the technical field, can even become authoritative experts, and they can even continue to work until they die. There is no such thing as retirement at all. Therefore, in the later stage, the more you can see the professional gap between doctors and IT elites. What's more, as a doctor, the social resources available to him are much broader than those of technical personnel engaged in IT development. Those who are engaged in IT have moved around, and most of the people they know are just a few people in the circle. Doctors are different. Everyone can get to know and get in touch with the rich doctors and the traffickers. In this way, the network of relationships will also have left those IT elites 8 streets away. So in the long run, no matter how you look at it, the future of studying medicine will become more and more popular. And now the graduates of the top medical universities in China are already very popular and sought after. And after graduation, these medical students basically don't have to worry about work. After completing the basic undergraduate course, they will often go to the hospital attached to the school for internships. After graduating from a doctorate, many people will choose to go abroad for further studies, while others choose to work in hospitals. Some people who have the ability to stay directly in the 3A hospitals in the first-tier cities can be mixed into the director level at the age of 40. With an annual salary of 1 million. Some people with poor abilities can also go to the top 3 hospitals in second and third tier cities to take the lead, as long as they can be humans and they have certain skills. At the same age of 40, it is not a problem to be a director or even a higher level. It will be a matter of time before you earn 1 million a year. However, this is the situation in the past. Since the sudden emergence of Benching Medical University in the past few years, the employment environment in the domestic medical field can be said to have completely changed. Those high-achieving students who graduated from prestigious medical universities after graduation, have a mess of various incomes and a monthly income of over 10,000, which can already be proud of the crowd. but compared with the graduates of Benching Medical University who have an annual salary of $500,000 directly after graduation, those high-achieving students from prestigious medical universities seem too weak. And until the last 2 years, everyone discovered a strange situation. That is, the top 3 hospitals across the country now like to come directly to Benching Medical University for school recruitment. You know, this is a very rare phenomenon. You must know that in an era when doctors still accounted for the establishment, these hospitals never took the initiative to recruit graduates from medical schools. Most of them choose apprentices from affiliated universities attached to the hospital. That's right. It's an apprentice. After these apprentices have graduated from a basic undergraduate degree, they will come to the hospital for internships in the ego, but they are actually working as cheap and free labor in the hospital. Not only the salary is extremely low, but almost all the dirty work is left to these interns. To be honest, for these interns, this is quite inhumane. Originally, the time to study medicine was long, and the pressure was still high, and the time to make money was too late, but the hospital still squeezed these doctors in this way, which seemed quite inhumane. It's no wonder that someone said during the college entrance examination, to persuade people to study medicine, thunder strikes. Come to advise the new batch of candidates not to apply for medical schools. What's even more sad is that these interns even work exhaustingly in the hospital. But in the end, there are not many who can really stay in this hospital. First, the hospital has limited knitting, and second, even contract workers have a limited number of places. So in the end, many of these interns had to go to other second-class or even non-influenced township hospitals to seek a living. Some even had to be forced to change careers in the end to do medical sales and other jobs. So the hospital, for medical school graduates, has always been a place of superiority. But now, because of the emergence of Benching Medical University, it has completely changed the status quo of this kind of hospital. Even those in the capital have always been high-ranking hospitals, and now they have to go to Benching Medical University for school recruitment every year. The most important thing is that it is not just the domestic hospitals who come to Benching Medical University for school recruitment. Even some foreign hospitals come back to Benching Medical University to recruit students every year during the graduation season, especially the hospitals in Japan and the Southern dynasties. In the past 1 or 2 years, they have come to Benching Medical University every year to dig people, followed by some hospitals in Hong Kong and Ogang, as well as traditional Chinese settlements in Southeast Asia. The Chinese living in these places are relatively affluent, so there is naturally more demand for advanced medical care. In addition, they are also the owners of good money, which has resulted in the graduates of Benching Medical University being sought after by hospitals in these areas as soon as they graduated. And this is also a precedent for domestic medical schools. We must know that in the past, our domestic doctors were never recognized when they went abroad. Especially in European and American countries, they will be restrained on the grounds that they have no medical license. To be honest, the basic quality of our domestic medical students is actually higher than that of many grassroots doctors abroad. Even interns, our medical students, are exposed to many more cases than interns abroad. So, if it is really about surgical ability, our domestic doctors are actually no worse than foreign doctors. Poor is also poor in terms of innovative medical methods used in the diagnosis and treatment of certain conditions. And now with Yifang's pioneering new organ transplant operation, our surgery in China has been directly upgraded into the 2.0 era. Compared with the previous surgeon's approach to dealing with all kinds of diseases, the countermeasure is to cut it. Ours is even one step ahead. But when it comes to the point of direct replacement, the part is broken, and there is no need to repair it, just replace it all. The diagnosis and treatment effect of this operation is obviously better. Moreover, the recovery of patients after surgery is also better. And the most important thing is not to reduce the quality of life of the patients. Even the replacement of some parts has led to more positive changes in the patient's body. It is precisely because of the emergence of this innovative operation that Huago has created a new school in the field of modern medicine. In this way, Benthan Medical University has become the rule maker of this new era. All latecomers www.mentalnovel.com need to perform new operations in accordance with their technical standards. The problem now is that there are very few doctors who understand these technical standards abroad. Although many countries now send a large number of international students to Benching Medical University, after all, the new discipline has only just been established a few years ago. It will take several years for these students to graduate. As a result, the recent batch of students who have just graduated from Benthan Medical University have become popular. Even these students are not necessarily graduated from the academic faction led by He Fangzhu, but at least they have also been influenced by the ideas of He Fangzhu's medical faction. Furthermore, those foreign hospitals that can come to China to people don't care about the salary offered to these medical students. What they care more about is whether they can reach a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with Benthan Medical University. TXT download address, Fonia Reading, Chapter 1434 Double Guarantee. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow, and they want to reach a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with Benthan Medical University. The purpose is also very simple. Now in the field of new organ transplantation, there is no doubt that the top spot is Benthan Medical University, and they are also leaders in this field. It will even become the rule maker of many operations in the future, such as new liver transplants, kidney transplants, and other organ transplants in the future. Even many new surgical manuals will be made by others. So in the future, will you learn these new surgeries? If you still want to hold, white people are better than yellow people, and the United States is better than the H country with a bull-breaking mentality, then don't learn it. But in the future, if you really encounter a patient who needs this kind of surgery, what should you do? As long as you are not fools and blind people, you know that this new organ transplant technology is definitely the general trend of the future. At that time, when other hospitals have mastered this technology, you are still sticking to the original old technology. For organs that have undergone lesions, medications, trimming, shears, sewing and patching, will the patient still be willing to go to your home to see a doctor? Using new technology, people can directly replace all the diseased organs, and then cure disease. Not only will it not affect the quality of life of the patient in the future, but even some aspects of the body's performance will be improved due to the replacement of new parts. This is the same as replacing a certain important part of the engine in a car that has been in service. Not only will it not affect performance, but some performance will be even better than before. And your original medical method was to remove the broken parts, knock them out, and repair them. Not only is it time-consuming and laborious, but the most important thing is that it may not be able to be repaired. Even if it is repaired, the performance of the car will be lower than before. So patients will naturally vote with their feet. As long as the brain is okay, they will definitely choose those hospitals that can use the new technology for treatment. In this way, in the long run, hospitals that are conservative or arrogant will be destined to be eliminated. So as long as you are not stupid at this time, you know that you must keep up with the pace of Benching Medical University at this time. Moreover, the relationship between Benching Medical University and Sunshine Hospital is the closest. They have many places for internships at Sunshine Hospital every year. To know the tightness of this quota now, it can be said that it is worth millions to describe it as an exaggeration. The chief physicians in the 3 domestic hospitals are now squeezing into the Sunshine Hospital for internship every year. Go to the front line personally, contact those patients who need organ transplants, and those attending physicians, who come to steal the teacher and get out of their brains. It can be seen how precious this place is, and the country can't grab it. As for foreign countries, it can only be purchased by spending money. However, in some hospitals, even if they want to spend money to send their elite doctors in, it is difficult. So at this time, enrolling students at Benching Medical University has become the best way to get a relationship with Sunshine Hospital. As a result, Beijing Medical University has become a prestigious university that many students in China look up to. Regardless of the fact that the school has not risen for a long time, the key is the ace discipline of others, which is a real bull breaking. Students who graduated from their ace disciplines don't have to worry about finding a job at all. This is a real deal. Even in the country, it has been possible for the top 3 hospitals at all levels of prefectures and cities to be able to travel without saying, and basically as long as you are willing to join their hospital, you can solve the problem of establishment. The other is salary, which basically starts 2 to 3 times that of ordinary famous medical schools. The most outstanding group of people was even poached by foreign hospitals with high salaries, and their salary can reach 5 or 6 times that of their domestic counterparts. This is only the Benthan Medical University, and this time to build a new campus in the new Sports City section. But there is another well-known university, Benthan Polytechnic University. You know that the original Benthan Polytechnic University, but the old brand 985 is stronger than the Benthan Medical University. It's just that in recent years, for some reason, this school has fallen a bit. But being local does not mean that he has no strength. You must know that the well-known National Institute of Chemical Industry in Beijing is basically supported by the institution. The best thing about this college is their physics and chemistry majors. And these are the 2 traditional majors of biochemistry and environmental materials. If students graduated from these 2 majors in the past, it is basically difficult to find a job. Basically, there are 3 ways out, either by continuing to study for graduate school, or by studying for a PhD. Isn't it just lucky to find some research institutes to work? And the third type, that is basically changing from the society, because the domestic companies in the field of materials science are really too weak. However, the situation has changed recently, because H Company and BYD have successively reached strategic partnerships with Benthan Polytechnic University. He even set up 2 materials research laboratories jointly with Benthan Polytechnic University, which allow the university to quietly return to everyone's field of vision. However, the university still maintained its previous low posture and did not publicize its laboratory too much. Recently, however, there have been some rumors from the outside world that one of these laboratories has produced an epoch-making product. At present, this product is in the urgent test stage. Once this new product has passed all the tests, it can be put into commercial use. Then the consequences of this product will be disruptive. However, because the specific news has not yet been announced, everyone is just guessing. However, with the recent hype in the news, intentionally or unintentionally, the name of this university has begun to gradually renew its popularity. Moreover, it is said that they are planning to build a new campus in the new Sports City section for the purpose of opening the way for the 2 laboratories. At that time, they will try the mode of combining production and investment in the new campus to train more students who are more practical. And they will also open several new majors in new communities. For example, the major of electronic product hardware materials and design, the major of artificial intelligence, and the programming of new software, and so on. The announcement of these 3 majors immediately caused speculation from the outside world. We must know that in the past, we did not have a school to open computer hardware in the design of this major, but every year we did not recruit too many students, because in this field, we are so far apart from the world. And even if some students graduated from this major, they would basically be unable to find a job in China. Even if you want to go abroad, there is a huge gap between the professional technical level in China and the international one. Therefore, domestic credits will not be recognized by foreign universities. Many of them are abroad and still need to take credits. So even if you are very interested in this industry, you will basically choose to study abroad directly at the undergraduate level instead of staying in China. At this time, Benthan Polytechnic University announced that they would open this major, and also said some very vague words. For example, exploratory research will be conducted to target new materials. Although the clouds and mountains are surrounded by mist, it easily attracted a lot of people's infinite reverie. Then there is the major of artificial intelligence. To be honest, this major has been relatively popular in recent years. Many universities have opened this major, and in the field of artificial intelligence in China, in fact, it has not been lagging behind. Therefore, the Polytechnic University keeps up with their hot spots, which is not bad, and they are 985 universities, and they will definitely not be fooling around if they open this major. I must have done some research on this major, and may even have contacted a leader in this major, and plan to bring people back. This will only be announced after being the leader of the school-based major. The other is the new software programming profession. Just listening to the name will make people feel that there is a story in it. You must know that software programming is not a new major in China. It can be said that it is basically a university and will have this major, regardless of whether you have one or two, because IT is too profitable now. If a university does not even have this major, it is basically difficult to recruit students. And basically, this major in every university is the one with the highest admission score. For example, the University of Science and Technology originally had their own software school, and their reputation in China is pretty good. But this time they actually opened a new software programming major, which is very interesting. Especially this new word has a lot of meaning in it. You must know that even the 985 university, there are many majors you cannot open you want to open, especially the names of some majors. It is really not you can name them at will. Those are all required to be reported to the Ministry of Education for approval. And you must nod your head to open this major. But this time, Binching Polytechnic actually opened a new software programming major, and it blatantly publicized it. This shows that their profession must have been reported to the above www.untilnovel.com, and the above is also approved. It is interesting to save it in this way, which shows that this software programming is definitely different from the traditional software programming profession. So the specific difference is that it will be known after the first batch of students have enrolled. But no matter what, from the recent series of actions of the Polytechnic University, it can be seen that the university has made big moves recently and has a new atmosphere. This shows that this university has begun to gradually recover. And as long as you are not a fool, you know that if your children can go to this university in the future, a good job in the future will definitely be guaranteed. It is precisely because of the existence of the new campuses of the Polytechnic University and the Benthan Medical University that this has also made the land of the sports city become more and more hot. Needless to say, the projects developed by the Celebrity Chef Group have now become key real estates that are frequently exposed throughout the country. TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 1435 Real Estate Group. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The Ants Kowtow Boss. There have been a lot of buyers from other places recently who are scanning the market. Do we want to control it? This day, Xiao Feng is taking He Xiaojun and some senior executives in charge of real estate project development to inspect the sports new city section. Since the construction site started, he hasn't come here much. He had seen the drawings many times, and was very familiar with the sand table. But it was the first time that he had made a field trip. I have to say that the Celebrity Chef Group moves fast enough, and the above is also very cooperative. If this is another real estate company engaged in development, I am afraid that it would take months to discuss the drawings. After all, this plot is really too big, and it is not a simple matter to make the most reasonable use of all the land. And in the project design and planning, there will be a game of multi-party participation. For example, the municipal planning department will ask for beauty and order as much as possible. Because of this, it is more convenient for municipal management. As for the competent authorities above, they even hope that this sector can squeeze more things related to the economy and people's livelihood. They don't care about whether it is beautiful or not practical. What they care about is that this plot can develop rapidly, and then drive the surrounding economic development. As for the developers, they are even simpler. If the policy permits, They can't wait to cover all the hidden high-rise buildings here, because that can maximize their interests, sell more houses, and make more money. But this is just the routine of ordinary developers. For Xiao Feng, he doesn't want to do that, because first of all, the Celebrity Chef Group is not short of money, and the development of this real estate project is actually just a bonus for him to win the Celebrity Chef football team. And now the above has already defined real estate, and this industry is destined to be a sunset industry in the next few years. But although it is definite, many people are destined to rely on this industry to feed themselves in the future. So Xiao Feng's idea is that he can be regarded as a sample for other people in this industry, so that everyone can see that this industry can actually do this. Of course, if other developers can't play as big as their Celebrity Chef Group, then several companies can work together to build such a large-scale project. After all, as before, the era of random construction and making money with your eyes closed has passed. In the future, if you want to survive in this industry, then you must work hard and make your own characteristics. If anyone can't do this, just wait to close the door and go out of business. To be honest, their Celebrity Chef Group originally engaged in this real estate development, in fact, with the nature of a lot of fun, and they did not expect much money from this project. In fact, what Xiao Feng values more is the advertising effect of this sector. It can be the name of their Celebrity Chef Group, especially an advertisement for their planned industrial park. Let everyone know that their 9th laboratory plans to establish a biopharmaceutical ecological park nearby, so that more aspiring companies will come here to set up factories and companies. At the same time, they will also promote the medical and medical equipment expo they will be holding here every year. And by the way, they will be the name of the industry fund. But how can I think that these industries are not as attractive as real estate? Some time ago, an accidental exposure made people know that their Celebrity Chef Group actually started to engage in real estate. This has attracted heated discussions among many people. After all, they used to cook fast food well, but now they suddenly come to real estate. This makes many people feel that they are too greedy and begin to fall. You said that your Celebrity Chef Group, originally cooked fast food, is the first domestic fast food group to go global. What's more, fast food is still being sold. It can be said that from another aspect, it has promoted Chinese culture and achieved cultural output. Get cash. Read envelopes.mentalnovel.com to get cash. Pay attention to WeChat. Public account investment. Good news. Cash coins are waiting for you. You say that you make a lot of money in this business, and you can even use the daily income to describe it. But why did you suddenly engage in real estate that the Chinese people hate most? Are you so short of money? But the news from various sources confirms that your Celebrity Chef Group is not short of money. But why do you have to do this real estate that has been scolded by thousands of people? Does it have to be so greedy? During that time, because of some caring people's hype, the Celebrity Chef Group was the target of cyber violence on the internet. Even many big V and self-media have come to join in the fun, saying that they are too greedy and too much. He didn't even want to miss a single cent, and wanted to make every single copper plate in the hands of the people. Anyway, many people were verbally criticizing their Celebrity Chef Group at the time, saying they were depraved. But when the project led by the Celebrity Chef Group was exposed, people suddenly discovered that the real estate development of the Celebrity Chef Group was different from any real estate project they had seen before. Their project can be regarded as the conscience of the industry. When other real estate developers were still relying on FUD to buy a property, they had silently matched all the necessary supporting facilities for you. If the community you want to live in has a place for people to relax and exercise, there is no problem with a large stadium across the road. There is also the youth training base of the famous chef club next to it. If you think your child is talented, you can try it here. In addition, there are also football interest classes here, and you can also register for your children to participate. And next to this youth training base is a large fitness park. Whether you want to dance the square, or want to run or play ball here, there is plenty of space for you to play. If you want to have a shopping mall near your home, convenient for shopping. It's even simpler. Across the road from the stadium is the largest indoor mall in Asia under construction. It is not only a shopping mall. Because of the special design, it can also be used as a playground to visit the scenic spot. Not only can you shop, but you can also eat and drink, and have places to play. From low-end consumption of a few dollars to high-end luxury stores of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, you can find everything here. Behind this mall is a large residential community, and the house here can actually be designed according to the purchaser's ideas. And the quality of the house can be guaranteed by contracting labor and materials. The most important thing is their materials. You can rest assured that their purchases are all publicized and very transparent. The rest is the people's livelihood, which is most concerned by the common people. Next to the community is the First General Hospital of Sunshine Hospital. Although it is a private hospital, you don't have to doubt the strength of this hospital. Some departments in their hospital can even be said to be the most technologically advanced in the world. And in this block, there will be 2 universities in the future. And the primary and secondary schools affiliated to 2 universities. And the 2 universities here are currently 985 key universities that are very popular in China. In particular, the medical university among them is now a university with a reputation that is catching up to the top 2 in China. As a medical college, they can become a well-known comprehensive university with a century-old school. This is enough to explain the strength of this university. What's more interesting is that although their reputation in China is not as loud as those top 2, however, internationally, their rankings are much higher than those of the 2 universities, and they have even squeezed into the top 20 of the global university rankings. They are just medical colleges that specialize in medicine. This is currently a very rare phenomenon in the world. The 2 universities alone, as well as their affiliated primary and secondary schools, have been able to attract countless parents in China. So when the details of the plan for the entire celebrity chef group were exposed, the celebrity chef Jindu immediately became a sweet pastry in the eyes of home buyers across the country. For those wealthy people who are ill, buying a house in this community is obviously a very cost-effective choice, because it is very close to the Sunshine General Hospital. If someday in the future, they will need to change their organs if they become seriously ill, you can definitely go to the nearest doctor, and after the operation, you can be discharged immediately and get the nearest health care. And for those parents who have good family conditions in other provinces and cities and are concerned about the future of their children at home, this famous chef Jindu, that is the sweet pastry that makes their hearts fascinated even more. For example, the domestic college entrance examination competition is fierce in the provinces, such as Jiangsu Province, Southern Henan, or the provinces of Northern Hunan. In their province, education resources are already limited, and competition for college entrance examinations is extremely fierce. Although the country has expanded its enrollment several times, it is still a pattern of crossing the single plank bridge every year during the college entrance examination. The children's study pressure is very high, and relatively speaking, in the province where Benthan is located, the competition for the college entrance examination is not so fierce. The economic situation here was not particularly good before, and everyone did not think about coming here to settle down. But now it's different. With the support of the famous chef group and the 9th laboratory, the economy of Binching, his province and several surrounding provinces is clearly showing a strong recovery trend. In this way, www.untilnovel.com is destined to become a hotspot for economic growth in the future. It seems very appropriate to come here to settle down at this time, especially the price of this famous chef Jindu, although it has now been hyped up to 31,000 square meters. But what is the price? If you don't believe me, go and take a look at the provincial capitals of those provinces, any one, which house's average price is not around this price. Anyway, no matter which city the house price is not low, it is better to sell a set in Binching. The key is to still enjoy the high-quality education and medical resources here. Because of this, a lot of foreign buyers have come to the sales office of the famous chef Jindu recently. Of course, Some of these people have self-occupation needs, and some are obviously real estate speculators with a fish-catching nature. That's why some senior executives and Xiao Feng advised at this time whether or not to control it. TXT download address, Funny reading, Chapter 1436 hit hard. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. Is there anything else? After Xiao Feng listened to the suggestions of his subordinates, he was also taken aback. In fact, this real estate project is a pilot job for him and the Celebrity Chef Group. For the Celebrity Chef Group, the condition of winning the Celebrity Chef team was to take this plot and engage in development. At that time, Xiao Feng also understood the meaning of the above. In recent years, the economic development of benching has not been very good. Although supported by the famous chef group and the Ninth Laboratory, relying on the support of the two companies alone is not enough to meet the above ambitions of urban development. However, because of the topography, the development of benching to the south has not much potential, because most of the southern suburbs are mountainous and hilly areas. Limited by the topography, the development potential is not large. To make the city bigger and stronger, it must move westward and expand northward. This idea has been advocated above for many years, but not many people have responded to it, especially those developers. They are all worried about what to do if they take the land in the north and the house is not easy to sell. After all, the elite commercial areas of Binching and the most densely populated areas are both in the city center and near the South District. The westward and northward development is like the original suburban area. If there is no strong economic drive and no too high-end urban facilities, even if the price of land is very low in the future, the completed houses will not be sold. Therefore, although the slogan has been chanted for many years in the city, the actual development has always been the case. Faced with this situation, I am very anxious, and I have always wanted to find a few companies that can take the lead. It's a pity that now those real estate developers are not keeping their hands. Just at this time the Celebrity Chef Group wants to buy the team. So the land parcel was given to the Celebrity Chef Group in the name of offsetting the club's debt. Although he knew that the deal was a loss, Xiao Feng didn't make it too loud. After all, in recent years, both the Celebrity Chef Group and the Ninth Laboratory have enjoyed considerable care in the city, whether in taxation or other service areas. And as a responsible enterprise, it is natural not only to ask for it, but also a timely return. So he took the lead to build this community. I just wanted to make a sample for other real estate companies and show them another development trend in the real estate industry. As long as you can achieve the limit of your service, your house will sell as well regardless of what era you are in. Originally, he just wanted to pass on this idea, and by the way, to build this community well, it can be regarded as giving back to the local people in Benching. But how can I think that it actually attracted a real estate speculator? If it is another developer who encounters such well-funded real estate speculators, it is definitely welcome with both hands and feet. They don't care who bought the house, anyway. As long as they can make money, it doesn't matter. They don't care who takes the order in the end. But Xiao Feng is different. In his early years, he was a hitter. When he was underdeveloped, his biggest dream was to be able to buy his own house and own a home. It's a pity that his wages, which are rising rapidly every year, will never catch up with the frantically rising house prices. And behind the crazy house prices, there are also these crazy real estate speculators. Therefore, Xiao Feng hated these real estate speculators extremely. Unexpectedly, today this group of real estate speculators actually came to the community he developed, and want to make trouble here. So after hearing the report from his subordinates, Xiao Feng's eyes immediately flashed with cold. The community we are developing is to give back to the people, not just the people of Benching, but even the people of the whole country. But one thing is that we don't want those speculative guys to come here to take advantage. These unproductive vampires will never be welcome with us, Xiao Feng said coldly, and the executive next to him nodded immediately. When Mr. Xiao spoke, he would naturally understand the meaning. If this still doesn't understand, then he doesn't need to be in the celebrity chef group. Well, Mr. Xiao, I know what to do. Well, tell me your idea. Xiao Feng turned his head and asked the executive and said that the middle-aged executive with black-rimmed glasses was taken aback for a moment, but then a hint of joy flashed across his face. You must know that Xiao Feng, the big boss, is in the group, but he often sees the dragon without seeing the end. I don't say the number of times I show up in the group. Even if I come, I often call a meeting with the senior managers of the group. A middle-level man like him rarely has the opportunity to show his face in front of Xiao Feng. Today, it was also because of the project inspection that Xiao Feng was in charge of, that he had the opportunity to get close to the true boss of the group. Now the boss asks him to report on his work. Isn't this just giving him a chance? If he missed this opportunity, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill him. Well, Mr. Xiao, in fact, the above has also noticed the situation here before. In fact, he has come to us recently to discuss whether we should implement the restriction strategy. In fact, the above is very happy to see things like rising housing prices. After all, it's good for them to sell land by speculating on housing prices. But they also know the tempers of the celebrity chef group and the ninth laboratory. The reason why this new sports city sector is so hot now. In fact, it all depends on the pull of these two companies, because they both want to build an industrial park here. In addition, a large fund is needed to support the enterprises that live in this industrial park. Whether these companies can grow, whether they can retain talents is the key. In fact, many people understand that the economy has developed the most damage to the real economy now. In fact, it is the high housing prices. It can be said that high housing prices are stifling the competitiveness of domestic enterprises. And at the same time, it also makes young people who originally work at ease lose their motivation to make progress. And once real estate has become a hot industry for making quick money, how can you let those companies continue to do it with peace of mind? Everyone is focused on making quick money. How many people are willing to stay steadfastly as entities? Moreover, this sector is also the most important future model area in the city. Once the housing prices here are overheated, it is not conducive to attracting enterprises and talents. Think about it. Why did the H company in Pengqing move its headquarters to Guanxing? Isn't it because the housing prices in Pengqing are too unfriendly? Even if their company is a well-known high-paying company in the country, even if the wages he offers to his employees are high, it can't catch up with Pengqing's housing prices. In this way, how can you let the young people in the company struggle with peace of mind? So in the end they just left. But you say Pengqing, people have big business and solid foundation, they can afford it. Can you Pengqing? The economy has only just started to pick up. If it is also tossing about it, then sooner or later will the enterprise be all tossed and run away? So when the above also noticed that the housing prices of the sports new city sector have risen too fast, he also sent a liaison officer to the project department of the celebrity chef group to see if some policies were introduced to limit the excessively rapid rise in housing prices. After all, although the room rose up for a while, it seemed very cool, but it was actually just fishing, compared with a large number of listed companies that have grown up under our hands. It is better to keep water and fish. The liaison officer above also said that if it doesn't work, it will impose restrictions on purchases and sales in this generation. First of all, only local buyers are eligible to buy real estate here. It also depends on whether there are many suites under his name. The more houses they pay, the more taxes they pay. The other thing is that once we buy the house of our famous chef Jindu, we will not be able to change hands for 5 years. I haven't promised him before, but today I am ready to call him. After hearing the report from the project manager, Xiao Feng also nodded. It seems that the above is ruthless. Hey, do you want to sell a house here? That's okay. But first move your account. This trick has already filtered out more than half of those real estate speculators. For those who want to let their children study here, or stay here for the elderly, and get medical treatment nearby, This is not a problem, especially for those foreign parents who originally wanted to buy a house here in order to let their children receive a better education and make it easier to enter a good university. Hukou will be moved over sooner or later, and this way, with the introduction of this policy, it will be more convenient for these people to strengthen their confidence. The second thing is that you are not allowed to resell the house within 5 years, which is too cruel. For those real estate speculators, even if they have the ability to bypass the restrictions on Hukou, this one is quite lethal, because the resale of real estate is not allowed within 5 years, which will also cause considerable financial pressure for them. After all, not everyone www.mentalnovel.com has money to buy a house in full. The real estate speculators actually play karate. They just make the least down payment and win the most houses. At the same time, they also have to repay the loan. If it is put elsewhere, it basically means that the house cannot be changed hands for 2 years after buying the house. But this time, pinching is not allowed to change hands for 5 years. This is definitely a heavy blow. Doing so will put heavy financial pressure on the real estate speculators and repay the 5-year loan, which means that they have to replace a lot of interest. Precisely because of these heavy interest, even if housing prices here will rise in the future, they have to estimate whether the income from the increase can cover the interest they paid. It seems that a lot of determination has been made this time. After all, the plots surrounding the Sports New City plate are also very hot now. The above restrictions on the Sports New City sector will inevitably affect the surrounding land prices. TXT download address, Fonia reading, Chapter 1437 long stream. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. It seems that this time I really made a lot of determination. Xiao Feng is also very pleased with the decision of the upper management. It seems that compared with the immediate benefits of rising land prices, it is obvious that Shangfeng pays more attention to long-term investment and income. The current suppression of property speculators is an investment in the long-term future. In fact, only when housing prices are suppressed can other companies in the future sports city sector have considerable room for growth. And the companies here, once they grow up with the support of their coin fund, they will definitely be promising companies in the future. Becoming a unicorn is all about sprinkling water, and at the worst, it can even be listed on the Science and Technology Innovation Board. And the returns that these companies can bring to the city are far more cost-effective than the cost of a little land transfer. After all, selling land is just a one-shot deal, and cultivating corporate growth is a long-term investment. Once these companies grow up, the profits and taxes created by these companies will be enough to blossom, and these companies still support so many employees. These employees also have to pay a tax. Moreover, these employees have to eat and drink, and they have to buy a house to marry and have children. In the long run, these will always benefit the local area. So this time the above response to the excessively fast rise in housing prices here is quite fast. Obviously, they don't care about the tax increase brought about by rising housing prices. What they value more now is the healthy and orderly development of this sector of the economy. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing the manager's report, and then asked again, "What about us? Do we have any follow-up measures?" The manager also smiled slightly. "Yes. We have also discussed some countermeasures." "Oh, come and listen." "It's actually very simple. What we have to do is to make the property cooperate with the measures to crack down on group renting, and to strictly limit the subletting users." "Okay, this method is good," the manager just said casually, but Xiao Feng slapped his face when he heard it. "This method is good." In this way, from another road, the financial source of the real estate group was blocked. In fact, the purchase restrictions and sales restrictions introduced above can indeed filter out some real estate speculators. But for some real estate gangs with strong financial strength or multi-person partnerships, this effort is still not enough. For example, if a house is worth 3 million, then if there are a group of people with capital and strength, they are very optimistic about the future development potential of this land. They will join forces and eat 5 to 10 houses together. Because of their strength, they often don't get loans from the bank, and they can eat all the money. After eating these listings, they will not be able to transfer them within 5 years because of the restriction on sales. For these speculators, because they are buying the house in full, they don't need to worry about interest. But they can't watch these houses being put here to eat ashes. So their most common practice is to sublet all these houses. Either it is rented to those who engage in long-term rental apartments, or they themselves will simply decorate these houses and then make them into daily rental houses, or even small hotels. And those who rent long-term apartments will cut these houses into countless small single rooms and rent them out to those who work in the city. In this way, a group rent is formed. And such group renting has always been the grey area that has caused the most headaches for community property and city managers. First of all, the quality of the tenants in group renting houses is uneven. These people are crowded in small single rooms. If it is just a quiet life, it is good to say, "I'm afraid that some unscrupulous people are getting some bad habits, and their daily habits are reversed." He slept when someone went to work, and when others went home to rest, he would do things at home. In the end, it is full of grievances to make neighbors, and even cause public security disputes. In addition, there are many people living, which can easily bring various safety hazards, which is also the most troublesome place for community properties. In addition, these long-term rental apartments often happen, and the second landlord donates money and runs away. In the end, the tenants paid the rent, but in the end the landlord did not receive the rent. In the end, the landlord and the tenant clashed, and the unlucky ones belonged to the other residents in the community. Anyway, there are a lot of smoky conditions like this. There is also the kind of personal housing that is converted into a daily rental apartment. Because Benching was originally a tourist city, and in the vicinity of this community, there will be large indoor shopping malls, stadiums, and hospitals in the future. In this way, many people will inevitably choose this kind of daily rental apartment to live in. But in this case, celebrity chef gold in the future is absolutely prohibited, because first of all, this community housing is a non-business place. If you are the owner of the house renting out the house to a single user for the sole purpose of housing, then there is nothing wrong with it. The community property will naturally not take care of you. But if you want to make the house a daily rental house, then there will be frequent migration of various foreign people into the community. This will inevitably affect the management of the community and the public security situation. You must know that the celebrity chef Jindu is self-positioned as a high-end residential area. If such a situation is allowed to happen, it will inevitably affect the positioning of the community and the mood of the community owners. Therefore, in this case, you must be strangled from the source. As soon as Manager Gu took the two measures, he immediately strangled another important source of income for those real estate speculators. In this way, if those real estate speculators still want to come to real estate speculators, they will have to weigh whether they can afford it. Even if they don't take a loan, they buy the house in full. The houses must also be left vacant for 5 years. Not only will these houses not generate income for them during the 5 years, they will also have to pay for the property and heating costs every year. And no one can guarantee that in these 5 years, the houses here will definitely increase in value. And what if after 5 years, the difference in the value of the house is not ideal? In this way, all speculators have to weigh whether they will continue to speculate here. Well, good, just do it. But your property, but the task will be very heavy. Xiao Feng smiled and looked at this manager and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, we have already planned it a long time ago, and this one will definitely be strictly implemented." Xiao Feng nodded in relief. In fact, he valued property management more than selling a house. But don't underestimate this one. If your property is doing well, then this is a business that is gaining gold every day. Think about the well-known domestic property companies, such as Greentown, Longu, Vank and so on. In fact, every year everyone is captured by the sales of these real estate companies. In fact, under the name of these large real estate groups, There is another department that makes a lot of money without making a sound. That is property, especially for the above-mentioned companies. Their property companies are very well known in the industry. Moreover, the current property company feels that it is not just the age of living by levying property fees. In general communities, there will be more or less public buildings, and most of these public buildings are in the hands of developers and it is difficult to sell them. The properties of the above-mentioned real estate companies will turn these public buildings into clubs to serve the owners of the community. For example, gymnasiums, swimming pools, etc., can earn a lot of money every year just by applying for a card. In addition, it is now an era when all kinds of apps are rampant. Many software developers are still in the process of financing and burning money in order to get consumers to download their apps and to ensure higher and higher daily activities. Other real estate developers, relying on their property companies, have silently installed the apps they developed into the mobile phones of thousands of homeowners. And they don't have to worry about daily activity at all. In the past, the owners of the community had to call the property or contact the housekeeper of the building in which they lived when they had something to trouble the property, so that the property could help solve the problem. For example, the water pipe at home has burst, and to find the property warranty, I had to call before. But now, as long as you place an order directly on the property's app, you can notify the property to come over for repairs. And for example, in the past, if there were visitors, they would call the owners at the gate of the community, and the owners would contact the gate of the community to let them go. But now the owner, as long as he obtains a passcode on the app of the property, the visitor can enter the gate of the community. Precisely because of this or that kind of demand, the normal operation of these property apps is guaranteed. Naturally, these properties will not just use this app as a property management tool. Naturally, some commercial uses will be added to it. For example, they will sell some products in these apps. For example, some rice noodles, oil and salt, these most basic living materials, or various tools, pipes and other building materials. For example, the hot offline e-commerce shopping battle that is currently underway. Some e-commerce companies have already targeted the apps of these properties. Since the beginning of the year, www.untitled.com, an e-commerce company that was originally a car rental travel platform, began to quietly deploy e-commerce shopping and delivery services. In the second half of the year, they quietly made achievements. At this time, other e-commerce companies, such as a certain group, and a certain number of companies, only then reacted and immediately began to seize this position with them. And if you want to reach more users, outside of their own traffic, then the apps of these properties are the most reliable. After all, the users of the app of this property are almost all fixed owners in the community. As long as the owners live in the community, they must have their own fixed living needs. At this time, these services of buying food and delivering them to the door are likely to be used. Therefore, in Xiao Feng's view, it is far more reliable to do a good job of a property than to sell a house. After all, this is a long-lasting business. As long as you do well, your future income will drop drastically. TXT download address, Fonia Reading, Chapter 1438 Quality Assurance. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. After walking around the construction site, Xiao Feng and Xiaojun probably learned about the current construction situation. Because they have sufficient financial support, their plot can be said to be a multi-line start. Now the entire plot is a busy scene, with construction teams everywhere. After Xiaojun watched it, he couldn't help but sigh. His boss is really rich. You have to know that if other real estate developers took such a large piece of land, they would definitely not play it this way. It would definitely be a tricky trick. There are even people who will cover their stocks and wait for prices to increase. For example, a real estate tycoon likes this operation the most. Relying on the name of this enterprise, it took land everywhere, and after taking it, it circled the land and did nothing. If the local government comes to urge it, it will send a few machines to dig 2 large holes in the ground to perfuse them. After waiting for 10 or 8 years, although no buildings have been built, the local land price has already risen. Then after reselling, you can make several times the profit. Or maybe there is another kind of developer. This kind of developer does a long-term business. After taking a large piece of land, first developing a residential area, and then digging a hole in the ground, the speculation has already begun. Then build one and sell one. And by the way, there is constant hype. When the residential buildings are almost sold out and the money has been earned, then commercial projects can be built. After that, it is the same routine as the residential building, while building and selling shops at the same time. Then the selling point when selling shops is naturally publicity. You see, the occupancy rate of the neighborhood around me is so high. With so many residents living here, they definitely have shopping needs. As long as you buy a store here, it will definitely be a shop for 3 generations. As for whether the store can really help the owners to make a profit after the store is sold, then they don't care. As for the stadium, football, such a high-end project, ordinary merchants really can't afford it. Even for the top real estate developers in China, there are not many players who play football, except for so few, because playing football now has no basic conditions for profit. Although the domestic football atmosphere is good, the consumption habits of the general public in the field of sports have not yet been cultivated. Looking at the big-name clubs in the world, many of them are actually operating in debt, and few of them are truly profitable. So most of them are making money at a loss, especially in China. So unless you really love football or can get other rewards from the team, not many people are willing to really come to the club. And now this section developed by the Celebrity Chef Group not only has their own football team, but also a huge stadium. If you are a fan, you will be blessed to live here. In the future, the stadium will be completed, and you will be able to watch the game by walking a few steps every weekend. What a blessing! This is also the biggest difference between the sector developed by this Celebrity Chef Group and the communities developed by other developers. There are very strong stylistic features here. The city also appreciates the full fire construction model of the Celebrity Chef Group. You know, over the years, I have also met many developers who seem to squeeze toothpaste. To be honest, those developers really made them get angry when they saw it. Sometimes, it even affects the urban construction planning above. And developers like the Celebrity Chef Group really make the above feel too much peace of mind. They are reluctant to sell a few of them without delay. The firepower is all on when it comes up, and several construction sites can be said to be construction at the same time. Hiring so many construction teams has helped them solve a lot of employment problems. Of course, these construction teams, the bosses behind them, what? They must have made a lot of money. Of course, the only thing that some people feel a little annoyed about is that the Celebrity Chef Group has explicitly forbidden them to subcontract their projects. In other words, if you won the bid and won their construction number section, well, no matter whether you have the strength or not, you have to go. Do you want to subcontract the project and make quick money? I'm sorry, but they want to take back the project directly. Eliminating layered subcontracting also eliminates the construction sides cutting corners in building materials. Because there is no layer of subcontracting, there is not so much exploitation, so the construction party can get enough money. The construction team has made a profit, so they dare not use their hands and feet on the construction technology and building materials. In this way, the quality of the building is also guaranteed, and the supervision company invited by the Celebrity Chef Group is no joke. The Celebrity Chef Group's requirements for these supervisions are not generally tight, but are directly responsible for the responsibility system of who signs and is responsible. If anyone dared to sign indiscriminately and something went wrong in the end, it was not only a question of being held accountable, but it was very likely to go to jail in the end. Therefore, no one dares to be sloppy when it comes to construction. What is the standard of the drawing design? Then what is the standard of the building built? Sloppy eyes are absolutely not allowed. Of course, Such a move is also a great disappointment to many people who are ready to make quick money. These people used to be able to win bids in large-scale construction projects. But in the past, once they won the bid, they immediately subcontracted the project, earn a quick ticket and leave. But this time, they didn't have such an opportunity. Before bidding, they must think hard, because the Celebrity Chef Group has said long ago that project subcontracting is absolutely forbidden. And after that, the quality will be strictly checked. Anyway, if you are willing to bid, you will come, and if you are unwilling to come, then you will leave. If this is done so rampantly by other companies, these people would have long since stopped doing it. I joined hands long ago and stumbled upon this company, but the Celebrity Chef Group dare to say so. They really don't fight against the Celebrity Chef Group. To know that this is a local head company in benching, the most important thing is that they have the same relationship as them, and their strength is quite strong. Regardless of this company, it has only been in operation for less than 10 years now. But the root system in benching is very deep. Let's just say that among the families in benching, no one works in this group. Not to mention ordinary people. I don't know how many people live around Celebrity Chef Groups. People are the one who speaks everything in this area. Not to mention the whole country, it is benching. Now how many people look at their group jealous, but there is nothing they can do about it? Don't talk about messing up to them. Even if it's a bad thing about this company, no one dares. Why? If you dare to say today, someone will smash the glass of your home tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow you will not be able to get on the road. Don't really think this is an exaggeration, because if you really do something against them, it will threaten the jobs of many people. Many ordinary people will organize spontaneously to find you. And speaking of the upper level, let alone this Celebrity Chef Group and the Ninth Laboratory are definitely the cusp of the leaders in the city. With these two companies, not only do they give them a better face, but let them go out. Wherever they go, they will be better off. Secondly, how many people have these two companies supported? Although they enjoy various preferential policies and pay a small amount of taxes, their upstream and downstream industrial chains support thousands of companies, large and small, and millions of people. Just this, how many problems have been solved in the city? Moreover, these two companies are not the kind of food that does not work. You see, whenever there is a request from the above, people are always the first to stand up and donate money and materials, and they are never ambiguous. The other thing is that if you look at the projects they are doing now, you can say that the Ninth Laboratory paid for the Secreting Bridge. As for the Celebrity Chef Group, the new sports city under construction now, no matter which of these two, at least 5 points of GDP growth in benching per year can be guaranteed. At this time, just because of their subcontracting of the project, how many of you said that you would stumbling on the Celebrity Chef Group? I'm afraid that people who are interested will take care of you before you do the action. Therefore, those who can easily make money in the past can only slurp up this time, and in the end, they dare not put a lot of farts. No way. Who makes the Celebrity Chef Group so arrogant? If you want to make money, you can also participate in the bidding, but once you win the bid, you don't want to be the shopkeeper. You must find the construction team, and then take a good look at the good site to ensure the quality of the construction. As long as you are willing to endure hardship, you will not earn less money, because the Celebrity Chef Group is not the kind of vampire company that only squeezes the construction side. They also budgeted themselves before the project started. According to their own engineering projects, there is a budget for the cost of each project. Then they also have a general understanding of the profit of the construction party. So when bidding, those with very low prices were basically excluded by them. If the price is so low, if the construction is carried out according to their standards, it will basically be no profit. When the time comes, the construction party www.untilnovel.com will definitely be involved in building materials and construction methods. Therefore, they are very accurate in the minds of the bidders, and basically choose those profitable bidders to cooperate. And they leave enough profit margins for the construction party, so that strict supervision is added, and the loan is absolutely punctual. In this way, the quality of the entire building can be guaranteed. So today Xiao Feng and Xiaojun made a round on the construction site. Although they didn't know much about construction, they probably looked around and felt very relieved about the construction site. After getting to know the situation on the construction site, the two went to another celebrity chef team game. The celebrity chef team also did not disappoint the two owners. The above 50 easily slaughtered the enemy team last year. Xiao Feng and Xiaojun watched with ease and pleasure. After watching the game, they went straight to Xiao Feng's Oak Manor in the suburbs. TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 1439. The most mysterious winery. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. Today, Oak Manor has become a well-known winery in China, but it is also the most mysterious winery. It is now known in the wealthy circles across the country and even in the world that such a good wine produced in China is the fruit wine of the Dynasty series. The reason why I say fruit wine is because the wine produced here is by no means limited to wine. There are also various kumquat wine, cider and so on. The most distinguishing feature of the fruit wine produced by this winery is that it has a strong fruity aroma and a sweet taste. What's more, unlike other wines, this wine is not as unpleasant as traditional wines when it is first imported. On the contrary, it still has a little softness and sweetness. The most important thing is the long-staying power of the wine. Anyway, whether you are an old drunkard or a novice, you will find this wine particularly delicious and easy to drink. And the wine they produce has several other characteristics, such as medicinal tonic characteristics. For example, a certain wine they produce is particularly good for men. A small cup a day has great benefits for conditioning the body. And another characteristic of this wine is that it will never make people hangover. Anyone who has ever drunk knows that if you drink too much alcohol, you will get a headache the next morning. Especially fruit wine, whether it is wine or kumquat wine, after drinking it anyway, the next day is particularly prone to headaches. Even after getting up early, you have to wait until noon to ease. At present, in China, if you say that after drinking, no matter how much you drink, you won't feel a headache when you get up the next day. It used to be Mao Tai, and this is also the characteristic selling point of Mao Tai Yida. But now, the Dynasty series of fruit wine has become the second domestic wine with this characteristic. It is precisely because of this characteristic that this wine is particularly popular abroad. After all, foreigners are not very capable and accustomed to the strong taste of Mao Tai liquor, and wine, or other fruit wine, is very appetizing to foreigners. This kind of fruit wine not only has a unique taste, but also has very obvious health care effects. The most important thing is that it is not intoxicating after drinking too much. Foreigners naturally like it very much, and because of the scarcity of production, the Dynasty series of drinks have been famous wines that can only be used for high-end banquets in foreign countries since their birth. And the price is very expensive. In the first few years, it was not sold in China at all. The reason for this is that Xiao Feng was forced to helplessly. Originally, the domestic wealthy circles are very picky and flattering. They think that what foreigners recognize is good. Moreover, the wealthy people in China have been exposed to fruit wine for a short time, and their knowledge of fruit wine is not very high. If the Dynasty series of fruit wine is sold directly in China, it will be difficult to buy a good price. But if this wine enters the circle of high-end wealthy foreigners, the rest will be much easier to operate. Sure enough, as Xiao Feng had guessed before, when their Dynasty series drinks were widely adopted by high-end banquets abroad, it was quickly noticed by the wealthy in China. Then one Gongtsis high-end clubhouse came to the door, and after that, the little brothers who had another ticket came to the door to become the domestic distributor of this drink. Because the identities of these little brothers are very special, Xiao Feng couldn't refuse. So I agreed that this group of people started the Dynasty series, the domestic agent. But now on Oak Manor, he basically doesn't care much anymore. Give it all to Hango, the original butler, and now the manager of Oak Manor. After several years of getting along, Xiao Feng is very satisfied with this Hango. He is very serious in doing things, and the team he leads is also very professional. Over the past few years, this oak manor has been taken care of in an orderly manner. Originally, Xiao Feng wanted to turn this oak tree manor into a holiday villa. But in recent years, because the Dynasty series fruit wine has become popular all over the world, he has also changed his mind. The winery is still a little more mysterious, so the resort hotel projects that were originally made have stopped. Anyway, now every year you can make a lot of money just by buying wine, so why bother to set up a holiday resort? To be honest, the quality of many tourists in China is the same. Many areas in the winery are sensitive areas. It's not very easy to open to the outside world, so Xiao Feng thought about it and made it a pure winery. In the oak tree manor now, it has changed a lot from before. It turned out to be a long and narrow mountain gorge, but now the gorge has been widened a lot along the foot of the mountain on the north side. There was a large flat land in the middle of the valley, and a large reservoir was dug beside the flat land. There used to be a small pond here, but now it has been expanded into a small lake. In this way, the snow water in winter and rain water in summer can be no better collected and used for water during dry periods. The hillsides on both sides of the valley are now full of various fruit trees. There are grapes, apples, kumquats, and several lesser-known fruits. And these fruit trees are the fruit-bearing period of the prime of life. When it comes to fruit-bearing every year, the valley is full of fruity fragrance. The winery at the foot of the mountain has also been expanded a lot, especially the underground wine cellar is the most expanded. Now every year, the next barrel of fine wine is collected here, and only when the vintage is enough, it will be put on sale. Now that their fruit wines are on sale, they have formed a self-contained system, and the quality of fruit wines has its own standards. It is precisely because of the detailed standards that their wine can buy the price. Of course, the quality of the wines produced by their winery is mainly related to the fruits produced on the fruit trees in the valley. If it is another winery, it will also plant a large number of fruit trees, and then take good care of the fruit trees. The quality of their winery's wine depends entirely on the sweetness of the fruit, and the sweetness of the fruit depends on the climate of the year. Whether there is too much rain, resulting in less sunshine, or whether it has suffered natural disasters, etc. But there is no such trouble in Oak Manor. The fruit trees in the valley are all grown-up fruit trees transplanted by Xiao Feng from another world. The emergence of a large number of cloning experts has preliminarily solved the problem that he cannot bring back organic life forms from another world. Of course, it is limited to a part of plants and a small part of animals. And these fruit trees are the improved varieties he brought back from another world. Because of the unique natural environment of the alien world, especially the oxygen density is higher than that of the Earth. The sunshine is very abundant, and the most important thing is that the land is very fertile. Therefore, the fruit trees there are relatively tall, and the fruits that they produce are not only big but well presented. But the most important thing is that they are very sweet and have a very rich taste, which is a very good wine-making material. In the alien world, Xiao Feng asked the Dark Wizard Mages to set up a large nursery, which was specially used to cultivate high-quality fruit trees. And these fruit trees are all the products of that nursery. And when Xiao Feng brought these trees back, he would also bring back the soil under the roots. And the planet is attached to these soils, a very rich microbial group, and even many microorganisms and bacteria, which are not on the Earth. And these microorganisms will be inactivated a lot after they arrive on the Earth, but those who survive will also work hard to adapt to the Earth's environment, and to transform the Earth's soil. The transformed soil is naturally suitable for the growth of this fruit tree. In this way, although the fruits of the fruit trees here are still much worse than those of other worldly planets, they are still much stronger than their cousins on Earth. And this kind of juice, coupled with the Juyinzi brought back by Xiao Feng from another world. The brewing is the Dynasty series. Xiao Feng hadn't been to this winery for a long time before, and this time it was because after inspecting the construction site, He came over on a whim. And Hango, the manager of the winery, was overjoyed by the sudden arrival of the big boss. Over the years, he has not done less work and earned no less money, but the most regrettable thing is that he is too remote here. It's rare to see the big boss a few times throughout the year. Now that the big boss celebrity chef group is becoming more and more popular, he has naturally heard of it. Every individual is self-motivated. And he was also afraid that if the big boss had a whim that day, he would replace himself. So he naturally hopes to have the opportunity to get in touch with the big boss. But he is too far away from the city center. The sector he manages now seems to be a piece of scrap in the business empire of the big boss. Although a lot of money is made every year, it is obviously not that important in the mind of the boss. So today the boss came here, he was very happy, and he quickly summoned his staff to take care of him. Xiao Feng took Xiaojun directly to the presidential suite on the top of the original hotel, where the beauty of the entire valley was panoramic. Although he doesn't come often, this place is always vacant for him. Hango had already greeted people and came here to prepare barbecues and other food for them, while Xiaojun was carried to the roof and looked at the beautiful scenery in the valley outside. Yeah, I really didn't expect that this dynasty winery is actually your property. Mr. Xiao, your industry is too much. As the top leader of the domestic business community. Novel.com various high-end receptions and banquets, I don't know how many people attended. How could Xiaojun not know the dynasty series drinks? This brand has always been very mysterious to the outside world, and everyone knows that the winery is located in Benthan. But there are really few who have actually been to this winery. As for the boss behind the winery, it is even more mysterious. No one has ever known who this winery belongs to. To this day, the secret has finally been revealed. And Xiao Feng smiled, without explaining too much. At this time, Hango walks over with Xiao Feng's favorite kumquat wine. Boss, this is this year's wine. It is very distinctive, you can taste. At this time, Xiao Feng was wondering, this oak tree manor seems to be doing very well at the moment. Is it going to do more? TXT download address, Fonier reading, Chapter 1440 Small burst. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. In fact, this winery is also experimental in its current scale. The main purpose of the experiment is to introduce fruits from other worlds to the earth for cultivation. At present, it seems that the effect is not bad. Generally speaking, the survival rate of the fruits imported from the outside world is not a problem. The only problem is that the sweetness and taste of these fruits are much worse than the original version of Alien World. After all, the fruits of other worlds grow in natural environments, and the land of the other worlds is also fertile. For example, the very scarce black land on the earth is almost everywhere in another world. For example, the central Great Plains of the Penivera Peninsula, which is now occupied by Xiao Feng, is the founding of the nation. It's a black land where you can catch oil all over it. It's no exaggeration to say that where the land is really the level where you can plant your chopsticks, it will be able to germinate in the coming year. Coupled with the water and air that have not been industrially polluted, the natural environment has been overwhelmed. The fruits grown under this condition are naturally exceptionally sweet. But on Earth, because of post-industrial air, water, and soil pollution. In addition, after industrialization, a large number of scientific and technological methods have been applied to agricultural planting. The fruits produced today naturally lose the taste of fruits. For example, many people say that the watermelon you eat now is not sweet, and the watermelon you ate when you were a child does not taste like watermelon. This is why, because when watermelons bloom and pollinate, they are all grafted onto pumpkin seedlings. Because the pumpkin seedlings are more resistant to diseases and insect pests, and the ability to transport nutrients is stronger, one seedling can pick up many melons. Therefore, many melon farmers operate in this way. Although the final fruit is a watermelon, the hybrid technique is used after all, so the fruit is naturally not as sweet as the original. For the same reason, Many fruit trees use this technology in order to increase productivity. So many fruits look big and beautiful, but when they are eaten, the taste is no longer the same as before. The fruit trees that Xiao Feng brought back from another world belonged to the fruit trees that strengthened their own characteristics. And because he also brought back a certain amount of first-order soil, this soil also contains probiotics and microorganisms from other worlds. It is precisely because of these alien microbes and probiotics that continue to transform the Earth's soil, so that these alien fruit trees can also survive. However, the quality of the fruits produced is still inferior to that of another world, but compared to their cousins on Earth, the level is still much higher. But one problem is that Xiao Feng didn't plan to sell these fruits as ordinary fruits, because selling fruits, it really can't sell at high prices, and storage and transportation are big problems. Instead of making fruit wine, it saves time and effort. And when the experiment at Oak Tree Villa is considered successful, Xiao Feng plans to set up more wineries in China or South America. And his ultimate goal is to turn over all the wineries in Europe and America. At this time, the chef Han Sung-Cook had already started barbecues on the terrace on the top floor of the hotel. Originally there were ovens and grills, but Xiao Feng almost always eats barbecue every time he comes, so Han Go has long known Xiao Feng's taste. Large chunks of beef were placed on the grate, making piercing noises. The smell of meat filled the night sky. Xiao Feng was holding a wine glass, looking at the lights in the distant valley, wondering if it was time to return to another world. To be honest, this time he returned from another world. He has not returned for more than half a year. It can be said that it is the longest time since he returned from another world. And after such a long time, I don't know how Diakin State had developed without him. However, before he returned, the threats surrounding the Great Qin Kingdom had basically been cleared by him. As long as there is no civil strife, the Great Qin State should not be too bad. Before going to the Great Qin Kingdom, he had to go to South America to see it again. He had been in contact with Jesse before, and knew that the Karapag Islands and Ithaca had undergone earth-shaking changes. But recently, with the development of the Ithacan area, some signs of instability have gradually appeared there. Therefore, before going to another world this time, he must go there to see. Hey, don't tell me, this guy's invention is really interesting, Mr. Xiao. Come and take a look. Just as Xiao Feng wondered, it was time to visit Ithaca. Suddenly Xiaojun's voice came from behind, and he turned around to take a look. I saw this guy sitting on the deck on the terrace, holding a tablet in his hand, watching the content on the tablet. Xiao Feng walked over and took a look and saw that this was exactly a project passed by the review committee. The review committee has passed the review and thinks this project is very promising. But in the end it must be sent to Xiaojun for summary. After his signature is passed, the Queen Fund can lend money to this project. To be honest, since the company recently began to encourage employees to start their own businesses, and encourage them to use their own brains and make innovations, almost every day, the judging committee receives all kinds of bizarre and creative bids. Now the judging committee has also expanded a lot. From the original 7 judges to more than 20 people. Among the 20 people, there was a preliminary trial team in the early stage. Because there are too many bidding projects, they will screen out some of the loopholes and projects that have no future at a glance. The remaining elite projects were submitted to the 7-person review committee for review. The 7-person review committee will discuss each project and call the founder of the project to ask questions. After passing various inquiries, it will be decided whether a project is worthwhile and whether it is worth their investment. And the core of this is the 7-person review committee. Among the members, 5 of them are cloning experts sent by Xiao Feng. The technological foresight of these cloning experts for the future society can be said to be the best on Earth. They can see at a glance what kind of innovation has prospects and is worth investing in. For example, the project they sent this time is a new type of fire extinguishing material. The inventor is an employee of the 9th laboratory. He mainly invented a new type of fire extinguishing material, which is a mixture of potassium carbonate and another foaming agent. This kind of object usually exists as a liquid, and it is non-toxic, tasteless, non-volatile, and very easy to store. In order to promote this mixed liquid, he also specially designed a variety of props. One of the most impressive is a double-glazed vase. You can prepare a few in your home, and you can grow flowers in a vase. Once there is an accident at home and there is a fire somewhere, you can quickly pick up the vase and throw it to the burning spot. Once the vase is broken, the potassium carbonate mixed liquid inside will react when it comes in contact with the air. The rapid cooling and temperature reduction can also insulate the air, and the foaming agent can effectively expand the liquid coverage area. It can ensure that the fire point is completely isolated from oxygen, so as to achieve the purpose of extinguishing fire. A vase can cover an area of about 1.5 square meters of the fire point, and he also designed an enhanced version for firefighting, construction sites and other places. If it is inconvenient to enter during firefighting, or there is no water source, firefighters can then carry a device similar to a grenade launcher into the fire scene. The cannonballs fired are fire-extinguishing bombs the size of a tennis ball. This enhanced version of the fire-extinguishing bomb has an effective coverage area of 5 square meters per round. It has a very good fire-extinguishing, flame-retardant, and prevent reignition effect. When hit by this fire-extinguishing bomb, within 3 seconds, the flame within 5 square meters will be extinguished immediately, and if the temperature of the flame core cannot reach more than 500 degrees, there is no need to worry about reignition in this cup extinguishing area. This kind of fire extinguishing bomb is very suitable for the fire extinguishing of urban high-rise buildings. In addition, if an enlarged version is made, it can also effectively help the forest to put out the fire. As soon as this idea was submitted to the judging committee, it only took 3 days to pass it. In the end, the proposal was submitted to Hixio-jun, waiting for his signature and approval, and then the Queen Fund can lend money. After seeing this idea, Xiao Feng also felt that this idea was very good. Once this flame retardant is marketed, it will be very popular because it is very flexible in terms of operation and use, and it has a very wide range of uses, so the market prospects are very promising. With the development of the city, we have built more and more high-rise buildings, but the corresponding fire protection measures have not been able to keep up. Although in the current building, almost every floor will have fixed firefighting facilities, such as fire extinguishers, fire hydrants, firefighting passages and so on. But when you actually use it, you will find a lot of equipment, which is actually a display. For example, how many of the fire hydrants in those buildings have water? When firefighters extinguished the fire, they encountered no water in the fire hydrant, which was the most common situation. And this has delayed how many fire rescues. www.untitled.novel.com caused many serious consequences. The other is that for fire extinguishing in high-risk areas, water alone is sometimes useless. It must be this chemical fire extinguishing agent to have a better effect. For example, in places like oil refineries and petrochemical plants, once a fire starts, sometimes there is no way to extinguish it immediately with water, and it can only achieve a certain flame retardant effect. But if there is such a fire extinguisher, it is another matter entirely. So Xiao Feng only took a look and thought this project was very interesting and worth investing in. Hey, this one is also very interesting. At this time, Hixio-jun has already slipped to another video. Unexpectedly, this Queen Fund had just started business, and it ushered in a small outbreak. All kinds of fantastic ideas are emerging in endlessly. TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 1441. Who said we can't innovate? I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. In the past, whenever we talked about innovation, some people would say that our people have no sense of innovation and no innovative ideas. But in fact, a large part of these claims stemmed from the propaganda of the Western media, which created stereotypes. Even because the Western media has been propagating it for a long time and its intensity has increased, many people really believe it. But in fact, if you have been to the US to study those major modern inventions in the US, you will find out. In fact, behind many epoch-making technological innovations, there are the shadows of our Chinese. For example, those engaged in atomic bombs and missiles have our old money. In the modern computer field, there are also companies founded by Chinese like Kingston. There are even innovations in the field of biomedicine, which I won't elaborate on. So when it comes to innovation, in fact, we Chinese are not bad. But why are there no large-scale innovation projects in China? In fact, it is mainly because we did not have the soil for innovation in the past. Because before that, we were too far behind. At that time, let alone innovation, it would be good to be able to follow others without being left behind. And now, through decades of development, our shortcomings in the technical field have basically been evened. We are no worse in the middle-level technology field than Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea. The only difference is the high-tech field, and this field is the most heavily monopolized area by them. And if you want to go one step further, you really need to innovate. And this is also the peak of the country, which has been promoting the industry upgrade. But innovation is not so easy. First, you need to provide a relaxed environment for innovators, and second, you need to provide innovators with sufficient funds. In this regard, not many people are willing to do it. Although innovation sounds beautiful, the probability of failure is also very high. So in fact, many people don't dare to support innovation with confidence. Because if the innovation fails, it not only means that all the funds you invested in the early stage are in vain, but it also means that the time you invested in the early stage is wasted in vain. Therefore, although the domestic slogans were loudly shouted before, there were not many real innovations. Now the emergence of Coin Fund has changed this status quo. In particular, behind them is a talent pool like the Ninth Laboratory. You must know that this company now has thousands of PhDs and more than 3,000 master students. These intellectuals are full of fantastic ideas. Now that the Ninth Laboratory has promulgated a work policy that encourages everyone to innovate, all kinds of whimsical ideas of these people have come out. For example, outside of the fire extinguishing bomb that Xiao Feng just saw, the next video he saw also opened his eyes. This is a new type of high-altitude landing mountain. Unlike previous high-altitude landing fans, this is an airbag-type landing fan. The size and shape of the bag are about the same as the waist bag. When using it, people only need to pull out the waist belt from the bag and press the start button. After 5 seconds, the waist bag will explode like a car airbag, and the exploded airbag can just wrap a person in the middle. And because the airbag uses very safe nitrogen gas, and because of its light density, after the airbag is ejected, it can just form a balloon that wraps the human body. And this balloon will slowly fall from the air, and there is a balance mechanism in the sphere. When the person finally falls on the ground, the person will be adjusted so that the head will be up to ensure that the person will not fall to the head when they land. And what Xiaojun showed Xiao Feng on the tablet in his hand was the various safety experiments that crazy young people did using this kind of airbag. For example, this group of guys jumped down from a 20-story building, and the airbag popped out as soon as they jumped out of the window. Then they floated in the air like a balloon, and finally deflated slowly, and then landed steadily to the ground. Then these young people became more and more crazy. They even conducted experiments from the heights of the 30th, 40th, and 50th floors. Even this bunch of lunatics actually completed a skydiving from the plane. No. To be precise, it should be a skydiving. At that scene, Xiao Feng felt his mouth dry. Row is that he has always boasted that he is brave enough, and he is also frightened when he sees it. Even if he were to jump down from such a high place, he felt like he had to weigh it. But the young people just jumped, and they all succeeded in the end. Hey, This is really interesting. Xiao Feng smiled and said while looking at the new airbag on the screen. And he Xiaojun smiled and nodded back. It's true that this stuff is really interesting. I have also seen these young people. They are the young men in the development of the third department of our ninth laboratory. The leader is called Yang Zili. Just a very thoughtful young man. Unexpectedly, they actually tinkered with such an interesting thing. That is, after seeing their inventions, who would dare to say that our countrymen cannot innovate? Hey, that is, and Mr. Xiao. The reason why the judging committee passed their ideas up shows that their innovation will have a very wide range of uses in the future. That's not it. Don't say anything else. Just say that this high-level escape problem has always been the most troublesome problem for our domestic fire department. Xiao Feng's first thought was to escape from tall buildings. In recent years, the country has vigorously engaged in urbanization, and because of the principle of saving land, our domestic cities cannot build too many small bungalows like Western cities. Therefore, all kinds of high-rise buildings have become the main body of urban construction, but as more and more high-rise buildings are built, this fire escape has become the most troublesome problem for city managers. Because there are many high-rise buildings of various kinds and the quality of residence is also uneven, fire accidents often occur in various places due to improper use of various electrical appliances or open flames. In particular, major high-rise fire accidents occur almost every year. For some well-known reasons, although many high-rise buildings are equipped with fire extinguishing equipment, in fact, some fire extinguishing equipment are displayed in vain. For example, in the event of a fire, the automatic sprinkler equipment in the building has no effect at all. Another example is a fire in a building. Firemen rushed into the fire to fight the fire, but found that there was no water in the fire hydrant. Isn't it because some properties acted indiscriminately, blocking the fire passages and preventing the fire engines from reaching the fire scene in time? All kinds of accidents resulted in people trapped in the fire scene and unable to escape in time. Because the floor they live on is too high and the rescue cannot be reached in time, it often leads to tragedies in the end. Before that, many people thought about a lot of high-level escape devices. The most common ones are the escape stairs and evacuation floors in buildings. Or it is the high-level escape slides that are often seen on TV in recent years, or the ropeway and so on. But in addition to the escape stairs, and the evacuation floor can sometimes play a role, those other inventions are faced with problems that are difficult to promote. For example, we often see on TV, escape slides used by high-level buildings. With this thing, you can't be equipped with one on every floor or every family. Moreover, there is an inflation process for this thing to operate, and non-professionals can't guarantee the success of the operation. As for the kind of escape ropeway, it is even more nonsense. Many people don't even dare to ride a roller coaster. You let them play downhill from dozens of floors upstairs. I'm afraid these people were scared to death before they were burned to death. The emergence of this kind of airbag balloon solves this problem very well. First of all, this thing is very small, very light and easy to carry. And if it can be mass-produced, the price is certainly not expensive. The average family can afford to carry a few on their backs. Once the home, or outside the corridor, or the floor below a fire occurs, the escape channel is trapped. Then people can choose to use this airbag balloon to escape at home. Moreover, the use of this airbag balloon is a full operation mode without any training. Just press the button, and after a few seconds, the airbag will explode and wrap the whole person in the middle. In this way, even if a collision occurs in the air, it will not harm the vitals of the human body. This greatly increases the chance of escape. And don't underestimate this balloon. The outer wall of the balloon is made of a special material. It is very tough, very strong in resistance to pulling, very strong, and resistant to high temperatures. It is a very good fireproof material. Just seeing the characteristics of this material, Xiao Feng was completely obsessed with the purpose of this thing. For example, This kind of explosive airbag balloon can not only be used for high-altitude escape, it can also be equipped for motorcycle drivers. We must know that there are a large number of locomotive enthusiasts on the market, and there are many domestic discussions about motorcycles. Many cities even simply restrict motorcycles from entering the main urban area. www.mtlnovel.com. The reason for this is also because of the 1990s, when motorcycles were largely open, and there were motorcycle accidents in major cities in China. It's too much, and it can be said responsibly that many people in the country have low security awareness. Not to mention riding an electric bike, even a motorcycle without any safety gear. Originally, a motorcycle is an open driving environment. If there is an accident, let alone a speed of 100 yards, it is a speed of 50 or 60 yards. As long as there is an accident, the driver has to fly out. And even if you wear a helmet, as long as you fly out, you will end up with broken bones at the lightest level, and severe necks will be broken for you. And with this kind of safety balloon, the safety factor of motorcycle drivers is greatly improved. TXT download address, Fournier reading, Chapter 1442 Airborne Forces. In the spring I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobeiwin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. Yes, with this thing, the life safety factor of those motorcycle drivers has been greatly improved. Listening to Xiao Feng's mention, Xiaojun immediately had an epiphany. He didn't really think about other aspects before, but now he really does. In the past, someone proposed the idea of installing airbags on motorcycles, but in the end it was not realized because of various technical problems. And the emergence of this airbag balloon has solved those problems very well. And this thing can not only be used for civilian purposes. I look at the wider application space of things, it should be the military aspect. Xiao Feng is also a fan of the military, and he has another identity. That is the future Star Warrior. In fact, this kind of airbag balloon equipment was still very common before the future warrior armor was born. Many interstellar infantry use this airbag balloon when they use airborne combat methods. This kind of airbag balloon will have many changes in the future. Later, there will even be a certain effect of a flight suit. Compared with a landing fan, the landing accuracy of using this airborne auxiliary equipment will be higher. It can more accurately let the airborne troops land to the designated position. And it can carry more weapons and equipment. Even artillery, armored vehicles, and even tanks can be equipped with such large airbag balloons for airborne landing. In this way, the problem of insufficient fire support for airborne troops has been greatly resolved. The original airborne troops were all light armed forces, and they didn't even have light armor. With this kind of airborne balloon, even heavy armored units can be airborne. And once a large number of such equipment is assembled, there is no need to distinguish between airborne troops. Even ordinary troops, as long as they have undergone simple training, can use this equipment to complete airborne missions. This allows the army to have better mobility on the battlefield. Xiao Feng analyzes the effect of this kind of airbag balloon more from the perspective of an interstellar warrior. But when Xiaojun heard Xiao Feng's words like this, he was even more specific. Hey, when you said that, I remembered that our Air Force really needs this kind of airbag balloon. As we all know, this has always been our weakness in terms of pilot ejection and escape. Xiao Feng was also taken aback. Indeed, Xiaojun was very right. This point Xiaojun is really right. Speaking of fighter ejection and escape systems, this is actually nothing new. Generally, fighters are locked by missiles, and there is no way to avoid them. They can only face the escape plan chosen by the pilots when they are hit. Or it may be the self-rescue plan chosen by the pilot when the aircraft fails and cannot be rescued. In the field of fighter ejection and escape systems, the Russians are undoubtedly the best, followed by the Americans. As for the European Rafale series, the US ejection escape system is actually used. In our country, in fact, we have already started researching this kind of system a long time ago. Several generations of ejection escape systems have even been introduced, But to be honest, our ejection escape system, let alone compared with Russia, is also far behind Europe and the United States. Of course, I won't expand on it here. It's easy to say 4 or 4. You can look at the accident records of our country's military aircraft training and the final crash. The problems often come from many aspects, such as blasting, ejection, and opening of the landing fan. And if this kind of airbag balloon is added to the ejection escape system, it will undoubtedly greatly increase the pilot's chance of escape, because some pilots actually caused a serious accident after the seat was ejected. The seat hit a foreign object, or the landing fan did not turn on in time. And because of the different design principles, if this kind of airbag balloon is used, there will be no problems in this respect at all. Therefore, for the ejection and escape system of fighter jets, this kind of airbag balloon can do a lot. Moreover, this kind of airbag balloon can be used not only on high-speed fighter jets, but also on helicopters, and at the same time greatly improves the chances of survival of helicopter pilots on the battlefield. In recent years, with the emergence of various air defense missiles, the threat to helicopters on the battlefield has become greater and greater. Back then, Teddy Bear's Super Hind Mi-24 was the dominant player in Europe. Many NATO countries felt toothache when they saw this helicopter armed to their teeth. But this seemingly powerful helicopter was almost destroyed by the local militia on the battlefield in Afghanistan, causing heavy losses. So much so that the Super Havoc Mi-28 helicopter was born. But even this helicopter with bulletproof armor on the floor of the abdomen is still off by the Stinger missiles supported by the old American. This leads to the fact that later Russian designers directly designed a 5052 series of combat helicopters, the only combat helicopter in the world equipped with a pilot ejection system. Speaking of this, I have to say that Mao Zedong does have a deep family background in the aviation field, even if their predecessor, the Boss Empire, has been perished for 30 years. But over the years, they have lived comfortably even by relying on their laurels. In the field of combat helicopters, they are the only country in the world that can compete with the United States. Even if the US helicopters boasted that they are breaking off, none of the US helicopters are equipped with a catapult escape system. Regardless of what the Americans say on the surface, combat helicopters are low-speed, low-altitude combat equipment. Even if it is hit, an emergency landing can be used to ensure the safety of the helicopter pilot and the lives of the combatants in the aircraft. But in fact, it's not that they don't want to equip it, but that they can't handle the unique ejection escape device of the Russians at all. Otherwise, there would not be a series of Black Hawk falling incidents. In the subsequent war in Afghanistan, the American helicopters suffered heavy losses. One of the most famous accidents was when two Chinook helicopters transporting 24 SEALs were ambushed by Taliban during an airborne landing. 2 helicopters were shot down on the spot, leading to the death of several Marines. Think about it, if the US helicopter was equipped with this kind of airbag balloon equipment, then their fighters do not need to hover the helicopter and drop down. They can take the equipment, jump directly from the air, and then directly enter the battle. Because this kind of airbag balloon also has one of the most difficult advantages of a landing fan, that is, it can allow combat members to drop down from any altitude without worrying about altitude and wind speed. It is important to know that the airborne soldiers who traditionally use landing fans generally have very strict requirements on the altitude of the aircraft when they are parachuting. If the height is too low, it won't work, and it won't work if it's too high. For example, the minimum parachuting height is generally set at 500 meters, and in the extreme case, 300 meters must be stubbornly jumped. However, if you jump from such a height, if you carry a lot of equipment, generally the landing fan has not been turned on before the person has landed. It is very likely that the person who broke his arm or leg would be dead before he went into battle. And if the altitude exceeds 5 kilometers, the air will become very thin, and the high altitude will be very cold. Ordinary airborne troops without special cold-proof clothing are likely to get frostbite. And the altitude range of 5 kilometers to 500 meters is the best range of enemy anti-aircraft guns and missiles. Because of the continuous improvement of various air defense equipment, airborne troops have gradually begun to decline in recent years. Because of the influence of the natural environment, there are too many restrictions on airborne troops. With the appearance of this kind of balloon airbag, and now He Xiaojun was mentioning this, Xiao Feng felt as if the airborne troops could be reborn again. Because of the characteristics of this airbag balloon, this thing is inherently cold and warm, and because it is also equipped with a very special balance device, with this thing, it can greatly reduce the chance of paratroopers falling when they land. It greatly improves the safety of the flash landing, and it can also be accurately positioned, so that the paratroopers' landing area is more accurate. Unlike before, if there is a strong wind in the air, the airborne troops will be scattered everywhere. Sometimes after landing, the enemies who have been overtaken to encircle and suppress are wiped out before they can gather together to form combat effectiveness. In addition, the use of this airbag balloon can also airborne a large number of heavy weapons and equipment, which greatly solves the problem of paratroopers' lack of heavy fire support. In this way, the spring of the airborne troops seems to be back again. The most important thing is that this kind of airbag balloon can not only be used for regular high-altitude parachuting, it can also be used on helicopters in low-altitude areas. In the past, when helicopters transported combat teams to support ground forces, the most difficult thing is often the last step, letting the infantry carried on the helicopter land to the front line of battle. Because the front line battle is very fierce. Untitled.com. If there is no accompanying armed helicopter for fire suppression, ordinary transport helicopters seldom dare to land on the battlefield, because once they land, they will easily become targets of militants. Therefore, many helicopters will choose to be near the battlefield and let the soldiers rappel. But this method is equally unsafe, because during the rappelling, the helicopter has to hover in midair. If someone launches anti-aircraft missiles at this time, then the soldiers who are rappelling will lose their blood mold. But now with this kind of airbag balloon, there is no need to worry about rappelling or the troubles that airborne descents have to face. Helicopter pilots only need to drive the plane over the battlefield, and then let the combat team jump directly down. If these guys are courageous enough, they can even drive the helicopter directly behind or on the side of the enemy's line, perform an airborne, and then give the enemy an encirclement, or a right uppercut. TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 1443. There are endless ideas. The latest website. I opened the new book I upgraded in Xiaobawin. I urge all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants Kowtow. Hey, don't tell me, if you say that, this kind of airbag balloon is really useful. Listening to Xiao Feng's description, He Xiaojun has also been to the importance of this thing. At first, it seemed that this thing was just a civilian high-level escape tool. But now it seems that if this thing develops to the military level, it will be more useful. It can definitely increase the combat effectiveness of the army by N levels in an instant. If the load capacity is greater and the safety factor is higher in the future, then it is really no problem that a tank can be airborne. So, this project is very worth investing in. We have to buy shares. Xiao Feng smiled and said to He Xiaojun, to be honest, he was really optimistic about this project. You know, before the anti-gravity spacecraft is developed, even their interstellar infantry will also carry out airborne operations. For the airborne troops of that era, the most friendly equipment was actually this kind of airbag balloon. With the technology of their time, this airbag balloon can not only be used by a single soldier, it can even be installed on a large transport aircraft when the transport aircraft flies over the battlefield. Just drop the container-like chassis directly, and the balloon airbag will explode in the air, wrapping the entire container. Not only can it effectively protect from gunfire from the place, but it can also ensure everyone's safe landing. And now this young man named Yang Zili, invented this airbag balloon, is obviously the embryonic form of those large airborne airbags in the future. Thinking of the wide application range of this kind of airbag balloon in the future, Xiao Feng felt a little impatient. For this project, we must strongly support it. Yes, I am also very optimistic about this project. Xiaojun smiled and nodded and said, and then took another sentence. By the way, speaking of this duel's equipment, I have a very good idea to submit here. It was also selected by the judging committee. Here, take a look, Xiaojun said, sliding the computer screen again, and then Xiao Feng saw a very interesting picture. There are also a few young boys in the picture, and they are also doing tests at this time. But this time their testing process was not as desperate as Yang Zilis group had done before. Several of them, all carrying a very large backpack, and then shuttled between the mountains. It looks like a group of backpackers traveling in the mountains. But what is different from ordinary backpackers is that these people carry huge travel bags. They are actually walking like flying. Judging from their appearance, it seems as if there is no carrying anything behind their backs. It's just that Xiao Feng can clearly see from the screen that several of their backpacks are stuffed with bulges, and they don't look like nothing at all. Soon, they stopped at a camping spot, and Xiao Feng was stunned by these people's operations. Originally, he thought that these people's backpacks were packed with light things, otherwise they wouldn't be able to walk so fast. But when these people opened their backpacks, he was dumbfounded. This group of guys actually took out the tent, food and water. Even more exaggerated, some people took out rice and meat from a backpack. These things alone have to weigh several tens of catties, or even over 100 catties. But just now the two of them are obviously walking fast, and they don't seem to feel tired at all. So what is going on? Are they all born with supernatural powers? But looking at the figures of the two brothers, I dare not say that they are tall and strong, but they are also in the shape of thin bamboo poles. Although there are a few pieces of flesh on his body, it is absolutely impossible to walk so easily with such a heavy thing on his back. But Xiao Feng was not a fool. He knew that there must be something in the backpacks of these two people. Sure enough, when one of the boys was about to buy pits for cooking, the other guy with glasses and a bald head walked in front of the camera. Dear reviewers, let me introduce one kind of anti-gravity suspension backpack that we developed. It turns out that the mystery of this backpack is where the back of the backpack is in contact with the back. In the past, ordinary backpacks are equipped with thick sponge pads to prevent the heavy objects in the backpack from impacting the back and reduce the discomfort caused by friction to the backpacker. And now this guy actually designed a buffer slide in this position of the backpack. In this way, the backpack is as if sitting on a railway track. When the human body rises and falls, the backpack will naturally fall according to inertia. However, the hydraulic device in the slide rail will cushion the falling posture of the backpack and bounce the backpack up. If a person walks down suddenly, the backpack will rise according to inertia. At this time, the hydraulic device above will press the backpack down, but the hydraulic device below will cushion the impact of the downward pressure. In this way, the backpack is like sitting on a slide rail on the back. As the human body travels, the backpack will continue to slide up and down on the slide. There will be no impact in the front and rear directions, and this up and down sliding impact will eventually be eliminated by the hydraulic device installed in the track. This design looks very clever. After our calculations, carrying this kind of backpack is equivalent to the backpack being suspended in the air. No matter how many backpacks, when you carry it, it will reduce the weight by 85 to 90%. The weight of our backpack is also very light, because of the use of high-strength fabrics and aluminium alloy guide rails. So we have to calculate that the weight of this backpack is only 5 kilograms. And the rucksack can still be adjusted at any time to make it bigger. While this young man was explaining, he was also doing all kinds of cover-ups. In the meantime, he took out the ordinary backpack just now, and then took out a larger travel bag. There is also a rail device on the back of this backpack. Remove the rail from the back of the ordinary backpack and install it on this rail, and then a huge field backpack is soon formed. Hey, this is interesting too. Xiao Feng looked at the constantly changing backpack in this young man's hand, and he couldn't help but become interested. Although the principle of this thing is not very esoteric, It is indeed very practical and very interesting. And this thing knows at a glance, if it is mass-produced, the cost will definitely be controlled within 100 yuan. When it is time to resell, it will be a few hundred large, and the audience is still very wide. Don't think that a backpack worth a few hundred yuan will be very expensive. If you don't believe me, go and check out those famous brand ladies' bags. One can easily cost tens of thousands, and such a very practical outdoor backpack costs only a few hundred yuan, which is more than 1,000 more expensive. What do you think those straight men in science and engineering think after watching it? Especially those young people struggling in big cities may often need to move. With such a floating backpack, it can help them solve many problems. Not to mention going out camping and picking up girls. Just saying that every time they move, this thing can help them solve a lot of troubles. And don't think that only boys need this thing. In fact, girls need this thing even more, especially in the domestic situation. When every new year comes, everyone has to go home to celebrate the new year. If a girl does not have a boyfriend or husband, she wants to bring things home in large bags, but there is nothing more suitable than this kind of backpack. Because girls have a lot of things, they often can't fit a small suitcase. If you bring some gifts to the elders at home, you will definitely have to prepare a backpack. And such a backpack is obviously suitable. Put the gift in the box, and stuff the changed clothes and cosmetics into the bag. No matter how much stuffed, you are not afraid of sinking. Even a thin girl can just carry it on his back and leave. Because of the wonderful design of this backpack, even if you carry 100 kilograms of things, you can add the weight of the backpack to you, but it is only 20 kilograms. With this weight, I am afraid that even a thin girl can carry it by heart, right? And this thing can also be derived into the military category. You must know that our country is different from the United States. Our country has a very long land border. Now soldiers patrol the border every day, and because of the geographical environment, especially in the western region, where there are no smooth roads. When soldiers are patrolling, they can't use vehicles like cars. Many roads are rough and they even use mules and horses. The soldiers themselves have to carry large suitcases, which are filled with medicines, food, water and other daily necessities in order to deal with various emergencies. At this time, such a suspended backpack that can reduce weight can help soldiers solve many problems. Moreover, there are many mountain borders in southwest my country. Sometimes when our soldiers complete their tasks, they also need to carry large rucksacks to solve logistical problems. This kind of problem is not only troubled by our military, even the world's #1 power, the United States, will also be troubled by this kind of problem. Mentalnovel.com For example, the Afghanistan War in previous years and the Second Gulf War, when the soldiers of the US Army launched an attack in the deserted beach. In some areas that are not suitable for military vehicles, their soldiers also have to carry heavy backpacks to perform tasks. Even later, the Americans had to recruit a large number of local mules and horses to solve the logistics problem. As a result, the mechanical dog invented by the Americans is actually to solve the problem of military logistics transportation under complex terrain. And the emergence of this kind of anti-gravity suspension backpack has solved the logistics transportation dilemma that soldiers need to face under complicated terrain. Hey, I see who is saying that our people are not good at innovation. Hee, those grandsons are just farting. That is, as long as they are given sufficient conditions, we will also have all kinds of fantastic ideas, endless. Chapter 1444 I don't know if I don't check strength does not allow me to be loc to find the latest chapter. I have opened a new book I upgrade in Xiaobawin. I implore all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. To be honest, Xiao Feng never expected that they were just trying to carry out a small reform of the company's management. But I didn't expect to be able to arouse such a high level of enthusiasm among the employees. Let's just talk about the small inventions they saw today: a fire extinguisher, an airbag balloon, and the other is this floating backpack. The three small inventions seem to be not very powerful, but in fact, each one is very practical. And as long as enough support is given, these three small inventions can have very good market prospects. Although these three small inventions are not comparable to Lexus's Rishing elevator, they are not as big as the Rishing elevator in name. But when it comes to the profit after entering the market, as well as the future development prospects, Xiaofeng feels that it is not necessarily weaker than Rishing elevator, especially the fire extinguisher and the airbag balloon. These two projects are his most promising. It seems that we are on the right step. Yes, just a few days after the announcement of the reform, it is said that there are hundreds of project applications received by the review committee. He Xiaojun smiled back to Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng nodded with a smile. This is a good phenomenon. What is the purpose of this persuasion fund? Isn't it just to encourage young people to start businesses? But our encouragement is not a fool. Like those college students who start their own business after graduation, we don't participate. After all, the survival rate is too low. Moreover, if you fail to start a business, it is likely to delay your life. In the first 2 years, there was a sudden upsurge of undergraduate entrepreneurship in China. Local governments have encouraged college students to start their own businesses, and even introduced many preferential policies. For example, next to the university town in Bincheng, the high-tech zone set up 2 business incubation parks, which was specifically developed for college students to start their own businesses. As long as university students start their own businesses, renting a house in this park will not only reduce rents, but also reduce taxes, and even provide certain subsidies in the form of cash. But the actual result: 100 came out to start a business, and 98 died in the end. The remaining 2 are half dead and live by various subsidy policies. There is another one that may be mixed up, but the reason why it can be mixed well is because of his strong support behind Lao Tzu. Therefore, it is really too bad for college students to start a business, because first of all you don't have so much experience, whether it is work experience or management experience. And the management experience in this is very important. Not only the management of employees, but also the experience of coordinating with all aspects of society. This is also management experience. For example, dealing with industry and commerce and taxation, or dealing with higher level authorities. These are all management experience. You are a student baby. Do you understand the twists and turns in it? The second is social experience. Before you leave school, you have never had much contact with the old fried dough sticks in the society. Once you graduate and enter the business circle directly, even if your product is excellent, there is a high chance that you will be killed by them. And where did these classmates who failed to start their businesses in the end? Missed the golden period of graduate school recruiting jobs, coupled with the toss of graduation, wasted a year or 2 of time. At this time, the business failed, and I went out to find a job because I was not a fresh graduate and I didn't have any practical work experience. Which company would want you? At best, it is to find a sales job and do it first, and because of the previous business creation, although it has failed, people's hearts are already wild. No longer willing to live like this from 9 to 5 in the morning, but with low eyes and low hands. He can't recognize himself. Therefore, such a person will generally end up with a lifelong heart that is higher than the sky and thinner than the paper. Xiaofeng had never seen such an example. Generally, there are very few people who can finally get out of this pit and adjust their mentality, and most of them have become cannon fodder. Therefore, in his heart, he does not approve of college students coming out to start a business. Unless there are 2 kinds of people. One is that the family has a solid foundation, can withstand the toss, and has enough opportunities for trial and error. The other is the clinking of the poor at home. There is nothing to lose anyway. It is better to fight while you are young. As for the children of other families, Xiaofeng strongly disagrees with them starting a business. As for them to set up this persuasive fund to encourage people to start their own businesses, that is quite another matter. The groups they face first are different. The groups they face are all elites with high IQs. Even in the college years, I have devoted myself to a certain field for a long time. They have very deep insights into their professional fields, and then they can apply the professional knowledge they have learned to actual production. They will discover the pain points of society, and thus invent and create a new kind of object to solve this pain point. Such people are the key targets of Xiao Feng's Quen Fund. For example, the three inventors he Xiaojun showed him this time. Although their small inventions are not as earth-shattering as those made by internet giants, they are also enough to change people's lives in certain areas of life, make people's lives better. And this is exactly what Xiao Feng and the others hope to see. Actually, there are a few more high-end inventions than these ideas. You can take a look, he Xiaojun said, opening another folder. And in this folder, there are just a few compressed files. At this time, he Xiaojun didn't need to be manipulated at all. He directly used the form of voice. Only Assistant Xiao AI decompressed the file and played the video. The first thing Xiao Feng saw was the Huiyin T800 printer that Li Wensong had produced. A black box smaller than the keyboard, about 30 centimeters long, and about 5 centimeters thick and wide. Xiao Qiao is very easy to carry, and can be put in a handbag and stay by his side at any time. What is even more surprising is the powerful features of this printer. The ternary lithium battery power supply mode, a full charge can make this printer work continuously for 5 hours. The ink in the ink cartridge is enough for him to work continuously for 5 hours. And it can not only print, but also copy and scan. This compact printer has all the functions of the large printers on the market. The only pity is that when printing continuously, the speed may be slower. And when scanning, the speed is also a little slow. Obviously, there are still some technical flaws that have not been resolved, but these flaws are not a problem when compared with the advantages of this printer, which is compact, easy to carry, and can be used anytime, anywhere. This is the result of Li Wensong, who originally developed 6 units. It turned out that he had been developing printing equipment by himself when he was in college. But this field, as you know, has always been monopolized by Japanese and US companies. Previously, our domestic core hardware field of printers has been stuck by foreign countries. For example, the toner cartridges for printers, fusers, and lasers are all in the hands of the Americans and Japanese. Although we also have some domestic brands, they are actually assembled goods, and the prices are not cheap. The most important thing is that the consumables are still very expensive. The performance is even worse than others. For example, Ricoh's new printer can print more than 200 sheets per minute when it is fully powered on. Even with an ordinary printer like a print shop, people can print 6,090 sheets per minute. You must know that the printer can achieve this speed without paper jams. This alone is already a huge problem. The complexity of the mechanical parts involved is no worse than making a car. The domestic publicity has always been able to avoid this knowledge. In fact, from the perspective of finishing, a printer represents the real gap between us and the world, especially the current mainstream laser printing, which involves optical imaging, light machine rails, semiconductors, and control software algorithms, etc. I'm only talking about black and white printing. I haven't talked about color printing yet. Until novel.com, let alone other messy things. Just talk about an ink cartridge, and we can't make a nozzle. To be honest, Xiao Feng hadn't thought about it before. It turned out that a seemingly inconspicuous printer involved so many doors. Unexpectedly, there is so much professional technology involved. And Xiao Li's invention can definitely be said to be epoch-making, because he completely bypassed the patent blockade in the field of traditional printers in Europe, America and Japan. You know, they had set up almost 20,000 patents in the printer field before. Hearing He Xiaojun's words, Xiao Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These foreign devils are so cruel. Ha ha, so Li Wensong's invention this time is definitely a landmark. Corner overtaking. Hey, I didn't expect that you still know so much about printers. Seeing He Xiaojun talking more and more vigorously, Xiao Feng couldn't help but teased him. And He Xiaojun rolled his eyes, him also holding on to the Buddha's feet temporarily and looking for someone to check the information. The people from the review committee reported the project. I can't understand nothing, just make a rubber stamp with a stamp and a circle. To be honest, I don't know if I don't check it. I was surprised when I checked it. I really didn't expect that we have such a big technological gap with foreign countries in the field of printers. Fortunately, this Lee Wensong helped us make up for the shortcomings in this area. Moreover, I don't know if I don't check it. It turns out that this printer has a special backdoor. Fortunately, we have implemented paperless office a long time ago. The most important documents are all sent through the smart Xiao AI. If they are all printed out, the fun will be great. Chapter 1445 One Check and One Jump. The latest website. I opened the new book I upgraded in Xiaobeiwin. I urge all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao, look at it. I know these Americans can't believe it. Hearing what He Xiaojun said, Xiao Feng wiped his forehead with lingering fear. Almost 10 years ago, the Prism Gate incident broke out internationally. At that time, Snowden, a former employee of the CIA, broke the news that the US intelligence services would monitor the world through various means. The most common methods they use are basically backdoors installed on computers and mobile phones. When thinking about the first Gulf War that year, why did the strongman who acted like Xiao Qiang in the Iran-Iraq War be defeated by the Americans? It is because on the eve of the launch, the Americans directly opened the back door of the computer of his Air Defense Force to activate the virus. As a result, their air defense radar network was completely paralyzed, and then the US Air Force swaggered into the Iraqi volley, directly destroyed the Iraqi Air Force and Air Defense Forces. In the subsequent battles, the slaughter of the Iraqi armored forces was completed many times by paralyzing the computer system of Iraq. You must know that just before the start of the war, the powerful people spent a lot of money and bought more than 3,000 computers, fire control radars, and a large number of missiles from Paris. How can I think that all the money has been squandered? If at that time, Americans liked to leave a backdoor on the computer system, it had not attracted the attention of other countries. Then Snowden's revelation completely exposed the ambition of the Americans. It was also after that revelation that domestic banks and other important departments' servers were replaced on a large scale. Because prior to this, the Americans' multiple precision attacks on the stock market have caused serious losses to relevant domestic companies. To be honest, that has attracted the attention of relevant domestic departments, but we have not had any evidence before. It was only after Snowden's revelation that the country made up its mind to replace the equipment of the Americans in many key departments. Later, the U.S. intelligence agency has repeatedly filed lawsuits with companies such as Apple and Google, demanding that it provide a backdoor for the U.S. intelligence agency. This makes people see the dominance of these Americans. In fact, Xiao Feng feels even more that these big companies are cooperating with these intelligence agencies to play a double role. Does Apple really have no backdoor? He doesn't believe it anyway. So from the beginning of the establishment of the company, he has been asking company employees to use as little as possible US communications equipment. If you have to use it, please do not bring it to the work area. Before the employees enter the workstation, a safety inspection must be carried out. Especially important R&D posts. It is never allowed to use any electronic equipment other than the working machine issued by the company. At that time, the working machine distributed by the company was Wix. At that time, Xiao Feng also specially asked the software company to help design a working system. Later, he had a large number of clone security experts in his hands, and the electronic security was taken over by these security experts. These security experts also helped the company redesign the firewall. Even on the basis of Windows, a new working system for internal use of the company was compiled. When employees work, they all operate under the internal interface, including sending emails. But to be honest, the initial internal operating systems were relatively crude. Apart from being unaccustomed to using it, employees still have a lot of complaints. In this case, It was not until the emergence of the intelligent assistant Xiao AI that the boss problem was solved. And now the employees of the company are accustomed to using Xiao AI, because Xiao AI is really easy to use. Not only has it greatly improved everyone's work efficiency, but the most important thing is that it is really very intelligent. Even in the company's internal forum, there are people discussing whether Xiao AI can be normalized. Let everyone also apply to their own computer or mobile phone program. In this way, Xiao AI can not only provide convenience to everyone's work, but also provide more help to everyone's lives. In fact, these people have seen the importance of providing convenience to the smart assistant Xiao AI. What they didn't know was that Xiao AI was also the Great Wall of the company's electronic system. In fact, since the fire in the 9th laboratory, they have not known how many external cyber attacks have been suffered. And these hackers, with their toes, know where they came from and what their purpose is. Part of it must have been invited by their direct competitors, companies in Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea, and part of it has been brought in by various intelligence organizations. The things being studied in the 9th laboratory are really too important to those people. Everyone wanted to get the scientific research results of the 9th laboratory, so they tried all kinds of ways to get their results. This kind of hackers network attack is naturally the most convenient way. Unfortunately, they encountered the first generation of artificial intelligence Xiao AI. Don't look at Xiao AI, it's just a rudimentary artificial intelligence, but it's definitely enough to deal with these hacker attacks. Over the past year or so, Xiao AI has not only prevented tens of thousands of cyber attacks, but even carried out several effective counter-attacks. There are many hackers killed by him. So far, there are not many hackers who dare to come to the 9th laboratory to make waves. What Xiao Feng didn't expect was that the American people's methods, this special mother's tricks, are hard to defend against. Originally thought that the computer had replaced the operating system and the mobile phone had also used a work machine issued by the company. Can it finally plug the loopholes? But who would have thought that they actually dug a hole in the printer? I didn't know if I didn't check it. I was shocked when I checked it. It turns out that some time ago, an American engineer named Robert broke the news. The original HP printer set up a very secret backdoor protocol when it was installed and set up. Just in the process of system installation, there will be an extremely secret option, data collection notification and settings. In the details of this option, HP claims to improve the user experience of the product. It will collect the user's relevant printing situation and send it back to HP. Listening to what Xiaojun said, Xiao Feng spouted a sip of red wine that he had just drunk into his mouth. Nima, do you want to be so shameless? Obviously it is plagiarizing the privacy of others. But Nima said it is to improve the user experience, bashing your mother. Although it has long been known that some beautiful people are shameless, Xiao Feng didn't expect them to be so cheeky that they can double standards. When I heard the news, it shocked me a lot. You have to know that our company has a lot of their printers, and our company has a lot of information that involves a lot of sensitive technical information. So, I immediately asked people to conduct a thorough investigation of our company's printers. I really found out that many of them are from this brand. Of course, many of them are Japanese brands. So I asked the computer security department to thoroughly investigate the information printed on these printers. Fortunately, our company has clearly stipulated very early that all sensitive information must be sent using our company's own compression software and operating system, and it is absolutely not allowed to print out in paper form. Fortunately, the people in our company are still relatively law-abiding, which ensures that very few sensitive information leaks out of the company. However, in the 3 years of using these printers, more than tens of thousands of documents were transmitted back to their headquarters. When talking about this, Xiaojun was full of anger. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would prevent night visits, and finally stumbled on this printer. When Xiao Feng heard this, he felt a lot of fury in his heart. There were tens of thousands of printed materials that were sent back to the headquarters of that company. You said that the company has not leaked their information? Anyway, Xiao Feng didn't believe it. If this is the campaigners' scientific research data, or important financial data, they will get it. Then it leaked out through special channels, and the fun would be great. Fortunately, we use printers to print paper materials. Most of them are company articles and general meetings. The tens of thousands of documents have been checked one by one. Of course, there are also some financial information. There is no way. Xiao Feng also had a meal when he heard this, but he was relieved immediately. The financial information that is visible inside the company is actually only external accounts, and the real internal accounts have always been in the hands of Qatar, especially after a group of clone financial experts appeared on Karapag recently. Many of the accounting affairs were actually taken over by them. These cloning experts are very cautious in their work. The Americans want to find out the internal data they have. That is a dream. So even if they know some financial information, it's not a big deal. In addition to aggravating their pink eye disease www.mentalnovel.com, it will not bring any other serious consequences. As for those printers, I have been sealed up, and am currently thinking of ways to deal with them. In our company, paperless office has been implemented, but sometimes when communicating between departments, or when contacting external customers or the relevant departments above, it is still necessary to provide paper materials. But this is inseparable from these printers, so I am also having a headache. Although, the company still has some Japanese printers that can be used as spares. But the American printer is out of this class. Do you think the Japanese printer can be trusted? Although I have been checked, in their operating system, there is indeed no secret door for Americans. But to be honest, I can't believe in the urination of Japanese people. If you say they didn't dig a hole for us, I don't believe it because they killed me anyway. Chapter 1446. Is the truth really like that? The latest website. I opened the new book I upgraded in Xiaobawin. I urge all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. Ants kowtow, haha, don't say you don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Speaking of the Japanese, Xiao Feng felt even more unreliable, especially from their recent series of secretly robbing actions. It can be seen that these guys are always on guard for us. Especially recently, many Japanese companies have gradually moved their factories to Southeast Asia, and this is what these companies have done in response to their domestic call. Is it really because the production cost in Southeast Asia is cheaper than ours? I am afraid that is only one aspect. And the other aspect is because they want to beware of us. So you said, even their boss is using dark tricks to deal with us. So the Japanese are more civilized than their boss. Think about it hundreds of years ago, when the Japanese used all kinds of methods in the country. Anyway, Xiao Feng didn't believe that these guys would abide by the gentleman's agreement. Therefore, in this way, the ninth laboratory is really facing a difficult problem. Although the company is now vigorously promoting paperless office, in fact, some information still needs to be transmitted through paper files. Although these documents do not necessarily involve any confidentiality. But if people really want to deal with you, then just relying on the clues revealed from these files, they can stitch together, or even withdraw some key data. Don't believe me? Just from the incident of a foreign company shorting a certain Xing coffee some time ago, you can see how terrible these guys are. Some of the data released by that company can even be said to be accurate and scary. Mr. Xing Coffee announced its financial report, which was completely overturned by them, and they said that they were based on their secretly investigated Go Limited, which frequently distributed coupons, and compared shopping receipts. They also sent people to follow the store in many domestic stores of Go Limited to check the flow of people in and out of the store, and observe their order situation. He even got the purchase of some key ingredients of Moxing coffee, as well as the outbound order. Through data comparison, it finally came to the fact that certain Xing coffee's finances were fraudulent. But is the truth really as they say? To be honest, Xiao Feng didn't quite believe it. Because if this company really does this, it will take a period of about 3 months to 1 year to conduct investigations. First of all, this time period is too long. Secondly, if they send investigators to most of the stores of Moxing coffee in China to make statistics, NEMA would be even more nonsense. With so many stores of mooing coffee, how many investigators have to line up, and these investigators squat in front of other stores all day? Don't they eat or drink? Don't those investigators make mistakes? Therefore, most of what the company said, Xiao Feng felt that they were bragging and farting. In fact, the real situation is probably that they bought some of the internal staff of Xing's company and obtained part of the internal financial information. On the other hand, in fact, they must have obtained some secret information from the printer, or from the back door of the computer inside the coffee shop, or even the back door of the mobile phone used by the key person. Don't you think it can't be true? In fact, this is not the first time that Americans have done this. As early as 2005, a period of time to 2008. At that time, it happened to be a period when the domestic economy was booming, and many domestic companies began to gradually go international. Because of the demand for domestic production capacity, domestic companies have begun to purchase a large number of mining areas internationally, or it is the acquisition of holding companies of some mining companies. But soon afterwards, relevant people in China discovered an interesting phenomenon. That is, our domestic company, whether it wants to buy any foreign company, the stock price of this company will go up inexplicably before the acquisition starts anyway. Otherwise, the other party can accurately guess the price in our minds during the acquisition. Anyway, the price of what we buy increases. Moreover, our major banks were listed in the United States at that time. Anyway, they were always known from the outside before the quarterly financial report came out. Even some national ministries and commissions have just finished their meetings, and some major decisions have not been announced to the public. Some foreign companies have already known about them, and then they started to make arrangements. At that time, our relevant departments also doubted whether there was a ghost inside us. However, after many investigations, it was found that the personnel was not the problem, and the problem is likely to appear on the computers and mobile phones we use. However, it was only speculation at the time, and after 2008, Americans suffered a subprime mortgage crisis. However, several companies in the US have precisely attacked our domestic companies in the stock market, seeking profiteering. This has attracted a lot of attention, and this situation until the outbreak of the Prism Gate has confirmed everyone's guess. After that, the most famous case was that Cisco was completely kicked out of the domestic server field, and then Warwick and Ensper entered the era of great development. After that, even state agencies once demanded that Microsoft systems should be excluded from the purchase of computers. So later, Mr. Damon several times went to the country to personally explain the plea to the relevant departments. After contacting some US companies in the recent period, they frequently attack domestic companies in the stock market, and many of them have stone hammers in their hands. Even the hammers are of the kind that cannot be real. Xiao Feng felt that there must be something tricky in it, and there must be some data in it that they had stolen through technical means. But before you have actual evidence, people will definitely not admit it. As for what they said about sending a large number of investigators to investigate Yunyan, you just need to listen to it. They are all fools who fool the outside world. Even in a professional technical team, it is impossible to infer such accurate data from that little clue. And the reason why they say that is, on the one hand, to make a fuss. It seems that their team is so professional and skilled. On the other hand, it is actually to cover up the fact that they steal data through technical means. It is precisely because there are so many series of events before. So Xiao Feng does not trust these foreign equipment, whether it is software or hardware. Thanks to his careful attention, the key materials of the 9th laboratory are not allowed to be printed on paper files using printers. This did not lead to the disclosure of too many secrets, but he believes that a considerable part of the data has been leaked out. But the problem now is that if they really stop using the printer completely, then they have a lot of files that can't be turned into paper. Although the company has implemented paperless office, in this era, It is impossible to completely quit paper documents for a while. What should I do then? Actually, you should be thankful that we are not a listed company. If the Ninth Laboratory and Celebrity Chef Manufacturing were listed companies, the vampires on Wall Street would probably have used the information we leaked to do things a long time ago. He Xiaojun said in a word that seemed to comfort Xiao Feng while having fun. At this moment, Xiao Feng frowned and asked He Xiaojun, how about the performance of the Huiyin T800 invented by Li Wensong? There is no problem with the software, so the review committee reported to me. I have done research before. In fact, the soul of this printer is the control software. To put it bluntly, it is a kind of graphic recognition software that recognizes the graphics on the computer, whether it is a picture or a handwriting, and then converts it into a software language to control the printer to print it out on paper. In this regard, the two companies have always dominated the world. One is controlled by Hewlett-Packard Company called PCL, and the other is more high-end, controlled by the famous Adobe Company, called PS. Throw. Xiao Feng couldn't help but explode. He knew that HP is the leader in the printer field. But he didn't know that Adobe was actually the invisible boss behind the printer. Even if the Japanese company is very strong, in terms of software, these two companies cannot be bypassed. The kid Li Wensong is very shrewd. He started with software at the earliest. It can be said that he is a genius. Since he started to learn software programming in college, he has been trying to bypass these two. After nearly 10 years of hard work, he finally successfully developed his own graphic recognition software system called Huiyin T100. This set of identification software has been tested by experts on our review committee, and its performance is very superior. The current technical level can basically be equal to that of Adobe's PS. If Wequan Fund invests in his company, the review committee recommends that we provide certain technical support to this company, especially in terms of software identification, because the faster the recognition technology, the faster the printing speed. In fact, when He Xiaojun said this, he had no bottom in his heart. Provide technical support to Li Wensong. Who will provide it? Do you rely on the Ninth Laboratory? But the Ninth Laboratory is mainly focused on biopharmaceuticals. Are you not particularly good at software? Could it be Spark Technology? He has been in contact with that company several times recently, and the more he contacts, the more he feels that the company's technology pool is bottomless. As soon as he thought of the mysterious connection between that company and Xiao Feng, he became more and more sure that Spark Technology should provide technical support to Li Wensong. However, Xiao Feng was non-committal at this time, so He Xiaojun didn't ask too much. Well, what about other aspects? His Huiyin T800. And what other aspects are breakthroughs? It is natural to print this one. In the past, the printer industry was divided into two genres in terms of printing technology. One was laser printing and the other was inkjet printing. Chapter 1447 Breakthrough the Patent Blockade. The latest website. I have opened a new book. I upgrade in Xiaobawin. Please book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. The ants kowtow. Laser printing is actually an extension of the laser imaging technology invented by the Americans as early as the 1940s. Nima, hearing this, Xiao Feng also had to admire the solid wealth of the Americans. In the 1940s, laser imaging technology was developed. At that time, maybe 99% of Chinese people still don't know what laser is. It wasn't until the 1980s that Canon in Japan spent a huge amount of investment to break the technical blockade of Xerox in laser printing. He Xiaojun explained to Xiao Feng how the Japanese broke through in the field of modern printers. Speaking of which, I have to admire the Japanese people's enthusiasm for arrogance. If it were not for this fierce energy, there would really be no such glorious Japanese technology industry today. This is the case in the field of printers. Back then, it was the Japanese who had spent the money on research and development. which made it possible for Japanese companies and US companies to divide the world. The principle of laser printing is actually the principle of using laser to irradiate toner. The raw material is usually toner cartridges or toner cartridges. This is also the most widely used printer on the market. Because the printer itself is relatively inexpensive and the technology is relatively reliable, it is very popular with many companies. The only downside is that the toner cartridges are very expensive. Basically 2 or 3 toner cartridges can buy a new printer. Inkjet printers are mainly used by Japanese companies. This type of printing technology is mainly capable of printing color graphics and text. However, it is relatively difficult to control, because continuous ink supply is often prone to problems. For example, if it is left unused for a long time, it will cause problems such as ink drying and clogging of the jet needle. And sometimes it is prone to horizontal stripes, color casts and many other problems. However, the Japanese are currently studying this aspect more deeply, so their problem solving is also very good. For example, their high-end color inkjet printers are the best. We use Japanese printers for the second-generation ID cards produced in China. After hearing this, Xiao Feng also felt an inexplicable sadness. In fact, as far as he knew, it was more than an ID card. Even the bank cards of many banks are made with Japanese printers, especially for those bank cards with fancy patterns. Without other Japanese printers, we couldn't make them at all. Forget it. Let's not talk about those, let's talk about the Huiyin T800 invented by Li Wensong. You just said that there are many new breakthroughs in technology on this device, so where is his breakthrough? Xiao Feng shook his head and threw all the unhappy topics out of his head. At this time, He Xiaojun smiled. To be honest, when I saw this proposal before, to be honest, my heart was cold, because as far as I know, in printing, global technology patents are basically monopolized by Japanese and US companies. From toner cartridges to ink cartridges, to toner cartridges, needles, etc., almost all technologies are monopolized by these two companies. Later companies, even if they want to make a breakthrough in this field, it is difficult to circumvent the technical barriers of these two companies, because the difficulty is too great. I didn't expect this Li Wensong to give me a big surprise. In the printing area, he really perfectly circumvented the technical blockade of the two companies, took a different approach, and opened a brand new printing mode. Speaking of Li Wensong's innovation, He Xiaojun is also a little bit enthusiastic, and this is obviously the key to Li Wensong's technology. Xiao Feng also saw his expression, and immediately became interested, and couldn't help but urge him, then you can talk about it. Hey, this guy uses a sewage inkjet technology. Well, how do you say it? For the Japanese inkjet printers, they mainly use black ink in their ink cartridges, then they are equipped with a colorful dye cartridge, usually mainly prints, mainly using ordinary black ink. When there is a need to print color patterns, another color fuel cartridge will be involved in the work. However, their inkjet printers must have a preheating process before they are used. In fact, it is to heat the ejected needle to melt the dried ink in the needle to avoid clogging the nozzle. This process is slower and wastes time, and sometimes problems often occur in this link. On Li Wensong's side, a very clever method was adopted to circumvent this problem. He uses the printing mode, which is actually the principle of inkjet, but he uses two jetting systems. One jetted box contains a color developer, and the other box contains a color-changing dye. When printing is required, the two reagents will enter a debugging box, where color development occurs, and then spray directly onto the paper. When it is necessary to print color drawings, the reagents will be separately entered into different debugging boxes, and then sprayed after color development, and through precise system control, it can ensure that the printed groups are lifelike and achieve a perfect reproduction effect. And this double water circulation system ensures that the printer does not need to be preheated when printing, so that it bypasses many Japanese and Americans. The patents on the jetting needles only need ordinary needles. It is greatly reduced. cost. As for the developer and color-changing die, this is naturally Li Wensong's unique invention. He Xiaojun explained to Xiao Feng the general technical details of Li Wensong, but Xiao Feng couldn't help but applaud after listening. Hey, this guy's creativity is really good. Just this one completely bypassed the transit blockade between the United States and Japan. Yes, it's not an exaggeration to say that this idea is worth $10,000. The most important thing is that, whether it is text or patterns, when it comes to color and color purity, his technology is no worse than laser printers in the US and inkjet printers in Japan. And speaking of the level of printing color patterns, it is even higher than that of Japanese inkjet printers. Next, let's talk about the firmness of the patterns printed by this device. It is not bad, even under the strong erosion of various sunlight and ultraviolet rays. The patterns he printed can be retained for a year or even longer. There is another key indicator, and that is printing speed. In this regard, as long as it can ensure sufficient dyes in the ink cartridges and high-speed printing of 200 sheets per minute, his equipment can do the same. But there is a premise, that is, it must be an advanced printer produced by him, and it can be made with the highest-end materials. At present, the ordinary printer he developed is sufficient for home use and office use. Hearing what He Xiaojun said, Xiao Feng also felt exasperated. Upon hearing this, he felt that this Huiyin T800 had no technical shortcomings. As long as you take it out, you can compete with Japanese and American printers. As an old friend of his, He Xiaojun was obviously really familiar with him. Only the expression on his face knew what he was thinking at this time. So he smiled. Of course, this printer can't be said to have no weaknesses at all. Xiao Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help but vomit lotus. He really hates this kind of feeling. Just as his emotions are stirred up, he feels like a turning point. Wipe, if you have any questions, just talk about it. He Xiaojun smiled, and then continued. This Li Wensong is indeed a genius. The graphics recognition technology of this printer, to put it bluntly, is scanning this piece, but it is still a bit unqualified. This Li Wensong can complete this printer's control software autonomously. Is it possible that this scanning is here? Can it be difficult for him? Xiao Feng couldn't help but mutter. When He Xiaojun heard this, he shook his head. You can't say the same thing. In fact, why is the printer field always dominated by Americans and Japanese? It's not that their technology is leading, but that they have set too many patent barriers in this field. For this printer, from printing, to copying, to scanning, they have set up more than 20,000 patents on one of Tomio's equipment. Li Wensong is already a very genius. In inkjet printing, he has bypassed more than 10,000 patents. But after all, he is not a god. While scanning this piece, he really can't get around it. To tell you the truth, this scan, that is, plain a scan, you say how advanced the technology is, you can't get it. But the most hateful thing is the special gang of Americans, and the Japanese set too many patent traps. Various agreements.mentalnovel.com you can't get around at all. Anyway, if you want to use it, you either have to pay a patent fee, or you have to be extorted technically by them. Hey, it's difficult anyway. What? And this is not some time ago. Did Li Wensong see the AI recognition technology developed by Xinghuo Technology? So I wondered if I could use the AI recognition technology on his printer. And you have also seen it. His printer is very small in size and easy to carry. But if you install a traditional scanning system, he really doesn't have that space. That way, it will show the coordination of his machine, and it will go from small and flexible to cumbersome. At this time, if you install a set of AIs for them, it will be just right. Of course, we don't want our most advanced model. Just install a simplified version for them. As long as it is enough, it can just identify the graphics problem and accurately record it. Then it will be okay. Chapter 1448. Another usage of AI. The latest website. I opened the new book I upgraded in Xiaobawin. I urge all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scout. Speaking of the eye of AI, in fact, it is mainly talking about a set of artificial intelligence recognition programs developed by Spark Technology some time ago. The first user of this program is actually BYD, an automobile manufacturer. At that time BYD was planning to match the trending Tesla hard steel. At that time, BYD had just launched their blockbuster new car, but although their new car had a luxurious design and a price equivalent to that of Tesla, it could not sell Tesla in the market. At that time, BYD's Pharaoh had been studying why this was exactly the case. Finally, the team was organized to compare the two cars for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion that they lost because of the sense of technology and the sense of the future. At this time, Tesla is just like the Apple mobile phone that just launched the first generation of smartphones. To be honest, many performances overlap with traditional cars, but they have a lot more playability than traditional cars. For example, their autonomous driving. This set of technology is full of sense of science and technology. To be honest, for many old drivers, autonomous driving is simply a crime. These people say they like driving and controlling cars. But in fact, this combination of people and vehicles will actually be eliminated sooner or later. That said, it's really not an exaggeration. This is the same as when automatic transmission cars were just beginning to become popular in the early years, when they were ridiculed by a large group of people who were used to manual transmission cars. What do you say? An automatic car is not a car at all. It is automatically shifted all the way, and lacks the driving pleasure of the integration of man and car. But the actual situation is true, when more and more cars are running on the road, and the road is getting more and more congested. Even if you like the fun of driving, you have to think about your swollen ankles in the end. So up to now, the automatic transmission models have become popular, and the manual transmission models have become increasingly sluggish. And this situation first appeared in the era when electric vehicles just appeared. At that time, when BYD's first-generation electric car E6 was just launched on the market, there were many internet keyboard heroes in China. This is also called a car. It can't be called a car at all. But now, those sprays have long since disappeared. But electric cars and hybrid cars on the road are running more and more. But now with more and more electric vehicles, there is a trend of Tesla's dominance in the market. The monthly sales volume exceeds 10,000, which is already the norm in China. But there are still a bunch of guys who are very capable of saying that the current sales champion in the electric vehicle market is our Wuling F. To be honest, is that an electric car? It's just an old scooter with a shell. The price is more than 20,000 yuan. And how much profit is it? Tesla bought more than 200,000 yuan. What is the profit? Can it be compared? How much technological content does Wuling F have? And what technological content does Tesla have? It can be said that apart from being cheap, that car is, and now in the domestic market, the only domestic electric car that can compete with Tesla is the BYD of Lao Wang's. But their car has never been able to get out of a misunderstanding. That is, they always design in accordance with the design concept of traditional cars. I just paid attention to the luxury inside the car, and then changed the car's drive system from the original internal combustion engine to an electric motor. In fact, when it comes to roots, it is still a product of the last century. The reason why Tesla is so popular in the market is not just their electric system. They rely more on them, a sense of future technology, and many advanced technologies. It is this sense of design that makes one look at Tesla. Wow! This is how I imagined the future cars should look like. In contrast, BYD is much worse in this regard. Fortunately, the appearance above, turnip green vegetables have their own love. The key is the inner sense of science and technology. The most involved is autonomous driving technology. The biggest difference in BYD was their autopilot system, and it was through Spark technology that helped them build an autopilot system that gave them the confidence to catch up with Tesla. Otherwise, in the field of technology, they are really going to be dumped by Tesla, and even the taillights of the car will not be visible. In addition to the most important millimeter wave radar and various laser sensors in this autonomous driving system, Spark's artificial intelligence recognition system is the most important. This system can identify the moving objects that the vehicle is heading to and track more than 20 targets at the same time when the vehicle speed exceeds 300, and can make self-judgment according to the moving speed of these targets, and control the vehicle to complete safe automatic driving. Actually speaking, the underlying technology of this AI recognition system is a unique set of 3D laser scanning technology developed by them. This set of technology, to put it plainly, is to use the principle of laser ranging, by recording the three-dimensional coordinates, reflectivity and texture information of a large number of dense points on the surface of the measured object. Quickly rebuild the three-dimensional model of the measured target and various graphic data such as lines, surfaces, and bodies. And because the 3D laser scanning system can intensively acquire a large number of data points of the target object, compared with the traditional single-point measurement, the 3D laser scanning technology is also known as a revolutionary technological breakthrough that has evolved from single-point measurement to surface measurement. Of course, it involves a lot of artificial intelligence algorithms and programming. This is the unique skill of Xinghuo technology. And the most important thing here is the recognition technology. Many weakened versions of this technology were later used by Spark technology. For example, the face recognition punch-in technology used by the Ninth Laboratory. In fact, although the Ninth Laboratory has very loose controls on commuting, it still has to check in. For example, if you left work yesterday and took the initiative to work late, then when you go to work the next day, you can come late at the same time. But you don't need to check in when you go to work. Just scan and recognize faces at the door when you enter the office. And this technology, in fact, the most important thing is to apply to the raw material storage room, and there are some access control measures for confidential experiments. Because some experimental materials are expensive and very dangerous, the security measures in the storage room are naturally stricter. Therefore, in order to prohibit casual people from entering and exiting at will, the company has set up this face recognition system at the door of the storage room. Unlike previous facial recognition systems that were very watery, their facial recognition system is not a joke. It's impossible to get through it. There are also some high-standard confidential experiments, which often require only participants to be present. The idlers and others all want to avoid the trickler, let alone look on. Therefore, the access control of the laboratory is very strict, relying on this face recognition system. This greatly guarantees the security of the experimental data, and ordinary commercial spies don't even want to get into the experimental area. Previously, Lab 9 relied on this system to literally catch several commercial spies. One of the most exaggerated is that he actually mixed into the home of an employee on the island, killed the employee, and made a silicone mask using the employee's facial features, in a vain attempt to rely on the super strong disguise technique to be fooled. And this spy is also very powerful. He is a veteran. He actually got into the company with this mask. But in the end, before entering the laboratory, they were detected by their face recognition system and then seen through. In the end, when this guy was besieged by the security guards, he rushed from left to right and even took out a lethal weapon, causing several casualties to the security. Fortunately, the security guards in the Ninth Laboratory are not vegetarian. Most of the security guards of other so-called high-tech companies in China are just doing things, and many of them are in the state of 5 uncles and 3 teeth. The security guards of the Ninth Laboratory are all well-trained strong guys. Many of them were even hired directly after being discharged from the army. Their security guards are paid very high. The incident was quite a big deal, although the company internally tried to suppress the incident and strongly urged everyone not to spread it out or interpret it too much. However, many employees within the company have heard of it. Since then, everyone has been in awe of the company's face recognition system. And from that time on, This Lee Wensong had a whim. Can the intelligent recognition AI used in this face recognition system be used on his printer? The Americans and Japanese in the field of printer scanning is really hateful. Although it is a simple scan function, they have designed tens of thousands of patent agreements on the facade. No matter how you go around, you can't go around. But if this intelligent identification system is added, it is another matter entirely. It is completely different from the traditional scanning that pays attention to what DPI scanning resolution, grayscale and color resolution are in the past. This intelligent recognition system www.mentalnovel.com relies entirely on algorithms, especially algorithms for pattern recognition. He had heard before that this set of the most basic program of intelligent recognition has been provided to H Company, so that they can strengthen their photography. As a mobile phone enthusiast, he is very clear about the super camera capabilities of H Company's high-end machines. The reason why H Company's mobile phone cameras are so awesome is not how good the cameras they use, relying on their external AI algorithm, which can improve the quality of photos in terms of pixels and resolution. The underlying technology required on his printer is even simpler, and only requires a graphic recognition algorithm. As long as the text and groups on the paper can be converted into an electronic version, this is okay. And this is also the main reason why he finally found the Queen Fund. Otherwise, with the technology he currently masters, he can actually raise money outside. Chapter 1449 Fundamentals of Capital. The latest website. I opened the new book I upgraded in Xiaobawin. I urge all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. To be honest, before deciding to quit his job to start a business, Lee Wensong did indeed consider those domestic venture capitalists. The technology he now masters can be said to have solved more than half of the patent problems of Japan and the United States in the field of printers. But the other half cannot be bypassed at present. But speaking of the domestic printing market, in fact, the market potential is still very large, especially for his portable printers. The market potential is even greater. Because this kind of product is currently in a blank stage on the market, no one can make such a small printer, and this is exactly his selling point. As long as the cost and quality can be controlled well, he firmly believes that his Huiyin T800 can definitely break a blood path in the dimension of Japanese and American products. So he really doesn't worry about not being able to raise money from the market. But why hasn't he resigned to start a business? In his view, financing is not what he values most. What he values most is those venture capital companies, which can bring him the technical support he wants more. As mentioned earlier, he has overcome most of the difficulties in printer technology, and now he is short of scanning this one, and he is also blocked by patents from Japanese and American companies. And if he wants to add such a scanning function to his printer, he will inevitably pay patent fees to Japanese and American companies. It is even very likely to face technical blackmail from Japanese and American companies. To put it bluntly, people say that I can open up the technology to you, but you have to open up to me the technology I need. And the core technology of his device is miniaturization, control program, and unique printing technology. If it is open to large-scale Japanese and American companies, with the technical strength of those companies, they can develop competing products just like him in a matter of minutes. When will he have any advantage to make money with others? Moreover, each of those Japanese and American companies are of the kind with deep wealth and money. At that time, even if they fight a price war, they will be able to kill him. Therefore, Lee Wensong was not in a hurry to go out and start a business before the final technical problem was solved. And the reason why he has been observing these domestic venture capitalists is to consider and see which one can help him solve this problem. In fact, he has been in the United States for a long time, but in fact, he does not dislike this kind of venture capital and capital entry. Because the entry of these capitals, in addition to diluting his shares, can also bring him a lot of convenience. Because some classmates work on Wall Street, He knows the operation of these venture capital companies very well. In fact, these venture capital companies are best at building relationships and aligning cooperation between companies. For example, they are optimistic about a certain company, and this company happens to be in its infancy and is relatively short of money. They invested in this company and also help the company solve some technical problems. For example, a certain technology required by this company happens to be held by another company, and they have talked about it before, but they are not open to their technology at all. At this time, if there is a risk to invest in the bureau, then the venture capital company can help tie the line. After all, venture capital represents capital. Another company is bound to give the capital face. This is not bragging. The power of capital in the United States is so powerful. Even in a powerful company, I dare not easily offend any capital along the way. It is even possible that behind this patent-owned company is the same capital. Therefore, once capital is involved, integration of resources and technology becomes very easy for things that are originally very difficult, and obstacles are easily overcome. This is exactly the power of capital, and it is also their basic operation. It is precisely because of the help of capital that this company can develop and grow rapidly, because they not only have financial support, but also technical support. Therefore, if they rely solely on themselves, it may take 3 or even 5 years for them to go public, but with the help of capital, they may be able to go public in 1 year. And the venture capital investors who initially bought shares can also cash out profits faster after the company goes public. This is the operating routine of venture capital, not only investment, but also the integration of various resources. However, his observations in China have brought a long time, but finally found that the sad thing is that there are not a few so-called venture capitals in China. That's why he hasn't chosen to quit his job to start a business, but chooses to use his free time to overcome technical problems. This situation can be said to be solved after the Queen Fund, which was established by the 9th Laboratory. The Queen Fund can not only provide financial support, because with the participation of the 9th Laboratory, it can also catch up with the mysterious Spark technology company that he values. And this company is the development company of the intelligent identification system he dreams of. And what he doesn't want is a complete set of intelligent recognition programs. What he needs is just the basic graphic recognition system for this program. That's why he submitted his report and application to the review committee. And his project was quickly approved by the review committee. The conclusion of the review committee is also very simple. Although the printer market is now almost entirely monopolized by Japan and the United States, but it is this monopoly that is gradually threatening our country's technological security. And with the awakening of national consciousness, we also need a brand of our own in this field. The Huawei T800 can just fill up this gap, and this device surpasses any competitor in portability and convenience. So as long as the small problems can be solved, the prospect of this device is very broad. And now Xiao Feng nodded and agreed to Li Wensong's request. In terms of capital, how much do we plan to invest? Li Wensong's requirements are not particularly high. He plans to ask for 50 million yuan, giving us a 10% share of the equity. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard it. Li Wensong didn't seem to be greedy either. He gave himself the original valuation of this technology, which is only 500 million. But in fact, if his equipment is really made and sold nationwide, the value will definitely be more than 500 million. Look at the current HP. If it weren't for someone to mention their computer occasionally, everyone might have basically forgotten this company. In fact, their laptop business has gone from bad to worse in recent years, especially after being robbed of most of the market by Apple. In fact, they are not very embarrassed to live. Why? Because they occupy 40% of the global market share. In China, it is even more exaggerated. The HP family accounts for 50% of the domestic market. Last year, in the domestic market alone, the demand for printers was 15 million units. With the addition of various consumables such as ink cartridges, the market share was 100 billion. Only the technical strength of Huawei T800, If it can tear off even 20% of the market share in this market, it will be more than 20 billion. And in terms of the portability of this device, the prospect of this device is very broad, because it faces the personal terminal market. In the past, printers mainly faced large organizations such as companies and government agencies. It can be targeted at private individuals. Although there are some equipment for families, the prices are often very expensive, and the consumables are not cheap. But the emergence of this Huawei T800 solved this problem well. It can be said that this will be a major breakthrough. And as long as you have a firm foothold in the private market, it is equivalent to tearing up a hole in the market. At that time, it will be much easier to counterattack the market of those large institutions, especially in the case of fully independent intellectual property rights. Huawei T800 is fully capable and can fight price wars with those foreign giants. Moreover, these domestic companies are not fools. In the past, everyone had no choice, so they could only use American and Japanese printers. But who doesn't know that these two are wolf ambitions, especially the American HP, who stole user information, and they have been exposed. Everyone is unwilling to use this kind of product with a backdoor. Even though the Americans do not recognize it on the surface, they have closed the agreement in private. But even though it is already closed, who knows if they will do anything about the hardware and software on their backs. Everyone who starts a company has some little secrets of their own. Even if it is not a high-tech company, they are unwilling to expose these secrets to the eyes of the Americans. The Japanese, although on the surface, did not steal your printed information like the Americans. But in fact, as long as you understand their nationality, you will know that these guys can't stop playing tricks on the printer. In the past, everyone really had no choice, so they had to bite the bullet and use American and Japanese equipment. But now that we have a printer with independent intellectual property rights, why not use it? Even if this device has a backdoor. Untitled.com, it is not always safer to hold the information in the hands of the people of each country than it is in the hands of the two countries. What's more, if this company dares to do that, then they are looking for death. After all, they are a H country company, not the same as Japanese and American companies. If the Japanese and American companies are shameless, because their headquarters are abroad, we can't help them. But this company, the Huawei company, if he dares to do this, then everyone can definitely join hands to kill him. So because of this, Xiao Feng firmly believes that as long as the Huawei T800 can be successfully listed, there is no reason to fail. So he has already planned to use full firepower to support this company. Give him 100 million, and the technical support from Spark Technology, and then 20% of the shares. We want him 40% of the shares. Chapter 1454 Stout. The latest website. I opened the new book I upgraded in Xiaobeiwin. I urge all book friends to bookmark, recommend, and leave a message. And Scoutao. To be honest, it is not cruel to ask for so much. But because Xiao Feng is optimistic about the future development of this company, he can't help but raise at this time. Because in the future this company is destined to become a super unicorn. If you want to maximize profits, it is natural to increase investment while the company is still in its infancy. As for a company that doesn't even have a shadow yet, it can get 100 million yuan in financing by relying on PPT alone. To be honest, this is quite a lot. Better still, the 9th Lab will contact Spark Technology to provide technical support to this company. Of course, this is only their asking price. When the time comes, Li Wensong is destined to have to counteroffer, and how much he can get in the end depends on fate. There is another project here. I think you will also be very interested. After reading the printer project, He Xiaojun stretched his hand upwards again. The PPT of another project came into view. The PPT of this project was not worse than the previous Huawei T800. Even a lot of animation demonstrations were added to it. And this project happens to be Huang Heibin's surgical robot project. When I saw the screen, the surgical robot, with two probes like operating arms, passed through a thin bottle mouth, and then in the bottle, gave a grape to the bottle, finished peeling, and then after the stitching screen, Xiao Feng couldn't help taking a breath. I wiped it. He had also heard about surgical robots before. Even he himself had experienced the treatment of surgical robots. But he was treated by a Falcon Future surgical robot in another world. That was a cylindrical operating room. He was hunted and killed by dinosaurs in the Dinosaur Valley and was seriously injured before being treated by that operating room. However, the treatment process is completely different from this surgical robot. Obviously, the Falcon's surgical warehouse robot is more sophisticated. To put it bluntly, their surgical robot is equivalent to a fully automatic machine, and when he sees this one, he needs a combination of man and man to control the device. This is a semi-automatic device. But even so, this device is already quite powerful. He had also heard a lot of legends about Da Vinci robots before. But after all, he had never seen Da Vinci perform surgery with his own eyes. But this time he was really knowledgeable. A doctor, sitting in front of the operating table on the other side, and then on that operating table, controls a device with 5 robotic arms on the other side, and controls 2 of them to give a grape in a bottle completed in operation with surgery and sutures. This technology is truly breathtaking. This equipment, really ... I don't know how to describe it. We have to invest in this project. Xiao Feng was a little excited. At this moment, he thought of Penglai Pavilion invested by Lord Wan. At present, the development of Penglai Pavilion has reached a bottleneck period. Although the Penglai Pavilion app currently has more than 500 million users, its daily activity also exceeds 80 million. But the biggest problem now is that doctors generally can only conduct on-site consultations on this app, and can only make basic judgments based on the patient's condition and the impact of perspective. However, it is not possible to treat patients directly on the internet. If the patient needs surgery, the patient still needs to be hospitalized. Before that, Lord Wan had been discussing with him how to solve this last step. Before that, Wan Gongtsai was also happy because of the assembly of 5G equipment. Because of the faster internet speed, his app for constant dialogue will be more accurate, and the concept of online diagnosis and treatment will be further realized. It's just that although the network speed has opened up the joints, in the end, the key implementation equipment is lacking. At that time, Lord Wan mentioned to him that he wanted to buy a few surgical robots. Unfortunately, this type of surgical robot is currently only available in the United States, and the price of one is extremely expensive. Basically, it costs more than $2 million to buy it. The most important thing is that if it is remotely controlled, this domestic surgical robot may not necessarily be adapted to the domestic network. Because the United States has always opposed our 5G standard, the Netcom protocol, when their surgical robots access the network is likely not to be compatible with our 5G system. Because of this, Wan Gongtsai's plan to purchase a surgical robot was temporarily shelved. But at that time he still admired Wan Gongtsai's creativity. But now I didn't expect that someone in our country can make surgical robots. Hey, don't worry, this is actually just a semi-finished machine. Seeing Xiao Feng so excited, Xiaojun smiled and comforted him. What? It's just a semi-finished product. Xiao Feng listened for a moment. This device looks complete, doesn't it? How could it be a semi-finished product? Did you not look at the robotic arm of this robot? Currently only 2 can be used, and none of the other 3 can be used. In fact, this equipment was also saved by an engineer in our 9th laboratory, and accumulating like this has already consumed most of his savings and spare parts previously reserved. You also know that the West has always had an attitude towards us. There are sensitive parts on this device. In fact, the West has always blocked us. These parts are still Huang Haibin, the developer of this equipment. During his study abroad, he had collected bits and pieces quietly over the years, and was shipped back to China through various methods. After hearing Xiaojun's words, Xiao Feng also felt a wave of helpless sadness. At the same time, I admire this engineer named Huang Haibin even more. It seems that he is also a caring person. In fact, How did he know that Huang Haibin was forced to do this? He has been working in the United States before, and has worked in MIT and Silicon Valley successively, and he has also worked in relatively well-known scientific research institutions. In the past few years, these units were relatively open to Chinese, and Chinese scientists like him are very welcome to join. But in recent years, as the ideology over there has turned to the right, coupled with the mess of the guy on the stage, the attitude of major universities and scientific research institutions in the United States towards Chinese scientists is to collectively turn right. In the field of biopharmaceuticals, there is also the field of artificial intelligence. Because the leaders in many disciplines are Chinese, people in these institutions may not dare to mess around. But in some other units, especially for middle-level researchers like Huang Haibin, it is not so friendly. Rather, it allows you to stay in place, does not give you a chance to be promoted, not to mention it, but also makes you the most dirty and tiring scientific research work for a long time, and basically will not produce any results. If you do too much work like this, you can only serve as a stepping stone for the great scientists. There are not many Native Americans willing to do. The most important thing is that they will try their best to force you to resign and resign. Even if there are a few frogs in your scientific research unit, or the guys from the smelly port, or the Indians, you have to be very careful about the secret arrows shot from the back by these licking dogs. In recent years, there have been many scientists from mainland China who have been dug by these guys. Some time ago, a scientist from mainland China was reported and then investigated by the FBI. Although no problems were investigated in the end, the professor's job was definitely not preserved in the end. Moreover, his reputation has also been hurt to a certain extent, and it will definitely not be so easy to find a job in the future. It is precisely because of the changes in the scientific research environment in the beautiful country and the unwillingness to continue in such an environment of daily fear. So Huang Haibin decided to return to China. However, before returning to China, he did not intend to give up his research hobby, so he made preparations early. Before returning to China, he purchased a lot of more sensitive parts through various channels. These parts are definitely not so easy to buy once they return to China. After purchasing these parts, he mailed them back to China through various channels. So after deciding to start a business, he used these previously accumulated parts, plus some matching parts found in China, to assemble this surgical robot. It's just that this surgical robot is only a semi-finished product, and it is still in the final stage of equipment debugging, because these robotic arms come from different channels and are not a unified brand. He must carefully adjust each one. At present, only 2 have been tuned, and this device currently lacks a 3D perspective imaging system. So don't look at him now operating this surgical robot, operating on a grape in a bottle. It looks very ridiculous. But in fact, this device currently does not have the ability to perform operations on a living person. Because of this device, there is currently a lack of the most accurate positioning and navigation system in the human body. In addition, it is the 3-dimensional imaging equipment, which is currently the most scarce device on this surgical robot. The current Huang Haibin just hit this device with a high-definition camera. In this way, in an open environment with good light, the operation of surgery on grapes in a bottle can be completed. Untitled.com. Although it looks very silly, if you encounter a knowledgeable person, you will know that he is completely deceiving an amateur people. For example, Xiao Feng, a layman, was directly bluffed. But if you come across a knowledgeable expert, you will know that, in fact, his robot is far from being put into use. But even so, this robot already gave Xiaojun and others hope. Although he has been out of the front line of scientific research in recent years, Xiaojun is well aware of the gap between my country and the world in terms of such high-precision equipment. As for this surgical robot, when he was in the chemical facility before, in fact, a unit in the facility had also done it. It was jointly developed with a certain hospital. Although several prototypes were later produced, The level of such a machine is far different from that of Da Vinci in the United States. So afterwards, the project was no more.